Here we are. Welcome back to Tallinn. It's time for the World Series of Poker circuit event. And it's almost been a year, right, George?
Certainly has. A year since our last WSOP hit in Tallinn, and good energy flowing around the outer tables and the main stage. And we've got some excellent ring events in store this week.
Absolutely, we do. And I think we have record-breaking already in the mini-main, who started the ring events, and also in the 555 and No Limit Hold'em that is just currently ongoing in the outer tables. Over 740 players in that one.
Yeah, and over 900 in the mini-main.
Yes. And we have the fortune of showing you guys soon the final two tables of the ladies event, the ring event, new for this year, that the ladies can also win a ring. And of course, the added 5K package to Bahamas.
Yes, for the WSOP Tournament of Champions, which is the added value on offer that everyone is going to be hunting down, which should bring up the numbers in some of the smaller events. We had a podcast earlier with Scott Kenyon, who said that he's salivating at the chance of jumping in that 1K8 game. So we're seeing some excellent action on store this week. And in terms of the tournaments we're bringing you, we're going to be having the 1K PLO 4-5, the main event as usual, and a couple of others. So stay tuned throughout the week, getting things rocking and rolling here in Tallinn.
Absolutely, and the schedule both for the tournaments and the live streams could be found on olibetevents.com. But here on YouTube and other channels, I think it's time to hit the tables, right?
Let's see what we've got in store.
So, here we are with the final two tables then. It's 11 players remaining. They played yesterday down to the ITM when they were in the money, 11 places paid. And a total, as you can see in the top right corner, 74 entrants in the €350 buy-in, ladies only ring event here in Tallinn. And starting the action on day two for these ladies then, we have fold from seat number 1. We have Cindy from Sweden in seat number 2. Folding the ace deuce, and this is our chip leader, current chip leader starting day 2 with 421k, Drea Carlson of Norway.
A really strong player. Seen her kind of cream rises to the top in these ladies events, and also Jenny Westmoreland in the small blind, a very strong player who I've been battling on the felt with myself in some of the open events around Europe. And she sees a raise and a call, and ace-10 suited here for 20 big blinds. Does go for the 3-bet non-all-in, certainly shove on the table also.
I'm not sure of the action, what's happening right now, but surely...
Looks like Drea's just put her in here, and
yeah, she did.
This is a very top-level play here with this combination. You're going to get some 3-bet folds from hands like maybe King-Queen offsuit, Ace-10 offsuit that didn't want to commit the full stack. I was a little surprised not to see Jenny with her 20 big blinds just send it in. I think the buttons range is going to be very weak in this situation, and allowing this type of confrontation with the chip leader is not something that we particularly want to open up. So the question is whether she was going for the 3-bet call or whether she's going to try and decide now, and it seems like there wasn't a clear plan in play, and she does go for the fold. So Drea just really running over the show, and to get to this type of stack with this dominating position, you have to make some plays of this ilk, and that's another strong play there for the current chip leader. So some strong poker being put into play already as we are winding down into the business end of the ladies ring event. Drea Carlson with the monster chip lead going about her business, but it's also going to be a couple of storylines in the shorter stacks who can surmount a challenge to that dominating position of the Norwegian lady at this point.
Cindy then, also strong player from Sweden, plays a lot and also works as a part-time dealer, I think. So she's living poker fully and playing a lot.
Yeah, she's got a pretty tough spot with the massive chip leader on her direct left. I think it would be advantageous for her to just take her time and try and wind down the clock somewhat so she doesn't have to play as many hands in this rather compromising spot with that monster chip leader on her direct left. Going to be putting a lot of pressure on her as a medium stack. Nadia here in the small blind with the mystery hand. But Drea with the ace blocker, just opening it up here from the hijack, keeping that high tempo style that we've seen already just from the second hand. And Svetlana in the big blind having to fold the jack 3 offsuit. No business getting involved versus a player that's just going to be so aggressive down the streets, not wanting to tangle and preserve that stack for better use. So Drea 83 big blinds, as we mentioned, huge chip lead on the final 2 tables. Lovely spot to be in, and it's Nadia and Cindy and Helena that are going to have to kind of tread water somewhat just to make sure that they don't put themselves into any disadvantageous spots versus the chip leader that can do them so much harm. Drea now folding the king 8 offsuit. Surprised with the tempo. Definitely could have been a hand that opens here. And Jenny's going to take her shot with it with the ace 8-6 suited from the cutoff. Svetlana out the way and Cindy relinquishes her 5-3 offsuit. So Jenny gaining some chips back that she lost with that 3-bet fold with the ace 10 suited. Was a nice spot for the squeeze jam. Elected to go for the 3-bet non-all-in. And Drea having none of it with the queen jack suited. Lovely combination to rifle through there and got the job done.
Yeah, and also it's a bit special now because there are 11 players, of course. There's pay jumps coming when they're down to 9, playing on 2 tables, and rumors has it unfortunately there's one player sitting out on the outer table that couldn't make it to day 2 due to illness. So
yeah, it was a medical emergency, and unfortunately not much can be done about that in between the day 1 and the final day.
Now then, premium hand, best so far we've seen on this table then for Helena, making it 12 to go. Blind 3-6, and 6k big blind ante.
Svetlana with the ace 10 offsuit. In these situations with some fairly heavy ICM, you can place some peels on the button. We are covered by our opponent. Our opponent isn't incentivized to open that wide, so I quite like a decision of fold or 3-bet small in this situation. Let's see what she lands on. Ace 10 is one of those hands that she goes for the shove. It's a big shove versus an under the gun player. Again, opening into the chip leader's big blind. Not going to be a weak range. And ace 10 potentially hoping to get some hands like king queen suited, ace jack offsuit to fold.
And Cindy looks like she heard you. You told her to wind down the clock, and now she's
there you go,
giving it a go with the 7-3.
She's coming with a strong game plan. That's exactly what she needs to be doing. Just taking her time, allowing a little bit more action on the outer table to continue as she can maybe navigate to the final and not lose too much of her stack. If she plays fast, they're just going to be going around the orbits very quickly, and she's going to be in a poor situation in terms of being able to pick up any chips. And here we go. So Svetlana, unfortunately the timing not quite there with the ace 10, as Helena does raise call with the jacks as expected.
So for first time this year, the beautiful all-in lights are blinking across the table. We have an all-in call, Helena and Svetlana, with the latter risking her position in the tournament, needs help.
Yeah, we're looking for backdoor hearts or an ace or a backdoor straight. There's a 10.
10, some more outs.
Some backdoor 2 pair or backdoor trips, 10-10 or an ace now to stay alive.
Wow.
Not to be.
Unfortunately, 11th place then for Svetlana. And first player to leave us on day 2. Now this table also 5-handed then, just as the outer table. Here we have the updated chip count then on the feature table. Drea comfortably up top with 486k, good for 81 big blinds. And Helena now up to second place with that elimination. Home country, Estonia, Helena, 306k. Down in the bottom, the two Swedish ladies, Cindy and Jenny. And that's for this table then. Then we have 5 more on the outer table as well, of course.
Yeah, we're going to make our way down to 9, and then, of course, we will have the redraw for the final table, and we are going to be playing down to the winner tonight, so do stay tuned. Going to have a short break in between the action. And, of course, for the first time of the week, Teresa will be announcing all of our final table lists, but still, one lady to go until we reach that. And Helena picking up some hands here. King Queen and Jenny also rather aggressive on this short stack. Seeing her opening really wide. 9-8 suited, 8-6 suited as well. Typically a board where we're not going to have too many c-bets in this situation versus the big blind defend. But she does have a hand that really would like to bet. Just small, just to deny some equity to these types of hands like Queen Jack, King 10, King Queen, Ace 10. Getting some value from hands like Ace 9, some of these straight draws, and some worse 7x and 8x as well. So does a nice job there of just taking that one down, and would have had to dance with the 9-8 there, top pair, and a gut shot with the backdoor flush draw. If we are going to open that wide from under the gun, going to have to commit the chips on boards like that.
And we should say that we do have this live stream on a few different platforms, but if you want to connect with us, we will have the Olibet Poker YouTube channel chat open. Try to answer any important questions if there might be any. And we should also mention that the payouts, of course, are official since yesterday. And Svetlana Aubakirova, who went out in 11th place then, will be taking down 700 euros for her effort. And looking at the rest of the payouts, we also have 700 euros for the next finisher. The 10th place will also take the same. And then we have the first pay jump of the day when we're down to the final 9, 750 euros. And then if we skip a few, we're in 3rd place, 2770 euros. 2nd place will take 4150. And up top, 6,480 euros, and that 5k worth package to Bahamas to play in the WSOP Bahamas as well. So plenty to play for these ladies, and of course a 350 buy-in, pretty hefty for a ladies event.
Absolutely, one of the bigger ladies events you'll see outside of Vegas. And in terms of Drea, we've seen her not just in ladies events, but the open events as well. She carries herself very well, and you're going to be expecting a lot of aggression, because when you've got the top place payout almost doubled from that additional value, that means there's even more reason to build chips and to apply pressure to these other ladies, just to make sure that they know who's in the driving seat. Jenny limping in with the Jack 8. Nadia with the mystery hand in the big blind. Is she going to be putting some pressure on Jenny's limping range here? She certainly is.
Yeah, I think we need to remind Nadia to place her card in that little box, though. There are a lot of mystery hands. Maybe she just don't want to show.
No, she does not. Getting spicy with the 9 deuce off there or something like that. Who knows? But we can only speculate at this point.
Exactly. But she did defend her big blind and took the blind of Jenny. So on to the next hand then on this 5-handed feature table. And as we said, the outer table now also has 5 players, so one more elimination, and then we will have a break to have all the ladies over to this table, the feature table, and play the final table until its end. Where tonight we'll go to follow the action, of course, until we found that ring winner of this 350 ring event. Now then, we can see Nadia's cards this time. It's Jenny who has a mystery hand. Now they're getting, as you can see, some instructions from the dealer to please.
Yeah, Jenny seems to have a really aggressive late position opening strategy, and
Yeah.
I quite like it as well. Whenever Drea isn't in the hand, she tends to pounce, and
Yeah.
that's quite a nice spot because you can kind of flip the switch in terms of moving your short stack from a disadvantage to an advantage, because people are not going to be wanting to tangle. And she's done a nice job of picking up some chips with that aggression. And that's going to be a theme you'll see from Jenny. She's a fearless player. She likes to put the pressure on, so
Yeah, definitely.
she's going to be waiting in the wings whenever Drea is folding or in a sort of position where she's less likely to fight back. You'll see Jenny open up, and that's, I think, a good strategy at this point, because you've just got to be so fearless to try and give yourself that chance to win that additional 5K package.
Now then, Nadia with another mystery one. Cindy seems interested.
She's going to peel the small blind. Drea with not an awful lot to work with here, the 9-4. She would have liked to have been able to exert some pressure on these two players, and would have been a nice spot for a squeeze, but we do need to be somewhat selective with our pre-flop hand selection.
And Nadia's hand we do see. It's the ace-10, flopping the top pair.
Should be doing quite nicely. You're going to expect maybe pocket nines is the only hand that could be up against here. And a quick check back. Employing some pot control with the ace-10. Just going to have some hands like queen-10, king-queen, queen-jack as well that could play quite naturally in this regard.
Yeah. Is that a raise or a call from Nadia? Not sure. It's hidden behind the graphics.
Looks like we're seeing a river card,
Yeah,
so I think she's
it's a
just going to
call.
come along, continue to under-rep her hand here, and the
Yeah.
6 is a nice card to see. Not going to be seeing too many improvements on the 6. Ace-6 suited could have been a hand that 3 bets or fold to pre-flop.
Quick bet from Cindy.
Yeah, and not too big.
Expecting her to have too much of a hand
The
here.
best
actually.
hand she can have is ace-jack, really. So I think it's ace-9 suited and ace-jack that we're really worried about. And I don't think raising is going to achieve an
No.
awful lot.
Quick call, and what do we see? Queen-6.
Wow.
Two
queen
pair on the
6 of
river.
diamonds.
Wow. And diamonds on the turn as well, of course, when she did bet. And wow.
Ay caramba, what do I know? I said that's not gonna I said that's not going to improve her. There's no way. And she's in there with the feisty queen-6 of diamonds. Cindy's come to play.
Yep.
Not perturbed by Drea in the big blind as well. That could have been, you know, jumping in aggressively with the squeeze or coming in and making life difficult for her out of position in the small blind. A rather creative play there.
Yeah. Mind you guys, we're a bit rusty since last year. What are we saying?
I don't even, we're playing Hold'em or Omaha here. There's 1, 2 cards. Okay, all right, got it.
Yeah, but it's nice to be back here in Tallinn, and surely nice to see that great turnout in the early tournaments already, or I should say it's almost halfway through the series, but the big ones are still to come. The main event, Day 1A, is starting today, just an hour ago or so, and we'll have several flights, of course, and many other mixed games tournaments as well. I think we have the horse as well later on today.
The horse, you got the 5-5-5 running as well. Big fields, big action is guaranteed here in Tallinn. Very much an emerging stop. It's good to chat with Andy Tillman as well, who is heading up the tournament directing duties around the world on the road for 300 plus days of the year. That is quite some commitment, but you know, when I asked him what's the secret sauce for that, he just said just a pure love of the game. So that's what you want, right? That's
Can he say anything else than that?
Well, exactly, right. You know, if he were to go down that route, I hate this, and all that, it wouldn't be great for the brand, but it was a genuine.
Yeah.
It was a genuine.
And this was
retort.
made on cam as well, right? So we'll get to see this later on.
We will in between action when we've got the breaks. So we're going to see some kind of almost podcast style interviews with guys like Andy, as well as the streamer Scott Kenyon, Poker Bras. If you are in the Twitch street, aware of his work advocating a lot of mixed games himself, and we got to talk about some of the strategies and his approaches to these live fields. So some tidbits of information from not only people behind the scenes, but people battling out on the felt as well.
Yeah, and Scott hopefully will be joining us in the commentary booth as well. We'll, of course, as always, have some guests in here joining George. And most likely we will have a lady, Lena Olofsson, coming in maybe an hour or so to help us commentate the final table. She also played this event, went pretty deep, but did not cash. So she'll have to maybe have some insights, played against these ladies yesterday, and can give some more information about their playing style. As Helena now with a mystery hand is 3-betting to 29.
Very small sizing here. It looks extremely strong, even though we can't see exactly what they're working with. I would be putting a lot of money that this is a very strong hand. The out of position small 3-bet. Again, without too much information or knowledge of Helena's style, you see some players use this small 3-bet kind of as a pot builder with these kind of hands like ace-10 suited, king-queen suited, that tend to play well and just want to juice up the pot a little bit more. And then you see some other players, you know, using this smaller size just to keep our opponent involved with hands like aces, kings, and queens. So I think she's going to do really nicely on this board. Ace, queen, 10, expecting a lot of 2 pairs. Yeah, there we go. There's bottom set for Helena.
There we go, yeah. Tens, wow. This might be trouble for Cindy because she did open. Of course, it's in her range to have an ace and
she's
maybe build on that.
Even hands as strong as ace queen here, but sevens is saving her in this. In this, only really king jack suited that she would have been hoping for there, but sevens is kind of a nice one in some ways. When you see a board like this, the job becomes a lot easier. Just get out of dodge.
Still a nice start for Helena, almost doubled her stack, and of course Cindy is also up since the start, so not too unhappy about that last hand. And still, as you can see in the top right corner, there is 10 players remaining, and as we did mention, there's probably, at least, we don't see the tables from here of course, but we did hear that the outer table has 1 player sitting out. That was a rather short stack coming into this day 2, so might have getting closer to being blinded out, unfortunately, due to medical emergency, could not show up for day 2. Now we concentrate on the feature table though. We'll let you know if anything happens on the outer table as well. And Cindy now opening with the queen jack off.
Yeah, and an interesting spot here with the 10s. Do we want to be 3-bet calling a hand like this at this crucial stage where we have a short stack withering away on the outer table?
Yeah.
You know, if we do 3-bet call, we're going to see a lot of hands like ace, queen, ace, king, jacks, queens. She's just going to shove.
She shoves.
That certainly simplifies the choice.
Yeah.
5-handed. She knows that Cindy is going to be opening somewhat wide with her stack and is covered. So, yeah, flat or shove seems to be the play. Not allowing an out of position post-flop confrontation with the 10s. Gets a bit dicey on almost every board. And takes it down.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, because we were talking about that we have a stack probably blinding off on the outer table, but it's been rather aggressive on this table. There's no stalling or no soft play at all, just to get into that money jump on the final table. So they're being aggressive, these 5 ladies.
Well, when you think about the added value of the package on top, right? They've got 10 left. They need to try and give themselves some equity to take that down as well. That's a big part of the prize pool here.
Yeah.
So quite like her decision in the end to shove. Makes a lot of sense. Drea with the 6-4 suited now.
Okay, ladies, we're going to start moving into the Sydney room for the satellite.
All right,
so
now
anybody,
then,
all
Drea
women,
racing with the 6-4
suited,
suited, of course making use of her big stack, putting the pressure on the other players. Nadia with another mystery hand now in the small blind. It seems like she's not folding this one. Bit of a decision by the looks of it. Again for Nadia. This time she lets it go. Could not see the hand, but there is an easy fold in the big blind for Cindy at least then. Cindy and Drea chatting away. Some different approaches to that on this table. I know Drea likes to chat a lot by the table. Seen her in the other events as well. She's been playing, I think, almost every tournament so far. She went pretty deep in another event the other day, and I had a talk with her, and she was really fired up for the series and had the plans to play all the ladies events. There are 2 of them, but also a lot of other side tournaments and maybe the main event. And maybe this could be the satellite for her to the main event then. It's a €1,500 buy-in for the main, but looking good to take down a decent score at least in this one. And I can see from the YouTube chat that Mr. Lidur is joining us and asking about the ITM and the prize pool. And shame on you, Mr. Lidur, not to showing up. We did talk about it 5-10 minutes ago. You have to be here from the start. Jokes aside, there is a €700 to the next finisher in 10th place. And then pay jumps all the way up from 9th, of course, starting with €750 for 9th. We can say that 5th, for example, is 1443. 3rd place, 2770. 2nd place, €4150. And up top, 6480 in euros. And that $5K added package where you get to go to Bahamas. I think there's no more Tournament of Champion this year. They changed it. Before, all the ring winners got to go to LA to play at Commerce, the Tournament of Champion. But this year, all the circuit events are awarding a $5K package where you get to go with hotel and buy-in for a tournament in the Bahamas. Not quite sure if it's the main event or a certain side event, but you're not playing these against only the other champions. Your buy-in is for a normal tournament, and then you have the hotel and everything, of course, covered for that $5K package. But now, back to the table. Jenny with the ace deuce. Top pair, Drea. Oh, she shoves it with the flush draw only. Gut shot and flush draw, and really putting the pressure on Jenny now. Tough spot, of course, here. Getting check raised by the chip leader. Top pair with a lousy kicker and no added draws. Drea, as you can see, she's only 32% equity on this hand, but of course has a lot of outs and has the guts to do this. She saw Jenny fold in a similar position earlier, and now I also think we have one player on the outer table really close to being blinded out, unfortunately. So to make that final table and secure her spots, Jenny decides to fold this one. Understandable, and but a tough spot for her. She's been put in that spot twice now already on this feature table. And if you like just some of you asking for the payouts just joined us, this is the final 10 players of the ladies only ring event here in Tallinn. €350 buy-in, 74 players, now down to the final 10. So these 5 and the outer table are the 10 ladies still in. When we are down to 9, we're gonna have a break and set up. They're gonna do final table photos and some interviews that we hopefully will get to see as well before we get started with the official final table of 9. Still 10 though, and Nadia in the cutoff with the ace 10, opening this hand. Cindy comes with a race here now. Mystery hand on the button. 3-betted to 35. Not able to see her hand yet, but most likely she has an aggressive style, but I expect her to have a hand in this position actually, as we do know they're keeping track of the outer table as well. There's just a €50 money jump, of course, for the next seat, so maybe not too bothered about that, the players, but still, you do want to make that final table. So I'd be surprised if Sind is doing this with less than a medium or high pair, or a better ace than Nadia would have. Taking a bit of time, but expect Nadia to fold this one. Need some thought though.
Certainly looks like she's delving into the live read side of things, just kind of sizing her opponent up there, and does go with the fold. I think it's one of those hands with ICM, we don't really want to be calling a hand like ace-10 out of position. It's quite troublesome. You're going to get stacked on a lot of boards or just be in a really tough spot on an ace-high board there versus multiple streets of aggression. So deciding to, between, I guess, shove, 4-bet non-all-in and fold without considering a call there, and I think she's made quite a wise decision. Sometimes even if you look at the stream later and you got bluffed, it's a smaller kind of thought process than it is just running into a big hand there. So I think she's navigated that one quite well.
Yeah. And this time she doesn't have to see on stream what it was, because it was a mystery one.
The mystery hand again.
Now
Strikes
then,
back.
It's Nadia who has the 9-7 suited. Best hand in the world, if you ask me.
Oh, is that your favorite?
Yeah.
They never see it coming with the 9-7, do they?
Exactly, they don't.
6-8-5, it's such an innocuous board, and all of a sudden the money's going in. They've got the overpair, you've got the straights, and it's good night Vienna.
Yes. And they say, you called with nothing? Oh, you have a flop straight. I didn't see it.
Yeah. And it's like, yes, but you've got 200 big blinds in post flops, so who's the real schmuck here?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Drea, of course, opening the Queen Jack suited now with a lot of chips, and now Jenny rips it in, right? Yep, she does.
She does, and Drea here with less than 10 big blinds. It's going to be 9 bigs. You can see she's fanning herself because it is really
I think that's
hot under
Cindy,
the
actually,
lights.
but yeah.
Oh, is that Cindy?
I think so, yeah. Maybe she's fanning Drea.
Yeah, come on, make the right decision. Get her out of here.
Yeah. And Drea now making the calculation how much it costs and where that would put her if she loses this one, and with a healthy stack in front of her.
Exactly. We've still got so many chips behind.
Yeah.
We're going to be in a decent equity situation. You're going to have to get really unlucky to run into a hand that's got us absolutely crushed. So I'm thinking sort of...
She agrees.
Queens plus, ace, queen, ace, jack. It's a small part of the range. Jenny more than capable of taking hands like this that you might see other players just peel and see a flop.
So the all-in star is by Jenny's ace-3. She's the one risking her seat in this tournament now. As Drea flops the gutter, the gut shot. No hit for Jenny, but still in front with the ace-high, of course.
Yeah, the equity remains the same, and the king
so
not changing anything.
Jenny need to avoid 10, jack, or a queen. And she does.
She does.
Fade it.
Nice
Doubling
hold
up.
there. Very much a sweaty flop, because you're thinking queen,
Yeah,
jack.
you already see the 10, right?
I'm dead
you
on
know
the 10.
it's coming.
the 4 of hearts or something is just,
Yeah.
the stress levels are pumping
Yes.
at that point. But she does manage to find a nice clean run out with the board pair on the river, and very much a well-needed double, and that's why she was in some ways a bit more aggressive. Maybe she's going to get a fold from a hand like an ace-5 off every now and then, but just going to have to take some flips at this stage.
Yep, and here we have the current chip count on this feature table, and then we have 5 players on the outer table. And question from the chat is about a delay, and we're on a 30-minute delay. So 30 minutes is the delay we will have throughout the day. And we should say that we are seated in a studio far away from these ladies. We cannot spoil even if we want to, so don't be too afraid of that.
No spoilers. We're going to be with you the whole way in terms of on the delay and seeing the action as it comes.
Yeah. We are, of course, on site, though. We're not in the studio in Macau.
No, precisely. Yeah, we might know something, but we're not going to be giving anything away. So Drea continuing to up the ante, keep the aggression nice and strong. You know, as we just mentioned there, she loses that 9 big blinds all in. She's still in a very dominating situation, so very much worth her while to take those kind of thinner spots.
Absolutely.
You know, with 2 big blinds already invested, the blind, the big blind ante and the small blind, getting a great price there to knock out a really strong player in Jenny Westmoreland. And, you know, sometimes you just got to win those pots. I did speak to Drea before day 2, and she felt that even with her massive stack that she'd been kind of unlucky in all in, so that's just the way that a poker player's brain always works, isn't it?
It is, right?
I've been hard done by. Yeah. Pretty much leading the tournament with 11 left, but not had a shred of luck.
Exactly.
A very common board that we're going to see a c-bet here for the small size from Drea. Looking to clear out some ace highs, looking to clear out some hands like King 9 of hearts, for example, that just can't stick around. Nadia is going to double check those cards. Yep, still got the flop trips. Do we want to call here and allow some more aggression from the chip leader, or do we want to check raise and start to seek the value from hands like 2 pair, flush draws, some ace highs with backdoor equity that could stick around? She does go for the small inviting raise, just trying to keep that wide range of Drea involved. You know, even a hand like ace king here with no diamond is going to be quite likely to stick around for the small raise. In this case, King 7 of clubs, about as little interaction as she could have possibly had, so it does end up mucking it and getting out the way. Another nice pick up there for Nadia.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I recognize Nadia. I think we had her on a feature table at last year's event as well, or might have been on one of the Kings of Tallinn here, but she's definitely here playing a lot and not a stranger to these feature tables. And the only one wearing sunglasses. She knows there might be a lot of lights.
Oh yeah. Keeping off the glare of all of the media setup that we've got here.
Drea now under the gun, first to act with the King Jack off.
Seems a very natural raise with her position. Again, just looking to keep up the tempo.
Yep, absolutely. And quick folds from Jenny and Helena. Over to Cindy in the big blind, folding the King 7 quickly and
with a little look as if to say, hey, stop picking on my blinds. Can we get this elimination on the other table already, or what's going on here? But that's just one of those slightly unfortunate / uncomfortable situations that you do find yourself in the last 2 tables.
Yeah.
Oh, and there we could you see on the ticker there on the right-hand side?
Right. We have the elimination on the outer table. We have been told in our ears that it is the player who did not show up for day 2, unfortunately, due to a medical issue, and seems to be blinded out then, and now down to the final 9. This is the feature table chip count, but we are now going to have a break for about 25 minutes. We're going to set up the final table. We're going to do some interviews maybe with 1 or 2 of these girls, and then we'll be back with the introduction from our tournament director, Teresa, to have all the 9 finalists presented to us.
Yeah, so stick around and we'll see you in about 25 minutes local time. Thanks very much.
Thanks for joining so far. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome in many ways to Estonia. It is time for the 2025 World Series of Poker circuit events here in Tallinn. We're going to be for 10 days in the premises behind me, the Hilton Hotel and the Olympic Casino. Let's head inside and see, as they're just about to get started. So now we step inside the beautiful Olympic Casino here at the Hilton. Behind me, they are playing the satellite for the first ring event. There will be a mini main event starting later tonight, Friday, and many players behind me hope to get a free seat into that one. But of course, a lot of action will be coming up through the week as well. You will have 10 days full packed of action, and we're also going to be upstairs, of course, in the big ballroom. This space down here will not be enough. So let's head up and see the preparations upstairs as well. So now we're headed upstairs in the Hilton Hotel. This is where the main action will happen, all the tournaments throughout the week, 10 days packed with action. We're bringing the heat from outside into the poker tables here in Hilton and Olympic Casino. To all our players joining, you can see the schedule at allibetevents.com and enjoy the week. Welcome back to the World Series of Poker Circuit Events in Tallinn 2025. We are on day 2, and behind me, of course, a lot of poker is already in full swing. We have the open face Chinese, and we have the day 1B of the mini main event. But I thought I would show you a little bit what else you can do besides play poker. Let's see what's offered in the Hilton Hotel. Right to the left of the entrance, when you come out, you have the Olibet food truck with burgers, tacos, and fries, whatnot. And you know, hardest part of this work, sometimes you just have to try things as well. So, okay guys, let's see. Could we have some tacos, please? Yeah. Oh, it's really quick too. Can't promise you that they will be this quick all the time, but surely you can get a nice food, a meal out here in your breaks. So make sure to check out the Olibet food wagon outside. Now then, once eaten, when you enter the Hilton, to your left you find the merchandise stand. Here you can find some nice t-shirts, caps, hats, sunglasses even, might be needed in this weather. We have one of the nice caps here, and we'll show you a bit more about what could be found here. And as you're heading upstairs to go to the big tournament ballroom, of course, you'll be using the stairs, not the elevators. And in these stairs, you'll find the ring winners from 2023 and 2024. All their names are on these steps. And once you've done those steps, you'll be upstairs in the lobby outside the ballrooms where the tournaments are played. And the first thing you will see is the cashier. Here you can register for all of the tournaments for the week. Now then, in the big ballroom, this is the main tournament area, and this room can fit over 300 players. This is where you'll be playing most of your tournaments before you might end up at the final table, might even be at the live TV table. So here we are now with that TV table in the background. This is where you want to end up, of course, and there will be live streams coming to you from Tuesday. So stay tuned to our socials to not miss out on that, and of course watch all our streams, all our updates. Thank you for watching this walk around video, and I hope to see you soon. Joined now by Jason Glatzer, as you all know by now, the CEO of Poker.pro. And Jason, tell us, what is Poker.pro doing during these events?
Well, we're here to cover the event. We had a lot of pre-event coverage, but we're going to have a live blog starting tomorrow on Poker.pro. There'll be daily articles that will also be imported over to allibetevents.com, so check them out as well because they have the schedule and everything else. We have our hosts coming later in the week, so expect a lot of social media fun as well throughout the week. week. And maybe you'll see me at the table. I mean, it is the first ever Svetlana special ring event later in the week. That is my main event. I have to be free, I have to try to play, and I have to try to win my first gold ring as well.
But you have some scores recently, haven't you? Some results.
The rumor has it I've won a trophy or two, maybe 3, 4, 5, but it's not about me, it's about all these amazing players.
I'll take the microphone away from him and we just stop it there. Poker.pro, there's where you find all the action. Christopher will be writing, Jason will be in the background, and I'm sure you can trust Glenn Brown when he arrives in a few days to give you some real nice content too. Jason?
Yes. And we have Eitan and Maureen coming as well, playing the ladies' ring event, so that should be quite interesting as well. But we have a group of 5 coming in total.
Perfect. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to the WSOP Circuit here in Tallinn, and it's 2025, and I'm joined by Andy Tillman. You've just been announced as the Chief International WSOP Circuit International Manager, is that correct?
International Tournament Director.
International Tournament Director. So you're going to be looking after every event upcoming on the roster, starting with Tallinn. You're going to be going to...
I go to Bratislava in a few days here to have the second event for us on the new season for WSOP Circuits. We'll also be rolling out for the first time outside of Vegas in the Bahamas, WSOP Plus in Bratislava. So have our tournament system with the app that everyone's been loving.
Yeah, and that's going to be rolling out there. And in terms of your international travel, how many passports do you go through a year? So you're on the road for how many days?
I'm on the road this year probably close to 300 days this year.
And how do you balance that with home time, family?
Very poorly. That's how we balance it. It's impossible. It's an impossibility being this busy with everything we're doing and building and trying to grow poker. It's, you sacrifice a little bit, but at the end of the game, it'll be better for everyone.
Absolutely. So would you say that that's where your passion lies? Because I read that you were dealing about 20 years ago and sort of made your way up. So what was it that really gave you the kind of breakthrough moment to start working more on the international stage as opposed to card rooms in the US?
It was probably when I first started doing the WSP circuit in the US and ran in the tournament director at the time and got invited to a tournament in Bratislava, Slovakia in 2009, I believe. Mm-hmm. And that just really kind of relit the fire to want to travel more, want to work more. And I've always enjoyed being in poker. I mean, this is my university job.
Yeah.
That I just kind of stumbled into and just enjoyed the environment and the people. And it's great. And I mean, just the travel and now working my way up, like you said, from dealer to like floor assistant to floor to manager, now to tournament director. It's been a long and fun road, but we're still enjoying it. I mean, now the new position's busier, doing more things, but it's really kind of even pushed the fire more.
So to those people out there that are kind of looking to follow in your footsteps, what would you say is the greatest strength you need to climb that ladder?
Probably the greatest strength is enjoying what you do, like really enjoying the environment and focusing on always learning, always trying to get better and understanding, never thinking that I know everything. I'm willing to learn every day and trying to find something new, a different perspective, different thoughts. And I'm consistently talking with other TDs, players, floors, just to have other perspectives and outsides and not just having my own vision by myself.
Yeah, so working on that kind of emotional intelligence as you go as well, looking at other people's perspectives and just being open-minded towards that. Yeah, sounds good. Which is the favorite stop for you at the moment? You don't have to say Tallinn because I know we're here, but...
I mean, Tallinn has been nice. I mean, the venue is great. I mean, it's definitely something I was excited to see. This is my first time here, and it hasn't disappointed. But, I mean, it's really hard to beat Australia.
Yeah.
I mean...
Gold Coast?
Gold Coast this year. And I was just there in May for a site visit and meeting everyone. And between just the relaxed Australian culture and the casino being... I don't know, 5-6 minute walk from the beach right there.
How
next to
sensational is that beach, by the way? It's wow factor, right?
Beach is amazing. The casino is beautiful. Everyone's so friendly. Mm-hmm. And it's just the entire environment makes everything so relaxed, but so much more fun.
Yeah.
So it's just an overall enjoyable experience for everything.
And so to add the prestigiousness of the WSOP brand, you get the international players coming in as well. There's always that kind of, I don't know if you feel this as well, but there's a buzz around these events. It's just kind of that step up from, a random tournament series to, hey, we're at the WSOP now. It just kind of adds that wow factor.
It adds the wow factor for sure. Because, I mean, WSOP is the biggest brand for poker on the planet. And I mean, everyone gets their chance to come and play on the circuit and do things like that. So it gives the experience and the opportunity for everyone that cannot go to Vegas or just doesn't have the bankroll to go to Vegas. So now you get your own chance at playing with that buzz, with that environment. And that actually really is the fun part of it.
I think so.
Because everyone shows up and everyone seems to be genuinely excited to play.
Yeah, or whether it's a mini main or a high roller, it doesn't really matter. There's the same energy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes. And so we have to ask you, just to close things out, with the controversy of the big characters at the WSOP this year, what's your take? Are you Team Cabrel or Team Kasuf, or can you be both?
I don't think you can be both. I mean, you and I both know Kasuf fairly well. And
yeah.
Will went far even for Will.
Yeah.
And just that thing just got way out of hand, and both sides were just pushing, and I just can't be on Team Kasuf with everything there, because he was just abusive and things like that. Cabral, he's intense. He tends to really be on that razor's edge, but he's very rarely crossing it.
I don't think he ever does anything too wrong. And, you know, I met you years ago in Rozvadov as a player, right? And when we were dealing with guys like Cabral there, it was kind of a novelty, you know, in that local scene that hadn't really reached the bigger stage at that point. And then all of a sudden he started to play in the super high rollers and stuff like that. And I always just thought, you know what, this guy's kind of a master of the vocal side of the game, whereas a lot of people would say Kasuf was. But then, you know, when Kasuf busted out of the tournament, you saw this kind of tirade, and you were thinking, well, hang on a second, maybe it's not maybe it's not for his own benefit. It's just coming from a rather uncomfortable place, let's say.
Yeah,
and that's what it felt like. But thanks for coming on. Thanks for giving us your opinions on a couple of things.
Of course,
and looking forward to seeing you go about your business this week.
Yeah, I mean, we should have some fun here. I mean, it's going to be a great event. I mean, we're just getting ready to start up. The main event should have just put cards in the air and had shuffle up and deal, and should be a great main event.
Absolutely.
Still have a ton of events to go, and I mean, on to Bratislava next, and then
on to Bratislava. But it's always on to the next thing with you, isn't it?
I mean, you go to
but you got to love it for that reason, huh?
I mean, between now and the end of the Bahamas, I have 10 events.
Yeah.
In 4 months?
Wow. Yeah.
So there'll be a lot of WSOP action coming to pretty much anyone everywhere right now. It's 10 events on 4 continents for me, and we still have others that, well, I just physically can't make to.
Yeah. So WSOP.com for all of that, guys. Check out the tournaments that could be local to you, and if not, Gold Coast is going to be the big one. Get yourself booked in for that one. Thanks very much for joining, Andy, once again.
Thank
Cheers.
you, guys. See you guys. Enjoy.
Hi guys, coming back to the WSOP Circuit events in Tallinn, now joined by Norwegian, always happy superstar Drea Carlson. Welcome to Tallinn, first of all.
Thank you so much.
And I was just standing by your table minutes ago to ask if you're okay to have the interview with us.
Yeah.
But I had to stand there for a few minutes because you're having such a nice chatter on the table and you're smiling, being happy. Do you always have fun on the tables?
Yeah, that's a big part of poker for me, being social. Taking a drink, just be happy, meet new people and new friends, and play a lot of hands as well. So
okay, that's part of your strategy.
It is.
Okay, don't tell anyone.
Kill them with kindness.
Yeah. So the series has just started. Do you have a plan what you're going to play during this event?
Well, I'm staying till next Friday, so I'm going to play the mini main today. I first 1B. Hopefully tomorrow as well, day 2. I think so. I really believe I'm going to. Go through to day 2. Of course, the ladies events.
Yes.
I love the ladies events everywhere, so I'm here for that as well. And I just take everything else as it comes.
Yeah.
So that's my 2 tournaments right now.
And a lady always love a ring, right?
Yeah, of course. I need a ring on that finger.
Yes, so hopefully we can make that happen during this series. And I know, actually, you talking about the ladies event, you won a ladies event just a couple of months ago, right?
Yeah, I won in Vilnius, So that's why I also going to Queens of Tallinn in August.
Yeah.
Because I won a ticket in that tournament, so yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's actually just a couple of weeks away for the ladies, the Queens tournament here in Tallinn.
I'm so looking forward to that event as well. A lot of ladies playing, and those events are so important to just bring up the women in poker, and we're so few compared to the guys. Yeah. So we need more women in poker. These events helps so much, and I'm here to be happy and to meet other women, to greet them, to take them in, with warm, good arms. So please join.
Yeah, exactly. Here you see what you can expect if you come here, either now during this series or the Queens of Tallinn. Then
Yeah,
in
a lot of
August.
smiles and a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it is fun by the tables. Best of luck, Drea. We're going to send you back and hope to see you soon again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So it's time to step into the action as well. Talk a bit with one of the players, Scott Kenyon, and you're not playing Texas Hold'em today.
No, I mean, I'm actually the leader of the Boo Hold'em movement, the fastest growing movement. We don't like Hold'em. So I come to festivals like this to basically avoid Hold'em at all costs. If there's nothing else to play, then okay, we play it. But for the most part, not playing Hold'em.
Yeah.
So today we're playing Open Face Chinese. Had a very good start. First few levels were nice. The last couple of levels not so great, so my stack has dwindled a little bit. Still workable, still playable, but always fun. But it's a really deep stack structure, so the nice thing is, should I bust, I will happily re-enter because you still come in with a lot of points. It's 50k starting stack as opposed to like 20 or 30 that you normally get, so allows for a lot of playability, a lot of rebuy potential.
And I know there's a lot of people back home watching, like Open Face Chinese Pineapple. That's a lot of words. But if they want to try it themselves, what's the easiest way to get into all these mixed games?
So it sounds like a really complicated game, but it's actually really simple. The hand rankings are the same as you have in Hold'em, but it's just you're making 3 different poker hands. You're going to have 3 poker hands just for yourself, and the strongest hand has to be at the back. You have 5 cards, 3 cards, and it goes strongest hand, next strongest hand, weakest hand. But the hand rankings are exactly the same as Hold'em, so you're making literal normal boards that you would make just with personal cards. Yeah.
And also, now we have a cameraman in front of us, but you have your own camera on the side here. You're live streaming
Yeah,
the table.
streaming at the moment. I'm trying to convince the lovely Teresa to maybe let me stream more days. I get that it's one of those very touchy issues these days with electronics, game integrity and such. For Chinese, that's why it's so great as well, because like all the information is open face anyway, so there is no game integrity issue. But yeah, it's tricky. There've been things happening obviously in the poker world, non-good things.
Yeah.
So it makes it more tricky for people like me trying to just spread the game and spread the word of the mixed games.
Yeah. But if they want to jump into your live streams, you know, you always do this from back home as well. You stream poker, so where do they find you?
So I stream full time on twitch.tv/pokerbras. If you're looking for the spelling of poker bras, it is on my cap right there.
Now this guy's a professional, right? All right.
I mean, that's my full-time job. People ask me, am I a pro player? I'm honest, absolutely not. That is not my full-time living. My living is from streaming. I get sponsored by a site, so I get like some steady money from them as well. But yeah, that's my full-time job. I play poker online and stream it on Twitch.
You enjoy life?
Yeah, basically. I mean, I live in Gibraltar. The weather's beautiful there all the way through the year. Play some five-a-side football there as well. Have some fun.
There you go. Could be this could be you as well, maybe.
Yeah.
Just start. But the Open Face, is that your favorite mixed game, or?
It's one of my favorite for sure. It's fast becoming more my favorite because I had a couple of festivals recently where I won a high roller, 1K buy-in, won some nice money there. So it's fast becoming and a fan favorite, to be honest. People love to come watch it. I've had people who've come into the chat at the start and they have no idea what the game is. I give them a little command which shows sort of the rules and everything, and everyone's like, oh wow, this game's so much fun. It looks, really good.
Yeah. And then you ask them to come play heads up and
yeah, why not? Yeah.
All right, Scott, thanks for talking to us, and I'll let you get back to the Open Face tournament then.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi guys, welcome. We're in the middle of the action on the World Series of Poker circuit events here in Tallinn, and now joined by one of the real legends already in Estonian poker, Ranno Sootla. Remind me, where are you on the money list right now? Do you keep track of that yourself?
I look sometimes what's going on, but like not so consistently. But I guess I'm somewhere in between the 7 or 5, 6 or something. I don't know.
No. But you
somewhere
do,
there.
You do care a little bit about that.
I mean, little bit. Yeah. It's always the thing with this money list is always these are just winnings. They don't show.
Sure.
So it's the one who's played more, the one who's played higher, bigger buy-ins. The one who's been longer in the game will always be up there. So. It's a fun thing to like be in tune with, but I'm not like obsessing about it.
No, okay.
Yeah.
But now you're just coming back from, was it a full month in Vegas?
Yeah, I was 1 month in Vegas. Next time I will do max 2 weeks.
Okay.
It's a little bit too long to be in Vegas for me. I just don't like the weather and the place too much, but the games are good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you most do tournaments or cash
I
games?
mostly mainly play cash, because the taxes. But I did play the main and some other small events. But yeah,
Okay.
no good in tournaments, but decent in cash.
Yeah, all right. And now back home, you don't have to worry about the taxes. You're going for the rings here now then?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's I always enjoy playing here. You know, we have so many familiar faces, so many friends, and just always a good atmosphere in these Olibet events here. You just really enjoy yourself. You know, I have my longer here, and I'm just chilling today, playing this 350 mini main. So yeah, taking it easy and enjoying.
Do you have a plan for the series already? I mean, do you look at the schedule, decide, or do you just play it by ear during?
You know, I will see. Like if cash games are good, I will try to play more cash games. But I will definitely play like the main and the 3K, and I will see then. Yeah. The main tournaments, all them tournaments, I will play. Might jump into a few PLO and here and there, and I will see. You know, go with the flow and just
So the extra little package added to the ring events, does Bahamas ring a bell?
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, I didn't know about that. That's cool. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, Olibet always does these things, you know, to give value to people and make it more exciting to play. So it's nice. Happy to hear that's the case. You know.
Yeah. So you've been in the business already. You're not that old for many years. I mean, you're not that old, but you see yourself continuing with this for many years.
With poker?
Yeah.
You know, I can see myself a few more years, you know, but like it's definitely like getting thoughts of like doing something else, you know. But it's hard to make the transition, you know. For me at least, it's hard to get into something else like so with such passion that I've done poker with, you know. So it's we'll see, you know. We'll see what life brings, you know.
But you have many poker players doing things within the business, start doing their own startups that has to do with poker. Do you have anything in mind that part as well?
I played with many ideas of starting to create maybe content, maybe doing Twitch, you know.
Yeah.
And I still haven't gotten into doing it because it's, you know, poker itself takes so much time and mental capacity. And I have a lot of I have hobbies. I have amazing girlfriend I want to spend time with. I have a dog, you know, and just like to manage content creation. I've seen people do it, and it takes so much time. But it's something that I might get into in the future. Let's see. I might, you know, I just might.
Let us know and we will promote your channels, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so best of luck in the mini main now and the further events coming up. Is there a special ring though, special event that you would like to win to say that I'm the champion of this one? Favorite game? Do you have that?
You know, I always come very close with these 3K high rollers.
Yeah.
You know, I really like the format. I like that there are like all the good players playing it. The fact that it's a 6 marks format. And I just been second, I've been third, I've been ninth and eighth.
Yeah.
So
there is this Ropetami guy, right?
Rope, yeah. I have to ask him what's his secret.
We'll do that.
Yeah, it's I will at least get a swap with him there. So at least I'm guaranteed some money. You know?
Exactly. Sounds like a good plan. All right, thank you, Ranno, for always being a good sport.
Sure.
We love talking to you, and best of luck during the series.
Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah.
Yes, we are back in the heat, both in Estonia, Tallinn, and in this studio, George. This is hot.
It's sweltering, but the action is making up for it, and we are going to be joining you live with the final 9 of the €350 ladies event, playing for the added 5K package, as well as a significant size of euros to be spread out over the next couple of hours. Do stay tuned.
Absolutely, and I believe you have met one of the final contestants as well.
That's right, Drea from Norway was giving us a little insight into her plan for the final table, as well as a couple of hands and little tidbits of info from her run to make it up to this stage.
Yeah, as you saw in the break, if you joined us, I had a talk with her a couple of days ago, but now we updated that interview and we are live with her from the final table where she comes in as the chip leader. So over to George and Drea.
So welcome back to the final table of the WSOP ladies event. We have here second in chips, Drea Carlson. Saw some nice aggressive poker from you on the outer table. Is that something that you're going to be continuing with on this final?
Of course it is. Yeah, that's how I did. Try to pressure.
And that's how you built the stack?
Yeah, it is.
Any major hands that you want to go through that got you there, or is it just kind of putting the pressure on and picking up the chips?
Yeah, seriously, I just lost all the all-ins yesterday, so
really?
So I should have a bigger stack because I lost some bad beats. But I got lucky in one spot as well, of course. But no big spots really, just grinding it up from start and trying to build a stack all the way. So yeah.
How much is the additional package playing in your mind, right? Because that's such a top-heavy addition to the prize pool.
Yeah.
That's going to make it even more aggressive for you to try and contend for that, right?
It's more value in winning this tournament. So I'm not going for third. I'm just going for second. ICM gets a bit fucked up because of the added value. So. So yeah, I'm here to win. I'm here to play aggressive. I'm here to take the spots I get, play as good as I can. I regret a bit the call with the Queen Jack all in there, but I'm not quite sure if that's. Yeah. I could fold, easier to fold and just continue pressuring the table.
Yeah.
So I regret that decision a bit.
But also the 4-bet shove with the Queen Jack suited was a nice aggressive move. You managed to get it to fold Ace-10 suited, which we thought in the booth could have just jammed itself. Yeah. So, if you pick up some of these 3-bet folds there, and maybe she doesn't do that with even hands like Jacks and 10s, she just shoves, then it's going to work out pretty well for you, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
Keep up the intensity, and it's hot out there in the main stage, right?
It's hot.
Yeah. So hopefully you can get it wrapped up quickly. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, there we had her, Drea Carlson. Actually, second in chips then. I might have said she's the chip leader, but she was coming in today too. Now second in chips and seems...
Yeah, she's neck and neck with Sarah Benjamin there, who is coming in as the Queens of Tallinn winner in 2024. So we've got a lot of people that are, putting their name in the hat. Absolutely. And I think we're ready for some introductions maybe for the final table. The final 9 in the ladies ring event here in Tallinn. Let's hear Teresa Nusiainen announce them for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is ring event number 4, World Series of Poker Circuit Tallinn 2025. This is our women-only ring event, and we are down to our final 9 players. Let me introduce you to our final table. Taking seat number 1 from Estonia with 283,000 in chips, please welcome Helena Tamm. Taking seat number 2 from Latvia with 215,000 in chips, please welcome Vita Veidemane. From Norway with 440,000 in chips, taking seat number 3, welcome Drea Carlson. Next up, Sweden, 200,000 in chips. Let's welcome Cindy Igborn. From Latvia with 64,000 in chips, welcome Angelika Urbane. 98,000 in chips, she is from Belarus. Welcome Irina Chikanskaya. And the chip leader of this final table with 539,000 in chips, from Finland, welcome Sara Benlamine. And from Sweden, taking seat number 9, 192,000 in chips, welcome Jenny Westerlund. Switzerland, taking seat number 4 with 188,000 in chips, Drea Sootla. And we are currently in 4,000, 8,000 blinds, 21 minutes to go. We're gonna shuffle for the bottom. The winner of this event will be a ring event winner and will also receive a $5,000 package to Bahamas at the end of the year.
Yes, please.
Button has been drawn on seat 8, so it means that Sara will begin on the bottom. 4,000, 8,000, 8,000, 21 minutes on this level. Ladies, enjoy, have fun. Let's shuffle up and deal.
And there we are. Cards are soon to be in the air for the final table of the ladies only €350 buy-in ring event at the World Series of Poker circuit here in Tallinn, Estonia. And George, we're in for a treat.
We certainly are. We got some familiar faces from over the years, not just in the WSOP, but also the Queens of Tallinn as well.
And first to act on this final table first hand is Vita, who we've seen on a few of these final tables already, or feature tables as well. And she actually was also in the day 2 on the 555 earlier today, and we talked in a little bit in an interview with her about maybe having to multi-table, but she unfortunately busted that event a couple of hours ago and can concentrate on this one then instead.
Yeah, not a bad spot to be in regardless. €6,500 plus the 5K USD package up for grabs over the next couple of hours.
Yes, absolutely. And maybe now the race from Vita gets uncontested. It does. We see the ace-jack, the race he did under the gun, and Helena, the home player from Estonia, in the big blind folding the king-6 off. So that was the first hand. We just merged into the final table. If you just joined us, we were 11 players coming back to this one today out of the 74 starting yesterday and played on 2 tables. Now we're down to the final 9. We are in the money. The 10th and 11th place finishers took down €700 each. Next payout is $750, and then we have 2.7 for third, 4.2 approximately for second, and €6,400 plus the added package, of course, worth $5,000 as Teresa just said, to go play also in the WSOP Bahamas in December. And it's good for them. They're getting used to the heat already here in Tallinn to go to Bahamas.
Yeah, I think Jenny came best prepared with the no sleeves.
Yeah, exactly. Vita also almost in Bahamas already. And now seems like she's defending the big blind. The raise under the gun from Drea.
Usually a hand that we're not going to be dominated by an under the gun range. Unfortunately, on this occasion, the 7 is not a great card for her.
3 diamonds on that board, and how were we on diamonds? So it's the nut draw for Drea as well with the ace of diamonds. So good flop for her, of course.
Beautiful flop. Just happy to fire in a small c-bet here. Look to seek some value from the worst flush draws. The worst 7x. She's doing extremely well. Even a hand as strong as King 10 here is going to be about 50-50 with her. And Vita just folding the middle pair there. Not too many great cards for her on the turn. Just a 7 or an 8.
Still a discipline laid out.
Yeah, absolutely.
The middle pair. And Drea now then might have taken herself up to the top of the chip counts again. She's almost equal with Sara Benjamin in seat number 8. You can see 2 big stacks on those seats.
And she comes with a high tempo game style, and in that interview that we had previous to the final table, she was saying that she's not going to take her foot off the gas. So she's certainly one to watch, the Norwegian lady in seat 3. Keep your eyes peeled for her. And we'll be interested to see what Sarah's response to that is. They are on the opposite ends of the table, so the likelihood of collisions between the two is somewhat rarer, but it's going to have to as the field will thin out.
Now then, the shortest stack on the table, Angelica, with the ace-jack suited, and I think we only have one move here, right?
Yep, chips are going into the middle. Don't think we can really chance any kind of non-all-in or a limp or anything like that. Just going to be shoving. First things first, looking to take it down, but if we get called by a slightly worse hand, then that's a bonus as well.
Jenny will not put up a fight. Let's see the button and the antes. No, Helena is definitely not getting involved. Vita is staying out with the king 3. What about Drea? She's called. All right.
Very quick call with the 8s. And another flip. And Drea did say that she felt like she hadn't had the good run of the all-ins. So let's see if the fortune can turn in her favor for the final table. 9 left. First big confrontation of the day. And it's
There's
an ace on the flop.
As you can see, both 8s are live, at least for Drea. Not been any 8s folded, but that's not an 8. So 2 outs now to the river for Drea to eliminate Angelica, but she does not find it. And it's a double up for the table short stack. Playing with an Austrian flag, Angelica.
Yeah, Angelica getting the job done. Nice to see the ace on the flop, just taking away some of the sweat.
Did I say Austrian? That's still Latvian, right? Did I make
Yeah, they're very similar flags, but I think
of that kind?
in this part of the world
guys.
it's going to be likely to be the Latvian one.
Exactly.
It's a long way from Austria.
I blame the heat.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That's an easy cop-out for us this week.
Yeah,
Huh?
so with that said, making an error like that, you have to go, right? So I'm going to introduce
That's
my
a black mark for,
yes.
for Wise Guy. You're out.
I teased you earlier that we have a player and colleague to us who will also working with the media here on site, but she did play this event, got pretty deep, and she's been in the commentary booth before. Lena Olofsson is joining George now to maybe have some insights of these ladies that she played with, most of them yesterday actually. So with that, I'm signing out. I'm going to go learn some flags, and then I'll be back later.
A bit of geography homework for
Yes.
you, Wise Guy, and we'll be seeing you in the booth later on tonight. Over to Vita with the deuces, the ducks on the button. Looks like she's interested. She's got Drea in the small blind here, so somewhat advantageous for her. So, Lena, I'm going to throw you in the deep end straight away. Who's your favorite? Who are you rooting for?
I must say, obviously, one of the 2 Swedes, Jenny Westerlund and Cindy Igborn. Cindy, I play with a lot.
Okay.
Jenny, I've known for approximately 20 years. She used to work as a dealer at the casino when they opened, and but now pretty frequently she's been on the tour.
Kind of grinding the live circuit, right?
Yeah, definitely.
You see her popping up all over the place, and she doesn't do too badly either. Definitely got a good game.
Yeah.
And it's not just the ladies' events she's competing in. I've had some deep runs with her in Bratislava, for example, where we locked horns in a couple of big pots, and she's certainly a good player, very fearless.
Yeah, very fearless.
Very
I
fearless.
played with her yesterday. Yeah, I mean, I didn't have an easy table to start with another Swedish player. She's really aggressive, so am I. And then Jenny came. So it was the 3 of us, the 3 Swedes.
Yeah, just running the show, basically.
Yeah, definitely. And but Cindy, she's one of my absolute favorites. She's so much fun. She's Colombian, moved to Sweden about 6-7 years ago. She doesn't speak English.
But she's picked up the language, Swedish?
Yeah, she speaks perfect Swedish, but when she swears, it's often in Spanish.
Okay. The Latina fires out of her.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. She's such a Latino. And the chip leader, Sarah, I played a lot with her yesterday, and she was the one busting me.
So
And she's
not
also
too much
aggressive.
bad blood there.
No, definitely not. She's a good player. She's a really good player, and I'm impressed. I mean, she has 2 of those queens hanging around her neck from, first of all, winning the main event of the Queens of Tallinn, and then also one of the side events.
Yeah.
So she won 2 out of 3.
I saw her Hendon mob the other day, and it's 2 cashes, 2 wins. So when she gets in the mix, she certainly knows how to convert it, which is a strong attribute to have.
Yeah,
on the poker
definitely.
table.
And Irina, I've played with a little bit before. I wasn't at her table yesterday, but most of the others, I think I was. I played with everyone apart from Irina, but I played with her here in June. A bunch of Swedes and some other players. She's Belarus. But we had this no filter poker series.
Which is starting to take off, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's a fun crowd, the people behind it, and it was like 50-50 party and poker.
It was, yeah. I mean, I commentated the final table of that event, and Munir certainly, who we saw pop up on the WSOP main event run as well.
Yeah.
Just what a character, right? Very refreshing.
Very.
I think a lot of the opinion on him was a little bit 50-50 from the chat, and then people started to realize he's pretty harmless, right? He's not doing it to sort of be against the tide. It was just he's just trying to have some fun out there by the looks of things.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he has a really good heart, and I mean, he's the only one. For the past 10 years, I've seen so much poker. I've seen more poker than most others, and I've played a lot too. And no one has been able to put me on tilt the past 10 years. But he did this Christmas. But I told him that I also know it. I mean, it took 2 seconds, and then I was happy again. But he has a good heart. He's a really, really nice guy.
But also an uncanny ability to push the buttons of his opponents, which can work out into his favor.
Definitely. He, and the thing they're having going on right now with the no filter poker, I think it's gonna be interesting. They have a whole new attitude to the live poker. I mean, obviously we closed down the casinos in Sweden, and now we need to do the best out of it. And that's what they try to do.
To travel elsewhere to grow that brand.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Looking forward to seeing that one popping up over the next couple of years, if not in the shorter term as well.
Yeah, especially if you look at the Norwegians, it's they have the Norwegian championships, and they are always like huge success, and we miss that in Sweden.
Yeah. You don't get the opportunity to fly the flag so often, so what Munir is doing is a nice sort of pickup for your community.
Definitely.
So just the 1 all-in confrontation so far.
Yeah.
There's a double up with the ace-jack versus Drea Carlson's 8s. Again, she feels like she's been amassing her chips through kind of post-flop aggression, picking up a lot of pots, leaning on some of the other players, raising a lot, just raise and takes, but she said in the all-ins that she's not faring too well, so let's see if that needs to turn at some point if you're going to win a tournament, because you have to win all-ins, but for now she's still in a fairly enviable spot with a big stack. Looking to put that on the left-hand side of our screen there, you can see a bit of a tower.
Yeah, and I don't know how it's been like when they went down from 11 starting today. I didn't watch too much of the action, but with one player being too sick to come in and play, I mean, that changes the dynamics a lot.
It's a weird dynamic, isn't it? Because
yeah.
Obviously you've got at the beginning when you show up, there's a bit of empathy there, thinking, oh, that's rough, but then also their stack is just kind of dwindling out in the corner, and you know, you don't know whether to start playing more hands, trying to fight for those sort of loose chips or to just kind of stay in your lane and just try and navigate to the final whilst everyone else kind of goes against each other looking to fight for those free blinds and antes that are getting passed around.
Yeah.
Very difficult to figure that out on the fly.
Yeah, definitely. Was she blinded out eventually?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so the stack has to remain in play just in case she made. I think she made. It wasn't a pay jump, but she got one better than coming last, if you know what I mean. So it was.
Oh, okay. So
yeah, she came 10th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was busy. They had this free roll going on at the same time. They had this little meet and greet with fruits and cheese and stuff, and then they kicked off the free buy tournament for all the women. So I was watching that, so I didn't see the elimination of the sit-outs.
Yeah, there wasn't too much business to attend to just to get those 2 eliminations. We had probably around about 45 minutes of play.
Was the both of them on that table, or was it one from the TV table?
It was one of each, I believe.
To not be able to speak English, I must say that Signe talks a lot at the table.
Yeah, she's been a loud character, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And her poker game is quite tough to get a specific read on.
Oh yeah, I've played with her a lot.
Very random would be my interpretation so far.
Yeah. She's a lot of fun, and she actually costed me a few tournaments because she brings Patron tequila.
Okay, yeah, yeah. And that getting passed around at the same time, was it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's when it can get a little bit tough to remain composed, that's for sure. So Jenny here with the 9s, looking to play for stacks, going to be raising, and if it were to come calling an all-in, I don't think the Queen Jack is going to be looking to shove.
Actually, Sarah, she was very aggressive with those kind of hands yesterday.
Oh,
so,
really?
yeah, she 4-bet me with Jack 10. We both had big stacks, and then she pushed on the turn with an open and the straight draw. So
Yikes.
she likes those hands.
Jenny here with the 9s. It's by no means a comfortable spot with the 2 overcards, but you do tend to see people divert to just betting pretty much all of their hands on this type of board, ace high. Not going to be getting rid of the Jack, especially with the wide ranges in play. The 6 is a card of some interest now, pairing the bottom card, double flush draw as well. So Jenny now kind of prisoned into, wow, I assumed that she was going to be checking this one back and just trying to navigate to a river, but looks like she...
A typical Swede.
Yeah, she thinks she's got the best hand and she just wants to deny some of the flush draws and the straight draws a little bit of equity. A lot of those are going to have overcards. Ooh, no. Do you think that was a 9? No,
yeah.
That was an 8. We're struggling to see on the bottom right of the screen, but Sarah is still in the lead.
I'm going to move a little bit so I see the...
a wise move, yeah.
Yeah.
So just go check, and Sarah's going to be happy to not face another bet here. Jenny going with that small turn bet just to get the check on the river. She could get some value from worse hands, straight draws, flush draws. But instead...
I think Jenny is very happy that she has position on Sarah. Sarah has been the aggressor on most tables she sat at yesterday, so I think that Jenny is very happy to have position on her now in the final.
Yeah, that's a big factor, isn't it? When you come in, the final table seat draw, you're looking at where the big stacks are in relation to you. So Jenny has Drea on her left-hand side, but also Sarah, who came in with just about the chip lead on her right, so not too bad. And Vita here with the aces. The Latvian lady under the gun. Going to be opening things up and praying to find a reasonable hand from the field. 9-handed, usually you do tend to see A lot more confrontations between the bigger hands, more players that can pick
What
up
are
that top 5%.
The grey ones. What's the
25,000.
Oh, okay.
The reds are 5.
Oh, all aces are out.
Okay,
Sarah folded an ace, and now Jenny has ace 3. Sarah folded ace 9.
Okay, so Jenny's not going to be able to find the other 8, but Helena coming in for a cheap price with the pocket 8s. She could really put a dent into Vita's hopes if she were to find an 8. She does flop a gut shot. Does have backdoor spades as well. It's really annoying board for Vita. She is going to go for a bet. Wouldn't be an unwise decision to elect to check back here. 3 ways versus a small blind and a big blind that can certainly have sets, straights and 2 pairs in their range. Helena not going anywhere for the small size, and Vita is going to be able to navigate herself to a river at least with this flop c-bet. Getting rid of 1 player is a nice outcome.
I wouldn't be too happy with all those straight draws out there.
well,
I would put in a pretty hefty bets here.
I think I would be checking here. I think you've got hands like Queen 10, Queen 9, King Jack, 8-7. You still can get slow played from some stronger hands on the flop, 2 pairs and sets. And once we do face the river check, if it were to run off a brick, something like a 5 or below, or even a queen or a 10, then we could go for a fairly hefty river bet. But getting raised in this situation now would be rather treacherous. The only real hands that we're looking to kind of protect against are pairs and straight draws, I guess, but kind of outmatched with the amount of hands that could potentially be ahead of us at that stage.
Yeah.
So it's kind of one of those bets where you're betting for value, but if you get called or raised, it's still not an amazing spot.
Oh, dealer change.
Dealer change, and Sarah does have a slight addition to her chip lead coming into the final table. She had around about 520 to 540. Drea losing an all-in there versus, I believe it was Angelica. And so we've got a bit of a kind of cluster at the bottom of the pecking order. These 12 to 15 big blind players just biding their time, looking for a spot to get the chips into the middle.
It's still a lot of... I love the structure in this tournament. Normally when you play any ladies events, it's always crappy structures.
It's turboed, isn't it?
Yeah. And this structure, it was amazing.
Exactly. Because if you think about it, right, if you want more ladies to play poker, and then they get into these bad structures and they only get about a couple of hours of play, then it doesn't really, whet their appetite to come back and kind of contribute to more tournaments later down the line, because it can be over so quickly.
Exactly. And this is what Christer and Teresa, what they understand, and that's why they started this Queens of Tallinn festival. And I mean, Kripo, he loves to give back to players, and now he's focusing on giving back to women in poker.
Yeah.
And
growing that presence and growing that awareness.
Yeah, and even if I know that Teresa is the one in charge of the structure and stuff, I think that he probably had a word to say when it came to structure in this tournament.
Yeah. Let's give the ladies some time and at least somewhat of a prestigious structure.
Yeah. I actually think that he wants to come in and do some commentary later on.
Are you throwing him under the bus there, or did he say that for sure?
No, he said he looked at the table and he was like, maybe I should do some live commentating. He's thrilled about this event, so...
Yeah, and he's more than welcome to come in whenever he likes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So a bit of a swing and a miss for Cindy and Jenny. Vita in the big blind. Could have been a nice hand to play some 3-way leads. Going to be having, 8-5 suited, 5-4 suited, maybe even 8-4 suited, 6-7.
Mm-hmm.
And you just leading a hand like this, all of a sudden all of these king queens, king 10s, jack 10s, ace jacks, ace 10s, ace 9s, what can they do really? Absolutely nothing. And that's going to be a large part of what we're going to be up against. Does end up just folding with the gut shot and the backdoor club draw, so Jenny actually finding a way to pick that one up.
Yeah, but I don't know how much Cindy and Jenny has played against each other, but I mean, Jenny isn't giving away anything for free.
No.
When she plays.
No, exactly.
I learned my lesson the hard way yesterday.
Yeah, you can't get a read off of her very often, that's for sure. She's just always looking for an opportunity, and I think that's the hallmark of a good player, someone that's looking for reasons to find bets, rather than someone that's kind of second-guessing themselves and trying to play conservatively.
Yeah.
And she's definitely someone that has that in her arsenal and can be very dangerous as a result of that.
Yeah, definitely.
So as expected, the short stacks just kind of treading water, looking to find a spot. Not really going to be seeing any wild maneuvers from them. There's not really much incentive for them to do so. Just looking to pick up a strong hand to go with.
I'm too curious.
And that certainly plays into the likes of Sarah and Drea that are going to be looking to apply pressure to a lot of this kind of waiting game that they're going to be seeing from their opponents.
Yeah, apparently Sarah is so comfortable that she took a little break.
Yep, just heading off and getting a bit of fresh air.
Yeah.
Still has the chip lead.
I spoke a little bit with Drea yesterday. She's an author, and yeah, she's a really interesting character and person to talk with. She wrote a book about psychology and mental health, which is very useful when you play poker.
Absolutely. There are certain pitfalls to this game that we're not going to go too much detail into, but you know, you've got to keep yourself in check, especially if you are going to travel around the circuits, spend a lot of time in casinos. It's important to maintain a good balance off and on the table.
Oh yeah, 100%. You're good at that.
I've tried to be. Yeah. I had my arm forced. I played so much live poker, and now I find like I've got a nice balance with it, and I can come in feeling fresh and excited.
Yeah. I think it's at least 10 years since I went to the gym.
Really?
Yeah, my exercise is me running up and down the stairs and running around the tables.
The step counter is always high, right?
Oh,
in your job,
yeah.
It's like what, 20,000 a day or something
yes.
like that. Yeah.
And you get a notification on your phone, and it says, "Oh, there's a new trend on your distance."
Yeah. Yeah, you're certainly not doing too badly in that regard.
Oh, Nadia pushed with ace-9.
She has very aggressive play here versus Cindy's under the gun open.
Yeah.
Fearless play from the Swiss lady. Vita.
It looks like Cindy didn't even think about it. But
no, with the
obviously
fives.
with Vita in behind, it's...
Yeah, there's that small chance that Vito is potentially trapping with a really strong hand with some bigger stacks behind. And yeah, pocket fives there, more than likely going to be a flip, and if it isn't, then we're going to have two outs, and not exactly the sort of spot that we do want to take.
No, I don't know if maybe I'm too tight, but I wouldn't have pushed there with ace-9.
No,
I don't know how
ace-9.
much they've played against each other, but I have too much respect for under the gun race.
Same, I think that's a super aggressive move. Maybe if we had a suited version of it, so we didn't have so many hands as weak as ace-9 that were jamming in that spot, you could, but you know, for me, I'd be looking at the position that's opening, right? We're 9-handed, there's lots of short stacks, so what is the incentive to open so wide under the gun at that stage in the tournament? Really very little, so you're thinking, well, that makes the range a bit stronger. So how does my ace-9 look against that? Well, it's going to be hands like ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king. Maybe a couple of these smaller pairs, maybe some suited broadways. Not enough hands that are snap folding for my liking with a hand as weak as ace-9 in that particular situation.
No. But I don't think I should say anything, because the very last hand before they closed the registration, I pushed with ace-9.
Okay.
And
how
got
many
it
big
in.
blinds?
I had starting stack.
Okay.
As it was 25 bigs or something. It went raise all in, and I I was like, either I double up or I fire another bullet. And I was up against Queen Jack and 2 kings against
You don't have
Angelica.
the worst equity there, you know.
No.
Ace, 2 9s, a flush.
Yeah, and I flopped a 9 and I rivered a 9.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
It's always nice when the last chance saloon move kind of works out, right? It's like either I'm going to be having a big stack here or hitting the cashier desk.
Yeah, and I said sorry to Angelica 3 or 4 times. And she didn't say a word to me. She didn't even look at me afterwards. So.
So Ace Jack here coming in for the 3-bet. For me, in these situations, Ace Jack is quite a nice hand to flat because we have position post flop. We keep the stack to pot ratio higher, so there's more maneuverability. And when we 3-bet a hand like Ace Jack, what are we looking to achieve? So usually, if we're bluffing, we're trying to get better hands to fold. And if we're going for value, we're trying to get worse hands to call. And both of those situations aren't too likely here with a hand like Ace Jack. It's very middling in this situation. So I think it's good to be aggressive in these situations, but it's also good to be somewhat careful with our hand selection. As you see, Helena there having the kings. Yeah, and just sending them in there, and we do get punished where we could peel, and you know, maybe an ace was coming on the flop and we could have won a reasonably sized pot.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm totally with you. I would have flatted with Ace Jack.
With Ace Jack, but then if you've got a hand like Ace 5 suited or Ace 8 suited, you could 3-bet and maybe Ace 10 folds or Ace 9 folds, and these are great outcomes for us. So, you know, when we're thinking about 3-betting, are we doing it for value? Are we bluffing? What are we achieving? Very much the sort of toolkit of trying to figure out what the best move is going to be.
Yeah.
So not
we haven't heard too much from these 3 ladies in the corner.
No. They
so
have been
far.
a bit quiet. They are on the shorter stack. They're tending to be playing the kind of waiting game. She seemed to have been... I think that kind of delay in her decision was more frustration because she knows she's going to have to play the blind and the ante next hand, which is actually quite a significant dent in her stack now. It's about 20% of her remaining chips.
I think I saw on Sarah's Instagram feed that she was multi-tabling, so maybe that's why she's sitting out.
With the 555?
Yeah. Let me have a look. It was on the Olibets Instagram. Let's see. So that might be the reason why she, time to multi-table. Ladies final, and she,
And in fairness, whilst it's 9-handed and the action's going to be somewhat slow and there's so many players, she's going to play less blinds and antes, right? So maybe she thought the best decision for her would be to kind of duck out now, give it sort of 30 to 45 minutes, and then come back, and she's not going to have lost too many blinds and antes, maybe 2 or 3 in that time.
Yeah.
So that's not going to really kill her chances of winning that much. I mean, there might be someone like Drea that decides to run the show while she's away and pick up a lot of chips. But, you know, these kind of things can happen as well, where Drea runs into another strong hand and is going to lose chips here. And Angelica just happy to give room for Drea, as she knows that Drea is going to be opening so many hands in this situation. So King 10 is just absolutely crushing, but the backdoor spades now emerge, and that would be a filthy way, especially if we saw that 10 of spades on the river. That would be a horrible card for Angelica.
Yeah. I wonder what she does if Drea
I think Joe
puts
is going
in,
to jam here.
yeah.
Yeah. This is a nice strong move because we're really looking to get Queen X type hands, Queen Jack, Queen 10, Queen 9 to fold. And Angelica, even with a hand like King 10, she's thinking, well, I lose to so many different hands, but there are also so many draws available. It's kind of a similar spot to the one you said yesterday, where you had the Ace Queen, right?
Yeah.
And
versus
Sarah's
Jack 10.
Jack 10, and
Yeah.
she put you to the test, and it's very difficult to find the call with second pair for your tournament life. Anzelika's got slightly of a better hand, but really there's not much of a difference here between a hand like King 10 and Ace Queen. They kind of beat the same hands. So having played the flop slow, seeing that second flush draw emerge on the turn, I think we do have to call it off here, although it's easier for us to say when we can see the hole cards. The pay jumps for the short stacks are relatively small at this stage, so even if she busts now, it's not a disaster, whereas she can get herself into nice situations here versus hands like exactly Jack 10, maybe Ace Jack, Ace 10.
Yeah, and she knows that Drea can be out and just pushing it with a lot of hands, like the one that she actually has.
Yeah, any flush draw, any straight draw.
She's
Here
calling.
Yeah, I think she's calling. It's just a question of sometimes people like to take a little bit of time just to, mentally prepare themselves for the chance that they get shown Ace King and they're going to be likely out the door. But no, the indecision. Go with your instincts, right?
Yeah.
These are so important. Whatever the first intuition is telling you is usually, by and large, if you played a lot of poker, the right call in the long run. And it's really painful to watch when you see someone that just knows what they need to do, but then they get into that stage of indecision where they're starting to, there we go.
Well done.
Well done. She does find the courage to make the call. She does go with her first read, and it was the correct one. Drea with less than 20% here, looking to hit a spade and a spade only.
Yeah, 6 outs.
Or it's going to be the second double up for Anzelika through Drea. Can she fade the spade? Oh, the 2 pair on the river and the spade for Drea. It's an
that's the same face she had when I broke her.
When you broke her.
Kinks.
Someone's always got to be the person that just gets absolutely crushed in poker tournaments. That's the brutality and the nature of this game.
I feel so sorry for her right now.
Yeah, stone-faced, accumulating that those chips, but unfortunately, in terms of sympathy, we can express some, but Drea's just got to keep going about business. That's the game she plays there, trying to find the fold. If not, I've still got 20% to hit the spade, and by and large, there it is.
Wow, she's closing in on Sarah.
She certainly is, and Sarah...
Anzelika gets 750 for the 9th place.
That's going to be a stinger, right? Because if she wins that pot, she's going to be actually up into 3rd or 4th position.
Yeah.
And that would have been a really nice spot to try and take advantage and really climb up the rankings into the 4-figure payouts, but not to be on this occasion. In a nutshell, the brutality of No Limit Hold'em tournaments right there. With a hand like that.
Oh, yes.
You put to the test, you make the brave call. You were right.
That's a nice hand for Drea.
Certainly is. And she doesn't need much of a hand to be opening the action here. She's got quite a strong table presence, hasn't she? She looks
does.
Really locked in and in some ways quite intimidating, which is a good combo to have at the table. Irina there, folding the King 8 suited for a very cheap price.
Yeah.
Surprised.
I'm surprised, yeah.
Just 10k more into a pot of 50. She's getting such a great price there to try and flop a king, an 8, a flush draw, anything really. And maybe go for the stop and go instead. Just kind of bleeding out of this one, and let's hope that she can turn the tables in that regard.
And the times that when I used to play with Irina, she's been very, very loose.
Blasé.
And she's been very speculative when it comes to what kind of hand she's been playing. So
it's interesting.
That actually surprised me a lot.
Sometimes these final tables, especially when you're under the bright lights and the pressure, and you know that people are watching back home, and you've got people rooting for you, it can freeze up people, and some people actually play up to it.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
It's very much...
and it's so hot. I mean, we think it's warm inside this studio, but at the final table, it's like 10 times worse.
Yeah. just at this time of the year as well, where the temperatures outside are well into the 20s as well, it does definitely add a bit of a musty atmosphere.
Yeah, we were talking about it in the break that we all need powder here backstage because it's hot and
we need the aerosol, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So Nadia in the hijack with the jacks, and she is only 16 big blinds effective with Jenny. Opening under the gun, some cause for concern, but not at this stage of the tournament with a hand as strong as pocket jacks, looking to play for it all here. Expecting to see her shove.
Yeah.
She can also go for a 3-bet that commits her, and then if something crazy happens behind where it goes, shove and or reshove, she might be able to get away from the jacks. So maybe a sizing like 45 to 50k. Does
She's
just jam.
all in.
No, fair enough. Irina, once again, not finding anything.
I actually
strong.
thought that Irina picked up a hand because from the look on her face, it seemed like she actually had something.
Yeah, I think that's more of the stress of realizing that she's got such a short stack now and that something's going to have to give.
Yeah, and Jenny folded, obviously. I would like to see Jenny get a stack, not just because she's a fellow countryman, a woman, but also because I would like to see that dynamic with
her and
Drea and Sarah having big stacks. That would change a lot.
Yeah, she's one of the players that the other females at the table are not going to be wanting to double up cheaply. Because if she does get up to 30 big blinds or so, we just see how relentlessly aggressive she is with those opens. She doesn't really care about her position. She's just really relentless in the sense that if she ever gets a chance to get involved in a pot, she will take it, and that can be annoying at final tables, especially if you're not getting great cards yourself. You've just got to kind of watch her take the reins.
Yeah.
So Drea's doing a similar kind of game plan as to what I just mentioned, just looking to lean on
Nadia is picking up some really nice hands.
She certainly is, and this is the question where you say to yourself, do I go for, try and get Drea to push a worse hand in here and go for the small 3-bet? And then also another option, which is never a bad play, is just to shove, but I think that we could gain a little bit of additional value here and try and induce a 4-bet jam. We know that Drea is capable of making some aggressive moves. Let's give her some rope, would be my call.
I
what have we
think
got
Nadia
here?
was one of the players who got a seat in the ice cream. Who got one of the seats in the free buy. So
Nadia.
Yeah.
All right.
So did I actually.
Nice.
Yeah.
How many seats were available?
6.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's nice. Added value from the WSOP this week.
Yeah, it was a free buy, but you could do an add-on for 20 euros.
And
you could rebuy for 20 euros, but I never needed to. And
yeah, but they're not collecting 2,000 from that, are they? Which would be
actually they did,
they
because
did?
It was 5 seats guarantee, and it was the 6th prize was 320,
which is more than enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, at that stage you're in, aren't you? Yeah, you only need to find an extra 30 behind the back of the sofa and you're in.
But that's another thing that I really like with Teresa and Kripo and their whole management, is that they have those really nice free buys so that women can come and play and not spend any money and just try it out and have a nice time together.
Precisely. Giving more opportunities, because obviously we did see a slight bump up in the buy-in from 250 to 350, so it does price some people out, especially if they're maybe more on the recreational side or they didn't want to travel for
or they have a husband
tournament
who plays and look at Drea, she runs into Nadia's big hands each
Nadia's
time.
Steamrolling these premiums here, and I think it's pretty deep now, 30 big blinds. We can't just keep jamming, so gonna have to maybe be thinking about the non all-in 3-bet.
No, but I actually spoke. It was a meet and greet before the final table started, or the final started, and I spoke to a woman who played her first hand of poker in that free buy.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Yeah, I went into YouTube and watched videos how to play," and she actually ended up in like 13th place or something.
Oh,
and it
wow.
was 70 entries.
Yeah,
so she had a great time.
So she was loving it, and she got a bit of value out of it, and a nice experience at the very least. Like maybe she didn't.
Exactly,
go
because
all the
that's
way.
what poker should be all about. Like the meeting new people, and now she probably made some friends.
Made some friends,
Yeah.
and might be in a WhatsApp group or two, and she'll be back next time. And that's the most important
and not
thing.
just now. She wasn't just here with her husband, who obviously plays all the time, and now
She's
she actually got to know others.
She's got her own clan.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Drea there showing a lot of perseverance, I think, folding the king-queen there, because it can be really, really annoying, especially when you're coming
And it
into a final
wasn't that
table.
big of a 3-bet, was it?
It was small, yeah, exactly. But that discipline there will pay off.
Yeah.
I really didn't want to see her just send it in and get, rather hacked off with the amount of aggression that was coming from her left. That's also a sign of a good player, just to know when you need to stay in your own lane a little bit and just respect the fact that, it's the third 3-bet in a row that she'd faced from the same opponent. It's probably, as each one comes, less likely to be goofing around.
Yeah, and now Sarah is back.
There she is.
Oh yeah, she's talking about it now. She just said we're having a break in 20 minutes, so
Yeah, so she's...
she's still multi-tabling.
yeah. It's always a fun dynamic to see.
And
So
it's pretty far too, because
I know.
they're playing on the other side of Hilton. So.
Yeah, they're a good 200 meters away or so it's quite a lot of moving around, and it means that it's just too far to kind of go in, dealt one hand, and then go to the other one. If it was in the next room, you might be able to kind of be a bit more active, but instead...
Wow, look at Jenny.
Yeah.
Queen deuce.
I
off.
know. This is Jenny
But
all
she has
over.
double flush draws, double straight draws. I mean, I kind of
She's
like
got
that
one
game.
high card, one low card.
Yeah.
She can hit all the boards.
Yeah.
And she's probably going to win this pot as well with the backdoor spades and the backdoor straight draw. I think a bet will get
Backdoor
this.
straight draw. you have more imagination than I do.
Well, what if it comes? Hey, what if it comes to 3 of spades? We've got the nuts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like that's a card. It's in the deck. That could come. And if not,
see,
there we
she
go.
didn't need it.
She leans on the aggression anyway. So, I mean, Jenny is a creative player. I think by the letter of the law, the queen deuce there is really out of line. But I think her game plan is just to attack whenever she has the opportunity to do so.
Exactly. Sitting in between Drea and Sarah, she will have to be creative whenever she can.
Needs to find spots, and as you could see there, it's not really about which cards she's been dealt. It's kind of more situational.
Yeah.
So it's always good to see creativity, and especially when it's executed well, and that's something that we're going to be seeing more of from Jenny.
Yeah.
as the
And I
final
must
table
I
goes
must
on.
say, like I didn't used to like women's only tournaments before,
Why?
but I don't know. It's just it's not that the opponents hasn't been really nice and stuff. They've been loose cannons, and some others have been really tight. And
Yep.
I've had a problem just adapting to the way that they play, and the fact that they think like me, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
And also, I mean, poker is about brain and not muscles.
Of course.
But I must say, I 100% changed my mind after playing some of these ladies' events.
Yeah.
Oh, now we have an all-in for Cindy. Coin flip versus Drea.
There is the wild card factor in the ladies' tournaments, right? You see so many different styles and approaches and kind of understandings of the game. And here we have it. Big flip, which is always going to be...
Oh!
Oh, Drea just cannot find a way to win these all-ins.
Oh, look at Cindy. I'm actually really happy for Cindy.
If she can fade the king, could it be The backdoor straight coming in from absolutely nowhere after flopping her opponent almost dead. Needs to fade a king. There it is. The queen is safe.
Oh, there you heard some Spanish. No, but like yesterday, it was playing poker in the best way possible. Everyone was laughing and just talking about women stuff.
Right, okay.
Like we spoke about everything.
Yep.
It was about children and clothing and go to the spa and yeah.
Okay, sure. You can say that. I can't. Right? So
No,
please
but
tell us more.
it was so much fun, and the fact that when someone was eliminated or if someone had a bad beat, the whole table supported that person.
There was some empathy.
Yeah,
and real empathy there.
and the same. It was the same when I did a live coverage of the first ever Queens of Tallinn.
Yeah.
And that's still the best tournament that I worked on for 20 years.
Yeah.
And you know, people could be they could be eliminated from the tournament. 2 seconds later, they stood and cheered on the opponent that busted them.
Exactly.
And
you wouldn't see that in the men's game so much.
Never.
Because we play so many tournaments, you know, it's kind of dog eat dog and it's every man for himself. And that's what I do like. There is that dynamic in the ladies' tournaments that it is a little bit more of a, you know, just a softer approach.
yeah, definitely. And I've never seen as many being eliminated from the final table who stands by and watch it until it finishes.
Absolutely. I could guarantee now if we left the media room there would still be a big horde of ladies cheering on the final tablists.
100%. It's probably crowded outside.
Everyone's having a little
Oops.
a little flute and a bit of a drink. And Nadia, once again, just this is sometimes to get this run at this stage of the tournament. Yeah, it is a bit of luck, but you also got to, you know, capitalize on it. And she's doing really well to pick up so many big hands here, and she's going to be in a lovely spot. The only issue is versus under the gun here, we are still 8-handed. Do we want to be playing for it all?
But she didn't have respect for Cindy's under the gun race before, so maybe she knows something that we don't.
With the ace-9, that was quite an aggressive move, wasn't it? She does just call by the looks of things, which I don't mind.
No, me neither.
3-bet calling is kind of a bit dicey. You're just kind of praying for ace-king at that stage. So can we see a low board? No, we can't. So it's going to be interesting if actually Cindy fires a bet here and Nadia has to relinquish these 10s. Let's see.
Cindy looks a little bit restless.
Yeah, she's moving around in her chair a bit.
Check, check.
Jack on the turn, another scare card for both ladies. Nadia does at least pick up a straight draw, although 3 overcards, not ideal.
I really like this by Nadia. Just to see where she's at.
Yeah, even putting a lot of pressure on hands like King Queen or King Jack that could be in there, may even just get out the way for 1 bet. Cindy does fold the inferior hand and Nadia picks that one up. Another player who's brought a lot of pep in her step to this final table. You like to see people rise to the challenge.
Definitely.
Especially when you're under the lights, a lot of pressure. There aren't so many ladies tournaments where you can play sort of 20 to 30 of them a year, unless you really travel.
Yeah.
So it's always good to see people that are ready for the test and willing to take it with both hands.
So when Sarah left, it was 3 short stacks, and now it's
just the one.
This just one, yeah. And that mixes it up even more.
Certainly does.
And Cindy can be quite aggressive when she plays.
Oh, doesn't look like she's found much of a hand. Yeah, Irina, she really needed something there at the 12k big blind. She's got 6 big blinds left. 2 of those are going in the next hand. That's a third of her stack.
Yeah.
That's heartbreaking. She really hasn't had much to work with. I remember her getting, I think it was an ace-9 suited in one of the first hands dealt. She got a shove through there, and since then it's just been a who's who of the worst combinations in the game, and that's unfortunate. You need to rely on a little bit if you are going to come into a final table short stacked. Unfortunately, some of the game is out of your hands. You just need to wait for a hand that, you know, cuts the mustard, that can get in there.
Yeah, and with the two aggressors right behind, it's not like you're gonna get a fold if you push from the button.
You're just locked.
Yeah.
Yeah, and caged in
That's
just
the
waiting.
worst position at this table.
Yeah,
the one that Irina has.
It's very limiting. Your options are very limited, unfortunately, and she's going to need to find something in the next hand, else she's going to be going through the blinds with 3.5 big blinds, and that's not going to have much fold equity.
Someone else just jumped in.
Yes,
Hello.
George had to take a little break to maybe freshen up. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
It's so hot.
Oh, it's so hot in here.
No, it's a heat wave in Tallinn if you're not here, and we're drinking a lot of water in the studio, so sometimes you just have to
Run
away
off
for a second.
Yeah.
So George will be back shortly, but now me and Lena are watching Jenny raising it to 25 with the King 5.
Jenny has been very creative with her starting hands.
All right.
We just saw her
She got some
racing
resistance
with
now,
Queen Deuce off.
And now she will have to call it off, I think, with the King 5 suited when Irina pushes from the big blind with the Ace 10.
Irina has had a really difficult spot with Sarah and Jenny right behind, being the short stack at the table, and she hasn't picked up not the slightest cards.
Here we go. The call is there, and Irina then risking her seat in the tournament, but she's well ahead with the Ace 10 versus Jenny's King 5 suited. So no eliminations for a long time now then, Lena.
Oh, we've had one. No, we had one.
Yeah, you had one.
Yeah.
True, we started with 9, we're 8. Let's
Yeah.
see if we are 7 or not. No, probably not.
Oh,
there's a flush
look at
draw for Jenny, of course. It could be
Oh,
a
that's-
King of 5 or a flush. It's not to be, and the double up is there for Irina.
That's how we saw Angelica bust. She called it off with top pair, and Drea, she made the flush on the river.
All right.
Oh,
And
Irina
Sara
looks
to
happy.
our right here. She's still multi-tabling.
Yeah,
She's
she
running
is.
to the 555 event as well.
she's just waiting for them to go on a break, for the
Yeah.
final table to go on a break, so that she can run back to the 555.
I think they're just in the money on the
Oh.
555. There was a bubble play.
Look at
moments ago.
Nadia. She was down to 12 big blinds, and now she's been picking up hands, and every time that Drea has raised, and she either 3-bet or pushed, and now she's up to 31 big blinds.
Sara then, chip leader of this final table with 8 left and deep in the 555 ring event as well. Could be 2 rings in 2 days.
Yeah, and she already has, we were talking about it earlier, she already has 2 of those beautiful queens necklaces.
Yeah, it's necklaces. Yeah, I was just saying what was the trophy for the Queen's events, but that's necklaces. That's
Yeah,
true.
she won 2 out of 3, and George went into hand on mob, and she has 2 cashes, and it's the 2 winnings.
Yeah, I actually interviewed her on that occasion, and she plays a lot of cash game actually. But that was
Ah.
almost her first tournaments.
Oh,
Not
wow.
ever, but she didn't play a lot of tournaments the last period, and then she came here, played the Queens, and won 2 out of 3 events she entered. So she was pretty happy with that series last year. And as you probably already mentioned, it's coming back in just a few weeks.
Yeah.
Queens of Tallinn.
It is, and I was talking about how much I enjoyed doing live reporting from the very first one. I didn't have the chance to go to the second one, but I'm coming back for this one that comes in the 21st to 24th of August. And as it seems, I met a lot of women yesterday playing this event who will attend in August. So
Yeah,
I think it's going to be a big one.
Ladies poker in Tallinn is blooming, and I think we had a satellite today as well. Is that tournament tomorrow? The other ladies event?
No, it's on Saturday.
Saturday, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they had, I think it was five tables in the free roll. And I spoke with a woman, I told George about it, who she hadn't played one single hand until the free buy the other night, and she came 13th. Just watching YouTube how to.
Nice. Now then, we have a flop. Jenny with the king 9 off, missing the board. Drea raised with the 8-7 suited, and as you can see, the flush draw is there for her, so she will most likely be continuing and picking down this pot. I don't think Jenny with just 53k in behind, no room for getting creative and trying to take Drea off the hand. So this is most likely the end of this one.
Yeah.
As you can see in the bottom right corner, the blinds are 6 and 12k now, so it's getting a bit expensive. Jenny, not that many blinds behind now, unfortunately. Has to give up from the big blind. And has about one round before the blinds come back to her, and then she'll be almost forced all in if she hasn't increased her stack by then. So
Yeah, Jenny's, if she gets a stack, she's going to be a really tough opponent. But she, the few hands that she's played so far, she's been opening some, but all of them where she, when she got a call, she lost. So she's had a rough start. Oh, Vita folded the Queen 10.
Tight fold with
Yeah.
early position, so she decides to not play the Jack 10 suited. Stays out of it with the King 3. Cindy. She's picked up a decent stack now, Cindy. She was down to not too many
She
blinds
doubled
when I
up
left you.
right before you came
Yeah, okay. And now
with
Irina
Jacks
is
versus
pushing.
Ace Queen.
Irina pushing from the cutoff with the Ace 5 suited. The short stack Jenny cannot do much from the small blind with the Queen 9 off. What about the Helena big blind? King 8. No, most likely not calling off her half her stack with that one. Goes into the muck and on to the next one. Nice pickup for Irina.
Yeah,
So
she's almost up to 200 now.
Yeah. Maybe you've already been talking about it, but do you have a favorite on this, judging for what you saw yesterday at the table?
I would say Sarah and Drea, because not just because they have big stacks, but also because they are aggressors and they put pressure on their opponents all the time, which in this field makes them slight favorites. But I mean, if Jenny gets a stack, or now after Cindy doubled up, they can be really really hard to play against. I've played a lot with Cindy. I've known probably for 20 years, just like you, since from the Casino Cosmopol. I've known Jenny, but I haven't played much with her until yesterday.
Now then, nice hand for Sara. Benjamin surely raising it from the cutoffs. Minimum raise 24. Does she makes it 25 maybe? Yes. So far no takers. Rita not calling off defending the big blind with the 7-6. So some pickup of blinds for Sara then instead.
Yeah, she needs to take some back after she missed like 2 rounds.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I know these girls are about 20 minutes off their next break, so Sara will get a new chance to run into the other room and play the other tournament in the break, I guess. Or if she maybe runs away a bit earlier, we'll see about that one. But blinds are pretty high at this table, so you don't want to miss too many hands, of course.
Are they playing in the grand ballroom?
Yes, the other tournament is in the big room.
So it's furthest away that you possibly can
Oh,
be.
yeah, but still it's just one minute walk?
Yes, but still it's...
Yeah, absolutely. It's not nearby, so...
Oh.
She would have preferred, of course, to have the tables just beneath this one, but those are not being used for that tournament.
Did Cindy fold the king queen? Yeah, it seems like it.
Irina now with another ace. Slightly worse this time, ace 9 off.
She's been pretty loose when I played with her before. I didn't play, she's the only one at the table that I didn't play with yesterday.
Okay. And chip leader Sara lets the 9-8 go. What about the short stack Jenny? 10-8 off is not going to be the one she pushes with, so Helena then instead expected to race from the bottom, as she does. Started 25 as well. Yes.
Oh.
Ace 3 for Vita in the small blind. She's shoving all in.
Wow.
And Drea already folded. Back to Helena then, and tough spot, of course, to call off almost your entire stack with ace 10 off.
Yeah,
With
you
a
have like
short stack
5
on the
big
table.
blinds behind
Yeah.
if you lose this one. Yeah, we've been talking about Cindy. She doesn't know any English. She only speaks Spanish and Swedish.
Oh yeah, she does.
Yeah.
All right.
But she was very, very, very talky when they started the final table.
In what language?
In Spanish and Swedish.
Okay. Did anyone respond? Or did
Yeah, I mean she has Drea obviously as
Yeah,
as
yeah,
a
they can speak
Norwegian,
Norwegian,
yeah, and
Swedish, yeah.
Sarah, she's Finnish, so she also
yeah, she also understands some
yeah.
Swedish. Yeah. All right. Helena then asks for the count here, but I doubt she will call this off. I would be surprised. She's been, at least the parts I've seen, playing fairly tight, and she has a good stack. I don't think she will risk it, although if she sees what we are seeing, she
Yeah.
would absolutely call it off as a 68% favorite, but I think we are...
Vita looks like she has the best hand.
Yeah?
She has a very good poker face.
She does.
She looks very calm and
Taking her time at least, Helena, and absolutely no stress for her, of course. The only Estonian left in the field, but there she decides to fold her ace-10 off, and nice pickup for Vita, who also was playing the 5-5-5 day 2 today, but she busted before this final table started, so she doesn't have to run between, at least.
yeah. Oh, now she's talking in Swedish too. Cindy.
Yeah, she's talking with Jenny now. Yeah, of course she has fellow Swede, Jenny, with just 4 blinds
Yeah.
now, as you can see. Really
I mean,
needs to
half
find
the table
something.
actually understands what she says.
Yeah.
She was a little bit upset about yesterday because they told her to speak English at the table, and she was like, but I don't know it.
Yeah, well.
She reminds
unfortunately-
me of what's Johnny Depp's the Colombian woman who plays with Johnny Depp in Blow, in the movie Blow.
Sorry, haven't seen.
No, okay.
Can't help.
Oh,
But now
Jenny's all
Jenny
in.
shoving with the ace-6 off. And Helena is out with the king
She didn't
Queen.
even think about it.
No. What about the women in the blinds? I don't think Drea's already folded, and I won't think Nadia will call it off. Or it's it's just 35k, and there are suited connectors, so maybe actually she's getting the odds here because she's put in 24k total with the big blind and the ante, and it's 35 more to win 100k pot plus. But nope,
Wow.
she lays it down.
She almost double up.
Yeah. Good for Jenny. Much needed.
Yeah. It's nice for Jenny that she's behind Sarah. It's harder for Irina to be before her.
Sure. Now then, Cindy in the big blind. Irina quickly folding. Sara, 10-7 spades. No. Will Jenny have a go? No,
Oh.
she will not, I guess.
Last orbit, she actually raised with that hand.
Mm-hmm. That's a short stack. That's
Yeah, I tried
creative.
to explain. I tried to explain to George. It was double flush draws, double straight draws. I mean, you can hit
Well, if
anything
the hand
with-
had a deuce, I mean, George
Yeah.
shouldn't have obliged. He loves those ducks, although he might need two at once.
I was playing with Karina Wald
I thought
yesterday,
you were
and
going to say
she.
that's what she said, but yeah, sorry.
No, but I was playing with Karina and Karina Wald from Sweden
Yeah.
yesterday, and she also loves ducks, and she was so happy because she flopped a set, and then I flopped a set with deuces, and yeah, the
Stop,
deuces
stop.
was.
I don't want to hear anything but more about ducks in this commentary booth. I've heard enough. Don't defend them, just fold them.
No.
We can say that when George is not at the mic.
Yeah.
Soon he will come running and rip the headsets of us, but as long as he's not here, the ducks are no-go. He didn't even bring the rubber ducks, George, this time. Where are they?
You can hear him laughing.
Yeah, he's here now. He's back.
Yeah.
Coming back on the commentary after the break, but I think we are just 10-15 minutes off that break, so me and Lina's gonna take you to the finish line and then have a break. But Jenny now pushing with the king 10 off, 77k, and 77 is what Helena has in front of her as well, but the 2 sevens.
That's my favorite hand.
What is it with you
77.
guys? Ducks, sevens, come on. What's wrong with 9-7 suited?
You should tell Kripo to fire us.
At least 7. Sevens, I'm okay with that.
Oh, okay. So I'm excused.
Yeah, you're excused. You can
Okay.
stay.
Thanks.
Now then, what do you say then, Lina? Would you would then definitely already be, all your chips will be already in the middle with sevens then.
Yeah, well, 100%.
Yeah.
But I'm not too sure about Helena.
No.
I mean, she has so many players behind her, and
She calls.
She just
I think
calls?
what's pushed her over the line was that it was 77, and that's, she has 2 sevens.
oh yeah,
I
that's a
think this
sign
is
for sure.
psychological. Vita now then asking, did you just call? As she finds the queen jack behind. Yeah, of course,
She just
it's a bit
called.
dangerous for Helena just to call here, but might
But
also
it
be.
says the graphic says 117.
Oh, okay. Well, it's at 77 first, but maybe then, okay, we'll see.
Oh,
Maybe it was changed.
I wonder what
But
Arena.
Jenny doesn't have that much, does she? 117? No. I think that's off.
Yeah, because she was all in.
Yeah, no, she does not have that much. So I think 77 is more
Yeah, because
correct.
she was all in for 54, right? And
Yeah.
then she got the blinds and ante.
Yeah, but now, decision for Irina. This is tough one, but of course it's a third person, 2 people already all in.
Oh,
I think
wow,
she makes
she
the correct
folds.
decision,
Yeah.
actually.
But she didn't even seem like she thought about it.
Ah, she did for a couple of seconds.
Oh, okay.
But now then, all in and call again. Those lights are flashing, and we have Jenny at risk with the king 10 off. Helena slightly ahead with the sevens. Let's see if the sevens hold. Lina, what do you think? At least they survived the flop. Ace 5-4, no help for Jenny. Turns to jack.
Oh, another
Some more
4
outs.
outs.
King 10 or a queen. There's a
No.
9. And we have an elimination then, unfortunately. Jenny Westerlund of Sweden is out as our 8th place finisher. And I think it's 850, the payment for 8th place. So
Jenny has become quite a tour grinder.
yeah,
these days.
she's everywhere, right?
Yeah. And she's
Absolutely.
doing pretty well too.
Yeah, and I spoke with her and her partner. I don't know if they're married, but they were both here, and she said that they are grinding here now to try to win enough to go to the Swedish Championship next week. So it's an ongoing grind apparently. So
Now she has another 820 euros
yeah,
to
820.
Yeah.
At least enough for the main event at the Swedish Championships next week. So who knows?
Yeah.
She might be still on the grind next week, but of course she will stay and play more events this week as well. A lot more coming up. It's just the start of this long series. We have plenty of tournaments throughout the week. As now then, Helena adding some chips to her stack. And 7s again, this time Drea. Nadja. Almost the same stack, slightly less than Drea's, and she folds the ace-9. Cindy quickly folding, didn't even get to see the hand. Irina is out. What about the mystery hand of Sara? Not enough,
No.
whatever it was. So the 7s wins another one, this time just the blinds though.
I think Drea was happy to win a pot, even if it wasn't even a call.
Yeah.
Every time she raised the last orbit, Nadia found a hand. And
Yeah, and Nadia, the sunglasses were off for a while, and she's talking and smiling.
yeah,
She's loosening up, right?
Yeah,
She's
definitely.
been really
She's been
hidden behind those glasses and not saying much, but now she's a bit more comfortable maybe. She just wanted to get down to 7 players, then she can relax, and maybe now she's putting...
But now she's like 13 chips or something.
Yeah.
Maybe Helena actually is 13 chips after that hand, but after eliminating Jenny, but...
So Cindy is out. It was Vita who started under the gun with
Oh.
the race. Oops. Chip leader wakes up with jacks in the small blind. Interesting to see how she plays this one now. Well, 3-bet.
There you could see her
She
beautiful
chooses.
queens hanging around her neck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Is
one
it
in
both
gold.
of them?
Well, yeah, one in gold and one in silver.
All right. And did she raise or... Yeah, big one. Makes it 90K. Almost same as an all-in. if
That
you
was the
see
same
what
she
Vita
did.
is.
She did the same yesterday with those massive 3-bets. And it's really hard to play against someone who she puts so much pressure on her opponents, and
Yeah.
it's I really like the way she plays.
4 minutes, you will have 20 minutes break. During the break,
Not when I was the opponent, but to watch it and commentate on it. It's yeah.
Yeah.
She's a really good player.
You can see the floorman said something about a 20-minute break, I think, and you can see in the background it's 4 minutes on the clock until we go on that break. 7 players remaining. So the 8 in our top right corner is not correct. We just lost Jenny in 8th place. So 7 remaining, and they're all in their seats. Sara is not away playing the other tournament, but she might skip one hand or two before the break maybe to get on time for that other. Play as many hands as possible during the break in the 5-5-5. But until then, let's see if we get any more action before the break. Maybe decent enough to put some pressure on the blinds. Yeah, makes it 25 to go. Is that queen deuce again?
Yeah.
Oops. Helena with 6s now. I think she will just call this one. Be surprised if she actually 3-bets. Those are calling chips, so we will most likely see a flop if Vita doesn't find anything major. No, but I expect her to stay in for 13 more with the ace deuce. And here we go, 3 ways to the flop then. And Helena in good shape with the 6s, as the other ones are being dominated by each other. Deuces, there's the king 8-7, 2 diamonds. So no help for either player, but a good flop for Helena. Might be tough though if anyone, probably Sara, is representing anything with 3 overcards to the 6s. Yes, she stays on the gas.
This is what I mean. I really like the way that she plays.
Yeah, you see the 6s is already in the muck.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And she's so aware of how her opponents play all the time.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, nice size, small bet, 25% pot, but enough to quickly get folds from the other players who missed the flop completely. So that's a nice pickup for Sara, and she can almost run now, right, to the other tournament.
Yeah.
It's not fair that she's like running over this table and she's deep in the 555. She's gonna get double titles this time as well.
She's worth it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, she's actually talking English.
Yeah. I picked up some words.
I didn't even realize.
Okay, I'm not going to translate what she just said.
Well, we might need a translator at this table, though.
Yeah.
Because she likes to talk, and then
Yeah.
the other wants her to talk English, so we have a bit of a problem. But
She
she's
was-
so nice and friendly, so I don't think
Yeah,
it's
but she was
intimidating anyone.
she did actually. They were angry with her yesterday for not speaking English
Yeah,
at
but
the
that's
table.
yesterday. This
yeah.
table is nice, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. But she was like, I can't speak English.
Well,
I love Cindy because you can never be bored hanging out with her.
well, I've never seen her anything but just a big smile either, so.
Yeah, she's always smiling. And they're so cute together, her and Cheesecake.
And Cheesecake being the nickname of her boyfriend, then well-known player in Sweden as well.
Yeah,
And probably a nickname you might have seen at the higher stakes back in the days as well online. As Cindy now, as we talk about her, has the King 7 under the gun. Is she actually gonna do something with this one? Probably the final hand before the break. Maybe she wants to have some more chips. Trying to steal the blinds already under the gun. No, decides not to. Bit of extra TV time only for the no filter sponsors. The ace king for Sara, and
No,
you know she's been aggressive and no one's gonna believe her.
no, exactly. They actually asked Munir to have those t-shirts.
Yeah, okay.
He didn't actually ask them to wear them.
They just felt cold.
Oh.
Oops. Trouble for Vita as
Yep.
she pushes with the ace queen, and she will be snapped called once it's back to Sara. And our chip leader is looking to get even richer just before the break, coming in as a 65% favorite, as you can see, against Vita.
She's running good.
Yes. Now you jinxed it. It's going to be 5 queens on that flop.
no.
Let's see now. Ace queen against ace king, and there's the queen.
Oh.
There's the queen for Vita.
Backdoor. No, it's not even a backdoor flush draw.
Yes, there is for Vita only, unfortunately. Yes,
No,
yes.
yeah.
So, I mean, it's the king only. No, it's another queen. So that's a double up, full double up for Vita Weidemane, and she's up to 332k now. Sara, though, still first or second in chips, right? Despite losing that one, 488k, and that means we are on the break. 18 minutes counting in the background, so we're also going to leave you for a little while and be back for just shortly 18 minutes to to see who's going to win the ladies only 350 event. For now, me and Lina, thank you for watching.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the World Series of Poker Circuit events in Tallinn 2025. We are on day 2, and behind me, of course, a lot of poker is already in full swing. We have the open face Chinese, and we have the day 1B of the mini main event. But I thought I would show you a little bit what else you can do besides play poker. Let's see what's offered in the Hilton Hotel. Right to the left of the entrance, when you come out, you have the Olibet food truck with burgers, tacos, and fries, whatnot. And you know, hardest part of this work, sometimes you just have to try things as well. So, okay guys, let's see. Could we have some tacos, please? Yeah. Oh, it's really quick too. Can't promise you that they will be this quick all the time, but surely you can get a nice food, a meal out here in your breaks. So make sure to check out the Olibet food wagon outside. And now then, once eaten, when you enter the Hilton, to your left you find the merchandise stand. Here you can find some nice t-shirts, caps, hats, sunglasses even, might be needed in this weather. We have one of the nice caps here, and we'll show you a bit more about what could be found here. And as you're heading upstairs to go to the big tournament ballroom, of course, you'll be using the stairs, not the elevators. And in these stairs, you'll find the ring winners from 2023 and 2024. All their names are on these steps. And once you've done those steps, you'll be upstairs in the lobby outside the ballrooms where the tournaments are played. And the first thing you will see is the cashier. Here you can register for all of the tournaments for the week. Now then, in the big ballroom, this is the main tournament area, and this room can fit over 300 players. This is where you'll be playing most of your tournaments before you might end up at the final table, might even be at the live TV table. So here we are now with that TV table in the background. This is where you want to end up, of course, and there will be live streams coming to you from Tuesday. So stay tuned to our socials to not miss out on that, and of course watch all our streams, all our updates. Thank you for watching this walk around video, and I hope to see you soon. Joined now by Jason Glatzer, as you all know by now, the CEO of Poker.pro. And Jason, tell us, what is Poker.pro doing during these events?
Well, we're here to cover the event. We had a lot of pre-event coverage, but we're going to have a live blog starting tomorrow on Poker.pro. There'll be daily articles that will also be imported over to alibetevents.com, so check them out as well because they have the schedule and everything else. We have our hosts coming later in the week, so expect a lot of social media fun as well throughout the week. And maybe you'll see me at the table. I mean, it is the first ever Sweden Special Ring event later in the week. That is my main event. I have to be free, I have to try to play, and I have to try to win my first gold ring as well.
But you have some scores recently, haven't you? Some results.
The rumor has it I've won a trophy or two, maybe 3, 4, 5, but you know, it's not about me, it's about all these amazing players. That
I'll take the microphone away from him and we just stop it there. Poker.pro, there's where you find all the action. Christopher will be writing, Jason will be in the background, and I'm sure you can trust Glenn Brown when he arrives in a few days to give you some real nice content too. Jason?
Yes. And we have 810 and Maureen coming as well, playing the ladies ring event, so that should be quite interesting as well. But yeah, we have a group of 5 coming in total.
Perfect. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to the WSOP Tallinn 2025, and I'm joined by familiar face Scott Kenyon. How are you, sir?
Yeah, not bad, thanks. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. I'm looking forward to this week. It's now the third WSOP circuit, I believe, in a row here that we've done, as well as many other events in Tallinn. What keeps bringing you back?
I mean, you know me, mixed games. Always the mixed games. It's a spicy array this time because obviously the buy-ins are a little bit juicier with it being a World Series event. Obviously the prestige of the ring plus the potential of the 5K added package to Bahamas.
Yeah.
Love the mixed games. And to see like a 1K 8-game tournament, 555 Svetlana as ring events. It's
that gives that extra level of intensity and prestige to the smaller sort of field events, which means that all of a sudden your onus completely shifts from the larger fields to now, let's get in there, let's get hunting. What's the strategy?
I mean, for me, I always play a sort of somewhat solid-ish game along the way, sort of build the stack as and when it can come. I made a bit of a mistake, actually, in one of the events. I feel a bit too late, I think, particularly for the mixed games events here. There's action from the start. It's not like the old days where you would start with like 200 big bets deep and you're passing basically nothing. The first levels are meaningful levels. So I made a bit of an error coming a bit late. I want to make sure that like I'm here for the start of the tournaments. Yeah. Because there is blood from the start in these. Yeah.
So you want to be in there straight away. You want to maybe, without sounding a little bit too like a vulture, you want to seize some of the value that could be in there from people that maybe aren't so experienced in those formats, and they tend to bust out quite quicker as well.
For sure.
Especially when they're used to, let's say, pot limit or no limit formats, and they're just kind of in every hand, just spraying it about.
And equally, it's just helpful to get a sort of profile on the table. If you come late, you come in cold, you miss some of that information that a lot of the other people are going to have. So I think it's a benefit that you want to be there from the start. You want to be able to profile your players accordingly as to how you think they're playing and spot, like you say, not to be too much of a vulture, but to spot the value on the table. So I think that would be my top tip. You want to be there from the start.
Mm-hmm. And what are you looking forward to most? In which event?
8-game tomorrow. 1K 8 game. It's cool that they've upped the buy-in for that, because last time it was a 350. We know, of course, Franco won the ring in the 350 last time, defending champion. I know he will be coming back to defend his title. Big difference between 350 and 1K. Few people unhappy about that. I think a few people think it's a little bit too much, but it's WSOP.
Yeah, exactly. Under the brand of the big name. Also, you're still going to get over 100 runners.
For sure.
For sure, right?
Yeah, so I would think so. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nice. And have you been brushing up your 8-game skills? And how do you do that for people watching at home?
Not much, actually. So I play mostly Hold'em online. That's unfortunately the sort of what we have these days, barring
you can't make
series.
a living playing 8-game, $5.50 tournaments, can you?
Barring a series, barring a big series. I mean, I did play Scoop. Got one final table there, got third in a deuce to 7 triple draw. So that keeps the 8-game skills kind of fresh, the mixed game skills fresh. But yeah, on a week-to-week basis, there's very little in terms of, like you say, $5 tournaments, $10 tournaments, and just very small prize pools. It's not like the glory days we had in the past with full tilt and such.
Yeah, it's not worth getting your teeth stuck into, really, because no one's really making any money there.
Yeah, and it's a shame because I love the mixed games. But you even see, like Omaha tournaments, for example, a lot of the sites that used to have big guarantees, they've had to pull out of some markets, and so they're
getting smaller. That was what I was grinding for a while, Omaha tournaments. It started quite fresh, quite exciting, and then all of a sudden it's just the same faces all over.
But I do see on GG and Olibet they're pretty good at the moment. They actually have an Omaholic series, I believe, this week. So good to see that a bit of a spotlight has been put onto the Omaha and bigger prize pools, bigger possibilities.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed for that. But in terms of mixed games, you wouldn't really classify Omaha as a mixed game, I guess, anymore, right? It's
I kind of do, actually.
Do you?
I kind of do. So I've had this discussion with many mixed game savants, and a lot of them disagree with me. They think, no, it's not a mixed game. For me, I feel like the table chatability, it's kind of likening to the mixed games where you get a lot of friendliness, a lot of chatting with the Omaha. But equally, you see Omaha mixes these days. You see Omaha 4-5, Omaha 4-5-6. Surely that is a mix when you're having these different formats, these different variants of Omaha. in a
Well,
tournament.
that's why I'd call something like Svetlana, something like Triple Board, something like Big O. I would call them mixed games, but I would just call Pot Lim and Omaha. It's kind of such a standardized game now.
But what about 5-card PLO? What about 6-card PLO? Do you class those as...
that's just Pot Lim and Omaha with different amount of cards.
Just more cards.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So I think once you're bringing in the high-low and you're bringing in multiple boards and you're bringing in kind of extra sort of facets of the game, that's when it becomes a mixed game. But I think that having played Omaha for years, it doesn't feel like mixed really, because in mixed games I think that, you know, as a recreational, as a player, just as a human being around the table, sometimes you feel inclined to help people out that clearly don't have a clue what's going on. Whereas in Omaha, that's kind of, you know, the line is a bit more blurry in that sense because the rules are so much easily defined. The games are running 10 times more. So it's kind of, you know, it's kind of, you know, in Hold'em and Omaha, it's like if you join, say, the cash game downstairs and you're clueless, that's kind of take some accountability for that. But if you join an 8-game cash game table, right, and it's just 2-2 and people are having fun, then, you know, I've never really seen the people on those tables as the true vultures. You know, they're not there to just kind of, you know, rinse everybody.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. By the way, so do you ever play Raz? Have you ever played Raz before?
Very badly.
Someone gave me a very sick idea on how to make Raz a better game.
Yeah, because it's so dry and
it's quite dry in the sense that obviously just a lot of the information is there, and good hand is good hand, bad is.
It's kind of like, oh, I've got a bad board, so
yeah. So someone gave me this sick idea that you play Raz the same way you would normally play it, but you have a pitcher qualifier, which means your hand has to contain a jack or a queen or a king, or your hand is dead.
So then it incorporates a bit more skill, right? Because then you're like, well, what's he actually working with?
And there's some bluffing elements, because if you're showing a low-only board, do you have the pitcher underneath? Your Raz hand can look fantastic, but do you have that pitcher that makes your hand live? Equally makes the bring-in more attractive.
Yeah.
Because that way you have the pitcher. So if you have pitcher with 2 cards already, you've got a great starting hand.
You need the qualifier.
It allows a lot more playability of extra hands because you need this pitcher. I think it's a very interesting idea.
That does add a little bit of spice to it.
Yeah,
absolutely. In terms of streaming, how's things going?
So I streamed at the Chinese event. Got very tilted because for the first time ever, I let my battery run out during the stream. So I had to wait 10-15 minutes for my phone to charge up enough to actually restart the stream. And then proceeded to make a plethora of mistakes, like huge mistakes on the hands that I would never normally make.
How much of that was from the stress and the kind of...
I think it was. I think it just,
I can resonate with that.
So I was in for 3 bullets. Miracle still managed to get 5th place and actually made a bit of money on that. But yeah, played appallingly. For what my standard normally is in the Chinese, I was pretty appalled with how bad I played.
Yeah,
like huge mistakes. I had one hand where I had full house at the back, and I made a bigger full house in the middle and busted myself.
Oh, yeah.
I had another one where I had a big full house at the back, could have made a full house valid in the middle, but left trips
just
there.
Brain fogged it.
Just like I say, it was not
your proudest moment,
but it happens.
You know,
we're all humans. We all make mistakes. It happens.
You know, I'm listening to a lot of podcasts about sort of sportsmen in general, and you know, people miss the 3-pointers at the end of the game. People miss the putts to win the major championships. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah,
so I wouldn't be too hard on yourself.
No, I'm not. Just I reflect on it, look back on it, and just it's one of those things. It happens, but yeah. And then sadly for the rest of the events, not able to stream them, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and so I get it.
That's WSOP rulings, to be fair, because it's kind of in the new age of the influencer and the Instagram.
Unfortunately,
it kind of gets a little bit out of line if everyone's on the phone. I think it's also because
there are a lot of people who abuse the electronics. We've had so many situations lately. GTO Wizards. There was one with someone with a phone on the table and an earpiece, and was getting information of what all the cards were.
Yeah, there was an infrared guy in Edinburgh that was beating the local 1-2 game for like insane amounts of money. So yeah, I mean, fair enough, right?
Yeah.
It was kind of one rule for everything. We had that situation on the final table of the main event that kind of brought a huge controversy and a Twitter kind of debate. And I think, you know, unfortunately, in terms of a subsector that kind of loses out, it's going to be streamers. It's going to be do-good poker influencers. But for every one of you, there's going to be 10 people that are going to be using that device for nefarious activities.
Yeah.
So
No, I fully understand it. Game integrity obviously has to be number one from the organizer's point of view. I fully respect and appreciate that as well. It's frustrating for me because all I want to do is spread the word of the mixed games.
but we have to preserve the longevity of the game.
Of course, yeah. And yeah, very important to do.
And in terms of commentating, we always love to have you in here. Which one would be your pick for the week that you'd want to join in on? Is it going to be main event? Is it going to be 1K PLO 4-5?
So I'm actually playing the 1K PLO 4-5. I'm
okay, so hopefully we're not going to see you in the commentary booth.
Hopefully you'll just see me on the table.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. But in terms of what to jump in on, it really depends like what I'm playing. If I'm out of things and I have some free time, I will hop in the booth.
Yep.
Obviously, I hope that's not the case, and I hope I'm just busy playing things. But yeah, I'm sure at some point you'll get me in.
Absolutely. Well, thanks very much for joining us in the media room once again, Scott, and hopefully see you around this week.
Good to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome in many ways to Estonia. It is time for the 2025 World Series of Poker Circuit events here in Tallinn. We're going to be for 10 days in the premises behind me, the Hilton Hotel and the Olympic Casino. Let's head inside and see as they're just about to get started. So now we step inside the beautiful Olympic Casino here at the Hilton. Behind me, they're playing the satellite for the first ring event. There will be a mini main event starting later tonight, Friday, and many players behind me hope to get a free seat into that one. But of course, a lot of action will be coming up through the week as well. You will have 10 days full packed of action, and we're also going to be upstairs, of course, in the big ballroom. This space down here will not be enough. So let's head up and see the preparations upstairs as well. So now we're headed upstairs in the Hilton Hotel. This is where the main action will happen, all the tournaments throughout the week, 10 days packed with action. We're bringing the heat from outside into the poker tables here in Hilton and Olympic Casino. To all our players joining, you can see the schedule at allibetevents.com and enjoy the week.
Hello and welcome back for continued coverage of the final day of the €350 ladies event. We are playing for a top prize of €6,500 plus the 5K USD package. And we are motoring. We've only had one elimination so far, so things have been a bit slow, but...
We had two, actually.
Two?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I missed out.
You went on a break, and we lost Jenny.
And we lost Jenny.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got 7 left. And that means that there are going to be a couple of short stacks in there, fending their way, trying to get their way up the ranks. And let's rejoin the action, shall we?
Yeah.
So here we have it.
And Sarah, she just lost a big pot right before the break. She's still probably chip lead, but...
Looks like we've filtered out the yellow 1K chips as well, so that means that some of the stacks on this bird's eye view are looking a bit smaller than they actually are in effect. The greys are 25Ks, the 5s in front of Arena there are red. And 10-9 suited under the gun. She has just under 9 big blinds. Is she going to make a move here? Would have been kind of a nice spot to take. She's got a decent
100%.
Yeah, got a decent amount of fold equity. She's going to get a bit of respect. And it's just going to be very difficult for the players kind of in the next 3 spots at least to do much because they've got to worry about the players behind them. So
yeah.
So those shoves, even with the short stack, can be quite advantageous. She doesn't take it on this occasion, but Vita is going to open the cutoff, the Latvian lady.
Irina was probably so happy that Sarah was gone because it's really hard to have her behind you,
yeah,
being
absolutely.
a short stack.
but she misses the chance. That one would have got through there with the 10-9 suited, and that could be somewhat fatal.
And she only has 8.7 big blinds, so she needs to double up.
Yeah, 2 of those going in right now. So we have the chip leader as Sarah. Drea, again, they've been neck and neck at the top for the entire of the final table so far. Vita, Helena, Nadia, kind of in that peloton in the middle of the pack. And then you've got Cindy and Irina looking to make something happen over the next couple of orbits.
And Vita doubled up through Sarah right before the break.
Drea with the Queen 3 suited. Looks like she might be interested in leaning on the shorter stacks here. Does open. Nadia with the King Jack on the button. Their stacks have got a little bit closer over the last hour or so. Will we see any aggression from Nadia? Will she just come in for a call?
Drea hasn't had a good start to this final table, for sure. She needs some...
Been struggling with the all-ins, hasn't she? She just can't seem to... all of these short stack all-ins, they certainly add up. And she's been on the wrong end of most of those confrontations.
Oh,
Nadia doesn't like to get out the way with the King Jack, looking to allow Drea to potentially battle with Irina, the short stack, and get that ladder in the big blind, but Irina does let go of the 8-4.
Even if Sarah is chip lead, it's, I mean, every orbit is pretty expensive now.
Exactly, 30K now. And she doesn't have so many big blinds as she did before, so when she came into the final table, she was at around the 70 to 80 big blind mark. She's now the chip leader with just over 30, and as you say, Lena, this is going to be quite expensive for her if she is going to take more time away from the table to focus on the 5-5-5, which is in the money.
How many left, do you know?
Be about 15% of the field. I think they had over 700, so we're looking at around 100 left in that tournament.
And it's an amazing first prize, not just the money-wise. I mean, you win a ring. This is the first ever ladies ring event we have here in Tallinn, and also they get a 5K worth of package to the Bahamas.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that maybe her decision when we were 9-handed was fair enough.
Oh, Irina is all in with pocket fours, and after Nadia's race with 7-8 of clubs.
Yeah, she's getting a pretty good price here, 65 into 230, which is 4-1.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to be seeing a call here, even if Irina were to show Nadia that she had a hand as strong as Ace-King, Ace-Queen.
Yeah.
8-7 suited is doing pretty well against a lot of hands that would be in this range. And yeah, her arm is almost forced there just to make the call, and
she's going to be so happy to see fours.
She's going to be delighted.
Yeah.
We've basically got a flip from some of the folded cards. It must have been that a couple of fours were in the muck or something like that. Needing to fade clubs, straights, or an 8 or a 7.
Oh, there's this 5.
Yeah, strong start for Irina.
Yeah.
The board pair is also... Oh, that's a great card. So now, just fading 8s and 7s on the river to stay alive. Can she do it? Yes, she can. Nice double there for the pocket fours. And Irina is...
Oh, she's happy.
She knows where the camera is, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
So doubling up to 230, and now Nadia.
And the team No Filter did a fist bump.
Absolutely, as they should.
Yeah.
And so which language is Irina?
She's from Belarus.
Yeah.
But I think she speaks French too. She lives in Paris.
Okay. Her and Cindy look to be interacting as the No Filter ambassadors. I was just wondering what language they were speaking together.
I don't know, maybe she speaks Spanish. Irina speaks Spanish.
Yeah. Maybe a bit of a mix and match from whatever they whatever they can find.
Now she's speaking in Swedish, Cindy, with a very Spanish accent.
So over to Nadia, who had a really hot run of cards at the start of the final table, and it's just unfortunate she's not been able to make that work. Arena with the ace-king, sending it in on the button for about 15 big blinds.
And
no customers.
No. And she's in a great spot right now with Sarah sitting out still.
Yep.
I mean, with the blinds, it's 10, 15. With 50, it's 30K
yep.
to pay from the big blind.
Yeah, and 40 every round.
Yeah,
so
and 6 players. It's ridiculously expensive to sit out.
Yeah, it could be a matter of a couple of hours before she's actually completely out of the tournament just from blinding out. So let's hope that she realizes that and gets back to the table shortly, else it's going to be tough to watch her chip lead essentially dwindle into nothingness. Drea, though, will be
min raise.
Yeah, will be delighted with this. I mean, this just plays into her hands. Being able to open, being able to take the chip lead.
Oh.
Arena here, so cutoff versus under the gun, 7-handed with the button sat out. What's she going to do with the ace-10? She does have a fairly decent stack now of just under 20 big blinds. I think shoving would be a little bit overly aggressive versus under the gun, even though it is Drea, who we know is capable of opening pretty wide.
Oh.
She's going to make a really disciplined laydown.
Very. Maybe she knows something we don't.
Yeah, she had a little look over there.
Yeah.
Vita, though, I think will be defending with the Queen 8, and it's 2 of the biggest stacks in play, considering that Sarah is blinding out, playing the 5-5-5. Up against each other, 7-6-3, two-tone. A swing and a miss for both players. Vita is going to check. Drea here, really with no interaction on this board whatsoever, just 2 overcards. And a 6 on the turn. Could we see some aggression from the big blind? Vita is going to go for a bet.
She's representing a big blind special.
Absolutely. 4-5, a 6, a 7. She's also going to have a lot of straight draws and random hands like this, so Drea does stick around, and the 8 on the river improving Vita to 2 pair. And
the flush came.
Flush came, but yeah, not seeing a bet, not seeing much aggression on previous streets. Unlikely to be seeing too many flushes in there, and if anyone's going to have it, it's probably going to be Vita with the aggression on the turn.
100%.
And Drea does decide to get out the way. That 8 does complete some straights, some flushes.
And now we have a new second place.
We certainly do, and it's Vita with a bit of aggression there on the turn, getting rewarded with the best hand on the river and taking it down. So this rather...
It is quite a weird dynamic right now with Sarah sitting out. It makes it really weird.
I know. I was about to say this is a rather unique final table situation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because there's so much money in play in the 555. I think we've got a prize pool there of around 300,000 euros.
Yeah, but still.
But the 5K package, the fact that you're chip leading with 7 left, I think you just want to...
And a ring.
Yeah. Let that stack dwindle down and do the best you can in terms of the 555 stack. So, yeah.
Nadia is picking up so many hands.
She certainly is. Let's see if she goes for the all-in here or the min-raise. I prefer the min-raise, personally. You can get a worse pair to shove on you. You can get value from Drea defending the big blind with 2 undercards or 1 overcard, 1 under.
She's all in.
She's going to shove. That's the simple way to go about it. I think you gain a little bit of extra value just from min-raising, but it's certainly a question of taste. Nadia,
but
she's
I think, look, Cindy folds ace.
Oh, I don't think Karina's going to be folding the ace-queen suited, though. She does cover her opponent as well, so even if she does get involved and lose, she's still going to have 65k behind, which is good for a couple of blinds. She could potentially spin it up, but surely she's going to be thinking of putting the chips in here. You could maybe understand if she had ace-jack offsuit that she could fold that one.
Yeah,
But
I think it's very disciplined by Cindy to fold ace-jack.
Yeah, that was a good fold.
Yeah.
She's still got a fair few ladies behind that could turn up with a bigger hand, and Irina is one of those. So 205k, that is good for just over 13 big blinds at this stage, and we're looking at ace-queen suited, and in my mind, we're thinking this is a great spot. Got to play for the win in this format with the added 5k package up top. Only the winner will take that down. There's no deals on that. That's just added for the winner and the winner only. So that just incentivizes you.
I think she's going to fold. It looks like it
yeah,
on her.
The body language looks a bit defensive, doesn't it? Oh, there we go. Maybe plucking up the courage to find
she
a call.
must. It's.
You really
I know
think
it's
so?
hard, but you must.
Sometimes in No Limit Hold'em tournaments, you just have to put the chips over the line and say, well, if you've got a better hand,
Oh,
then
look
good
at
luck.
Cindy. She's so happy she
and Sarah's
folded now.
back.
Oh.
So, Irina has 44%. We saw one ace folded. Didn't see too many clubs hit the muck. So, ace, a queen, or... Oh, wow, what a flop. So, the 10, no good now. So, looking for an ace, a queen, a 10, or a club, or a jack. That is a boatload of outs. Can she find one on the river? No.
No.
What a hold from the 10s after that board. You're thinking, I'm halfway out the door at that stage, and Irina, with the big sigh there, as if to say, how on earth have I not found a way to win that hand? Ace Jack would have won.
Cindy is telling her husband that she just folded Ace Jack.
Yeah, which was a good fold. And a huge pot for Nadia just when she was starting to kind of slip out of it, and you felt like she wasn't getting rewarded for all of these great starting hands. She manages to find the double up.
Poor Irina, 4.5 big blinds now.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, that's tough.
Especially
that's
as she
poker,
just got back
but
into
it's
it.
Tough.
That was a chip lead pot at this stage of the tournament. She would have had 34 big blinds and been right at the top, which would have given her a big advantage over the likes of Sarah, Vita. Not to be on this occasion, the brutality of tournament poker once again. As Cindy
she's such a Colombian.
Yeah, she's rifling through them, isn't she? Wow.
Have you seen the movie Blow?
No.
With Johnny Depp?
No, I heard you mention
I don't
that.
remember the name of the.
I could have a little Google.
Yeah, because she reminds me of the. What's her name? The actress. Irina is all in with King 8 of Hearts while we're Googling here
Well, we're
in the
finding
booth.
some information. Penelope
Yeah.
Cruz?
Penelope Cruz, thank you. She reminds me of her in that movie.
In terms of the character.
Yeah, with the arms and everything. It's
the very vivacious type of...
But to be fair, Cindy's never aggressive, but she's very loud and with her hands and everything.
And this is an interesting spot for Nadia, because we're looking at this thinking I've got 50 into 155, 5-4 offsuit. Our cards are going to be live a decent amount of the time, which, if we know that for sure, that gives us the price to call, playing for the win.
She doesn't look too happy about it, though.
I wouldn't be either with 5 high. It's
no.
Not a great situation. She could also allow Irina to stay in as the short stack, which gives her some nice maneuverability. If she were to lose this pot, then she would slip down the rankings into, I believe, 3rd in chips, which then kind of takes away some of her opportunities for aggression later down the line. So I think I might just fold this one, keep the short stack in, and that gives us some room to go after pots anyway.
Yeah, it's such a weird thing because, I mean, Irina she's almost doubling up now.
Yeah. She's got 65 into 105, and there you have it. So,
yeah,
staying alive.
Oh, a little smile.
A little
I feel
smile,
sorry for
but
her.
Yeah, a weakened smile where
Yeah.
you could see the pain of losing, especially after that board. She gets it in with ace queen of clubs if you're just joining us now, versus pocket tens for the chip lead. It comes king jack low card with 2 clubs, so she's got 2 overs, a gut shot, a flush draw, and it goes brick brick.
Too many outs syndrome.
Too many outs, exactly. Not to be for the Belarusian lady, but she's still in there. Under the gun now, queen 8 offsuit, bit dicey, probably almost got too many chips to kind of go for the panic move with the queen 8. So yeah, just folding that one, and at least she's picked up the amount of the blinds and the antes to pay over the next couple of hands. Sarah now with the 5s. Picking up where she left
that's
off.
That's a nice hand.
Yeah, Helena with the queen jack suited. Looks like she's going to call. It would be a pretty nice candidate for a shove. You might be able to get hands like ace jack offsuit, king queen off to fold. And look at this, we've got a procession of playable holdings behind that are jumping in, and Drea might even jump in there.
Oh. Andreas just came in with what we call in Sweden lösgodis.
So
and we're back after eating what it's called in Estonia, lahisted komid.
Yep, we'll be tucking in, don't you worry about that. Look at this. Look at the amount of playable hands here. So we had 5s open. We've got a call from queen jack, king jack, deuces fold the button, and then pocket jacks.
For Cindy.
Loitering in the big blind with all this dead money out there. Absolute fist pump shove. Loving the look of this.
Yeah.
And Sarah just has to get out the way with 2 players behind. Helena now has still Vita to worry about, although Vita unlikely to be having too much of a strong holding. And Cindy, if she gets this one through, she's going to pick up 115,000 without any risk whatsoever. Just a dream spot for her.
It is a dream spot. And also, like, even if she wouldn't have had a strong hand as jacks, it's such a great spot just to do that.
Yeah, just to find an ace-10 suited and send one in, and she does show, I think, 1 jack, or it might have been 2, but anyway, the drinks are flowing. She's having a good time representing the No Filter Poker brand, and she picks up a lot of chips uncontested there, and that chip stack is looking a bit messy.
Yes.
She needs to get to work on that. Build those towers, Cindy.
You can do it. Come on. Oh, we just love this bag of candy. Thank you, Andreas.
Absolutely. Keeping us powering through as we still have the business end of the ladies' ring event to commentate on, with 7 players remaining. We joined the final table with 9 a couple of hours ago, and it's been a bit stubborn so far. The short stacks just keep doubling and keep getting shoves through, and it's really evened out. So we are left with a situation now where the chip leaders have around about 30 big blinds coming into the final table. It was much more of a commanding lead, so anything can happen, and all of these all-in confrontations just go up and up in terms of how crucial they are for each lady's chances. Nadia with the queen 8, she's looking at Irina, the super short stack in the big blind, and she just allows Cindy to maybe do the work for her. And Cindy folds, so Irina picks up a walk, which is huge for her at this stage. Getting shoved on there, she would have been in a rather uncomfortable spot with the king 6. Probably would have had to call. Whether she would have or not remains to be seen, but gets a walk just when she needed it the most. So, you know, not much luck with the ace-queen of clubs, but still hanging on in there.
Yeah, and another walk or
yeah, shove.
A steal. Yeah, she will be up to where she was.
Exactly.
Losing
so
that hand with those blinds.
She's taken the scenic route, but she might find a way back into it as Helena picks up the ace-king.
A lot of hands now.
I know. We saw 5 players with playable holdings out of the 7 ladies remaining in the last hand. Is she going to shove? Yeah. Just taking any stress out of the situation and just saying, oh! And this is going to be huge for the chances of the last remaining Estonian, Helena, flying the flag for the home country, the home nation here in Tallinn.
And if Drea would lose this, she would be. Would have less than Irina.
Exactly, and she would be so gutted because she's just had no luck in the all-ins. So will the tides turn? Cindy gets out the way. Nice fold there with the 8s.
Yeah.
You do see people sometimes just look to get involved there for no reason, but the big confrontation is upon us. Ace-King versus Queens, the classic no-limit hold'em race. And let's see if Drea can turn her fortunes. She's been rather unlucky in these all-ins. Look at that. That's a queen in the window.
No
3
hearts.
No hearts for either player. 5 on the turn, so that's going to be the job done for Drea. And she does get the elimination of Helena, and we are down to 6 ladies here at the ring event.
Oh, she was happy.
Raises her hands to the sky as if to say, finally, I've won an all-in. Just when she needed it, the most important one.
Yeah.
Gets her now to a commanding chip lead with 42 big blinds. So that's a lesson in perseverance in tournaments. You know, she's done a really good job of accumulating chips, being aggressive, working hard, just to give herself the opportunity to stay in there. She's lost almost all of the all-ins that we've seen. Now she finds a queen when she needs it the most.
Nadia, she picks up some quite playable hands.
She does, electing to surrender that one.
Yeah.
And I think she just wants to
see Irina.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Try and get that pay jump. Because she knows she's got the likes of Sarah to contend with as well, who does limp in.
Oh. They make a straight, almost a straight together.
Between them, yeah. Just a 6 or a jack needed. So limp as action slightly dies down in the short term. It's going to be tough to keep up that momentum we've just had over the last 10 minutes or so. It's been rip-roaring. Stacks flying in. Huge confrontations. And Sarah actually gets Vita to fold bottom pair with the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, so just takes it down with the stab there. Rather...
I think all of them are waiting for Irina to either double up or be eliminated.
Yeah, we've had so many interesting dynamics to commentate on. Our job's been done for us in so many ways on this final table.
Yeah.
Sarah with her table hopping adventures, Irina going down to dust every 10 minutes and then finding a way to claw herself back into it. You've had Drea losing every all-in until she needed it the most. And there's been some storylines.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you, ladies.
Yeah. Absolutely. Doing the job for us. Irina with the Queen 9. She finds a hand to go with here.
She's all in for 105k.
Yeah, and this ace 9 here is going to be good enough to tango.
She doesn't look too happy about it, though.
She goes for 250.
I like this bet by Sarah.
Yeah, just kind of thinning out the field.
It looks so much stronger than
just repushing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
You could get smaller pairs to fold and...
Ace 10 in the small blind might fold. Yeah.
So she's dominated. Oh,
yeah, there's a 9, so that's not going to change much. Still need to find the queen. Oh! There it is for Irina. Wow. Look at these ladies just summoning the queens when they need them the most. Drea was the beneficiary of the queen in the last all-in, and now it's Irina finding it on the turn with a little bump.
It's the Queen's event, so...
It certainly is, and the Queens are coming out thick and fast. Wow.
Wow. Well done, Irina.
Yeah. That's a story of grit and perseverance if she manages to win. I mean, she was almost with 1 foot out of the door so many times. She's been very patient.
Now there's no one who's really short stack, right? No. 200, 200, yeah. It's pretty even up to Drea. Vita is going to raise with King 6 clubs.
Yeah, I like this. Oh, until you find queens in the small blind again.
This is a Queen's event.
It certainly is. It's
and
almost
a
like
Queen's
it's
final table, yeah.
Scripted at this stage. We promise you it isn't. So Drea here. On the inside, she'll be licking her lips at the opportunity to put in a 3-bet, but on the outside, cold-blooded table presence. She does go for the 3-bet, makes it 60k, tiny sizing, really inviting for Vita. And it's so small that you might even see Vita just peel here. 30k into 150. Doesn't look particularly weak when the out of position player makes it this size. So are we worried about the nutted hands, you know, the aces, the kings?
Yeah.
And she certainly is, so she's just going to let Drea have that one.
That's the power of small race.
Yeah. It almost, especially when you're deep into a tournament, right, where chips are at such a premium that even calling for such a good price is somewhat scary.
Look at Drea now, 44 bigs.
Yeah, she's absolutely
massive.
Motoring.
Yeah.
And now we're going to see a strong, aggressive player in the hot seat. With 5 other ladies to contend with. And it's still Irina at the bottom of the rankings, even though she was almost out of the tournament about 5 different occasions. So all remaining ladies have locked themselves up over 1,000, which is over 3 buy-ins for the €350 entry fee.
And Irina, actually, I just remembered, she was one of the people who qualified through the free buy. So she only paid probably $20 to be in.
So she's really spun it up.
Yeah.
Gives her a little float to play some of the other tournaments this week.
For sure.
She'll be looking to go a couple of steps further than this now she's got herself back into the thick of it. Drea going to continue to apply the pressure and just get snap jammed on by Cindy there with the 4s. Not having any of Drea's antics opening the button. Not today, she says.
It's nice that Cindy has someone who understands her at the table still. Norwegian and Swedish is so similar.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's just different accents.
Okay. In terms of the grammar, the words, everything is
No, I mean, no, but it sounds like we can understand each other perfectly well.
Yeah.
It's a few words here and there that we don't understand, but
enough to get by in conversation.
yeah, but it's the same with like the southern part or the north part of Sweden.
Yeah.
Compared to like Stockholm.
Well, even in the UK, I'm from the south, right? We got some people up in the north that have such thick accents that I'm struggling to work out what the hell they're rabbiting on about half the time.
Yeah. Yeah, my father-in-law, like, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago. I didn't understand at all what he said. Oh my God, Cindy just found aces.
Yeah, now she now she might do better just kind of keeping a bit more of a straight face in these situations, because very excessive force being used.
Very Colombian.
Yeah, exactly. The emotions are worn on the sleeve. The chips are going in at about 4 different loads, but there they are, over the line. And Nadia just taking some TV time with the Queen 9. Not going to be seeing any continuation from her. You would almost bet the house on it.
Even if they just had a break, it's really, really warm at the final table. I can just imagine how just the pressure to sit on a final table, which is broadcasted, that's one thing, but also the heat.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, it's quite
it's
something.
pressure.
I know, and it just kind of takes it out of you a little bit as well.
Yeah. Oh, now she said that she had pocket fours. Cindy said.
That was the one from the previous
Yeah.
encounter, because she's.
I thought she was going to show the aces to keep up little nitty.
Yeah, a
nitty.
little bit, don't mess with me kind of ruse.
Yeah.
So 10K, 20K.
Oh, it was just a blind race?
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah.
Looks like 4 reds in the middle now, so we're up to the new blinds. And that shallows things out even more.
And Vita is in a tough position now with Drea, who's pretty aggressive and has such a huge stack behind her.
Yeah, Sarah as well on her right, Drea on the
Oh.
left. Cindy with the 4s again.
Again.
And she likes to say all in. Irina folds. Sarah now is actually from those table hopping antics, going out to the 555 open tournament, has kind of dwindled herself down a little bit, and she gets to show the 4s again.
See what I meant?
Yeah. Does her husband speak Spanish?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's adopted, but yeah. He's fluid. Oh, she just said I lied when she said that she had
the one
pocket
before.
fours. Yeah.
Yeah, you really can't miss her table presence. It's certainly been a fun addition.
Yeah.
To this final table. We do commentate on so many final tables, especially away from the ladies format that can be quite nitty-gritty and lacking, let's say, a little bit of
character.
Yeah, charisma, character, kind of exuberance, or a bit of showmanship. Sarah with the ace, blind versus blind, and now with 6 remaining, it's just so much out there. 40,000 is a nice pickup for her. I think we're going to be seeing her just go for the open jam here. Don't really see many other options with the ace-3 personally. 13 big blinds.
No.
Let's see though.
I wonder what she's thinking right now. Like, should I not set out the
kind of ruining her choice.
Yeah.
What's she gone for there? Looks like a small raise. Yeah, I don't like that with a hand like ace-3, because you just invite a lot of hands to call in position. And ace-3 is not a hand that flops particularly well. Yeah.
If they've played against each other for a long time now, maybe she knows that Vida is pretty tight, and she knows that she will only get action if Vida has a hand.
So you thought her plan was to raise and then fold to the all-in with the ace-3?
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. The other way is that if I shove and, you know, she's going to fold so much anyway, I just pick it up without having to face some of these middling hands that will call, you know, like a hand like 10-8 suited, 10-9,
Yeah,
Jack
that's
10.
true.
All of these hands flop really well and we're out of position and we end up kind of betting in the dark on the flop a lot. I like the jam personally, just pick it up. Nadia, though, picking up another strong holding, King Jack suited. 16.5 big blinds.
I just love that Andreas came with candy. That's
Right at the
exactly
right
what
time.
we needed.
Arena facing an under-the-gun shove, which is quite a healthy shove as well for the 16 bigs, and she does just fold the ace-jack, so this is why it's quite nice sometimes to shove these types of hands, even if it feels like an unnatural amount of big blinds. You force better holdings that might shove on you to actually just get out the way and pick up the 2.5 bigs, which is fairly significant. You can see there's going to be 50k in the middle. So again, nicely executed from the Swiss lady.
Yeah, she's been picking up hands, but she's also...
She's got a nice tempo to her game, doesn't
Exactly.
she? Yeah, she goes for it. And
Yeah.
she's not particularly fearful, which is also a strong characteristic to have on final tables, because sometimes you've just got to put the chips over the line, and if you do run into it, then so be it. But the majority of the time, you're just going to steamroll that one through, which is, of course, a nice spot.
Irina
Irina.
with ace-8
Yeah, ace-8 in the hijack.
and 200 exactly.
Ooh, interesting here. King-queen for Drea. Certainly not a snap fold. Want to be thinking about the range that we're up against here. We've got another player behind us with around about 20 big blinds now. She does go for the rejam, expecting to see a lot of hands like King-10, King-Jack, Queen-Jack, Queen-10 suited all in there. Some pairs. And basically flip city. King-Queen versus ace-8. Is Irina going to continue this golden run since she got super short? She's not been able to put a foot wrong.
She spun it up to 200, which is very impressive.
Exactly, considering... Oh, that's tough. So queen on the flop for Drea. And now looking to fade the pointy one, the ace. That's a 9. So an ace and an ace only for the Belarusian lady. Irina to survive. 6 left.
No.
And she doesn't find the Barry Greenstein, the ace on the river. And unfortunately, the writing did seem on the wall for her for so long. She did quite well to ladder up. And she's going to go home with just over €1,000, coming in 6th for 1,120. Hugs all round.
Oh,
Nice.
this is what I mean.
Yeah, it's a good sportsmanship,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Would you have seen that on an all-male final
No,
table?
it's a middle finger and straight to the cash desk, isn't it? Usually.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'm sick of you chumps. I'm out of here. Yeah. So it's,
And you're probably going to see a lot of them. If we can see the rail on camera, then you're going to see that it's a lot of them are probably... Oh.
yeah, and the round of applause. And she deserved it, to be fair. She battled hard. She didn't have an awful lot to work with. She didn't pick up many big hands at all. Did pretty well to come in 6th out of the 9 ladies entering the final table. It was certainly an uphill battle the entire way.
She put up a fight.
She did.
Yeah.
She did. She was patient when she needed to be. She was aggressive when she needed to be. Andrea now is
fearless.
Having found another elimination, all of a sudden, we're looking at just under half the chips in play for Drea Carlson, the Norwegian, on the button, and Cindy, King-Queen.
I wonder what she will do.
Yeah, I'd quite like to see an all-in here, 20 big blinds effective versus the chip leader. Going to be seeing what we call a big raise fold gap, so lots of hands raising, not many calling, which means that we do like to flip the switch and put the onus on our opponent. 4 in the window. That's bottom pair for Drea. Cindy has got 2 overcards with the backdoor flush draw. Depending on the size, should be seeing her continue. Lots of good turns, a 10, a king, a queen, a club. And she is going to
Wow.
peel one off, very much aware of how the... Okay, her hand doesn't necessarily instantly interact with this board, but as I said, lots of good cards to come and could even turn a hand into a bluff if the turn does go check, check. But Drea now looking to pounce on some of these hands like an 8. Even a weak jack might be under a lot of pressure. And Cindy does get out of the way, even though she did pick up a gut shot. Drea continuing to exert pressure on her opponents, and you know, her opponents are going to have to find some strong hands, or she's going to be running away with this one, I feel.
Yeah. Yeah, she's both aggressive and like careful with
Exactly.
whenever, like when Sarah had a bigger stack,
Yeah.
she got out of the way so
Yeah.
many times just to avoid trouble.
Yeah.
In
I've been really
now
impressed with
Sarah
her game.
is
What's Sarah doing? Come
again.
on.
No. Now she's down to like 300.
Yeah, this is not wise,
No.
in my opinion. Needs to be at the table when you've got 15 big blinds. I could see it earlier where, you know, she was going to be able to not lose too much and get away from the table for half an hour and maybe only lose 2 orbits worth of chips, which was maybe less than 10% of her stack. Looks like she might be back now though, but she's just missed the big blind, and that is costly, as her cards are instantly mucked. She doesn't get back in time to play a hand, and that's...
That's
well,
10% of your, more than 10,
Yeah.
10% of your stack.
yeah, looking at more towards 15%, aren't we? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, no, she's
And now
not
she's
back.
gone again. I thought she came back and realized that she was gone anyway, so now she's rushed back again. This is chaotic, isn't it?
Oh.
To say the least.
Okay. I don't envy her position to multi-tabling a 5-handed final table and a big tournament as the 555.
Yeah, in the money as well.
Yeah.
You know, versus pretty high caliber field over there in the open 555. That's
But
a
still,
prestigious
it's
one.
a
Yeah.
really nice first prize in this one.
Exactly, and you're in the business end, whereas there's no guarantee that you're going to make the final day of the other one. So again, it's an imperfect science. Everyone's got an opinion. No one really knows whether they're right or wrong, but the feeling is that maybe she should have stuck with this one a little bit more. So Cindy jamming the button, finding a gear of her own with the 10-8 suited.
Oh, Vita, she doesn't pick up any cards, does she?
No, she's been unlucky, Vita. She's tried to. The King 6, she ran into Drea's Queens. That was only an orbit or so ago. But Cindy, on the other hand, as well as Drea, has just found a new gear. So we have still that puzzling situation continuing to develop with Sarah's lack of presence at the final table, having made the money.
This is
Yeah.
it's an interesting dynamic,
It's
to
a
say it at
strange one.
least. Yeah. Andrea gets a walk. Sh- 13 bigs.
13 bigs and just slipping down the rankings with pretty much every hand that goes by. She's also going to be in the blinds in 2 more hands. That's just how fast it's going round here.
Oh, Vita found 2 aces. We complained enough here in the booth that she didn't pick up any cards, and now she just found the pocket rockets.
There we go. Just when she needed them the most.
Yeah.
She'll be a little...
Oh!
Ow! Ay caramba, Nadia has picked up some big hands. And she's run now ace-king suited into the blade. Going to get snapped off here, and when you see someone min-raising off of 10 bigs and snapping you off, even when you've got a hand as strong as ace-king suited, you're thinking, God, what have I run into here? And the bad news is confirmed as the cards are on their backs. It is Big Slick suited versus the number one. Yeah. And 13%, but it feels like 0 when you see this hand, doesn't it? So there is still a chance. About 1 in 7 times. You're going to find a way out. Oh, there's a club in the window, and there's another club. And all of a sudden, the equity disadvantage gets neutralized somewhat.
Everything just happens at this final table, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking it was going to be an offsuit 9 for the chop outs as well. That would have just been too much to bear, I think. So will we fade the club? Do. And there you have it. Vita did manage to find a way home, but there was certainly a sweat involved. And she's going to have to go for a walk after that.
Oh, and Nadia, she's been struggling so well. She's been doing so well at this final table, and now only down to 4 big blinds. And I'm going to leave you now, George.
Well, thanks for joining us, Lena. I appreciate your insight into these ladies, having played with them and battled across the felt yesterday.
Yeah, and I'll talk to you later.
Absolutely. Hoping to hear more from you later. Still 5 ladies remain. 4.5, as we haven't seen much from Sarah. As she's been out there in the 5-5-5. And we are now joined in the booth by Rasmus Lundström. Does that mean that you are out of the 5-5-5?
That's right, George.
What happened?
Well, it was the last hand before dinner break.
Okay.
And I opened under the gun, and the moment I saw the 3-bet holding the jacks, I knew that we were in for a ride.
Yeah. How deep were we at that stage?
We were just over 30 deep.
Okay.
It was you could go either way with a flat or a jam against the player. I played with him on a different table, and I saw him make some very wild moves with very small sized 3-bets. So when he sized small again for 55 instead of 60, I decided to go for it.
Decided to rip it. Yeah. And this time he had the blade, did he?
He didn't. He had kings, but he definitely had...
good enough. Yeah.
Good enough, indeed. No help for the runouts as well.
Sorry to hear that, but a min cash at the very least?
Oh yeah, definitely, and feels good to get that always.
Yep, exactly. Getting the week off to a half-decent start at the very least. What's the plan for the rest of the week? We're thinking main event, we're thinking side events.
We're thinking main events, we're thinking side events, and of course we're thinking the most important event, the after party.
Yes, we certainly are. Have you got your karaoke song ready? Are you willing to tell the audience what you're going to be crooning to come the early hours of Monday morning?
Well, I think I have to keep that under wraps
fair
because
enough.
I have an idea, but I'm not sure I'm going to commit to it yet. And if I don't, I don't want to lay my chips on the table and chicken out.
An idea? That sounds like you got some sort of fancy dress or something. They're selling a cape downstairs if you if you really want to go full all guns blazing.
I'm afraid it's not quite that eccentric.
All right, I'll might reserve the cape for myself then.
Meanwhile, Vita picking up another hand. She just took down the blinds and...
Yeah. She's been a stoic table presence, just going about her own business, not making a big song and dance of it. That we do have some big characters that are kind of drowning her out a little bit in terms of the table chat. Nadia does go for the shove here with the King 7, just kind of gambling with the blinds and the antes out there.
Yeah, and I wouldn't go as far as to say it's optimal, but the good news is it's never going to be horrible because
agreed.
It's going to be very difficult for someone to come along because it does reopen the pot when it's more than one more blind. And look at that!
Yeah, she finds some justice in her eyes.
Redraws for Vita.
Yes, the jack or the ace would spell disaster, and it's one card away now, so can Nadia find a way back into this tournament? She's battled hard. She had some pretty decent card distribution towards the beginning of the final table. Couldn't really make it count. And now all of a sudden her 70 turns into a rather more healthy 190, just south of 10 big blinds at this stage. Have you played with any of the ladies that we are commentating on in the final 5?
Well, I have played with Sara, of course, because she's Finnish, so we battled quite a lot. But other than that, I can't say there are very many familiar faces. I tried to see if I remember I played with Christiana, who played the day 1. I've played a lot with her, but she didn't make it quite this far this time.
Yeah. I was half expecting to see Linda Nguyen back, who had one of the most impressive kind of post-tournament debrief interviews with our very own wise guy. She said, I knew I was going to win this tournament the whole way. There was never any chance for anybody else. And I was thinking, wow, are we here at the Queens of Tallinn or the WWE? It was kind of, it was just like, well, you haven't heard this kind of unfiltered confidence in poker that often in a game of essentially a lot of variance.
Well, perhaps that's why she didn't come. She knew she wouldn't win this time.
Exactly. She's got to wake up on the right side of the bed, and all of the chakras aligning and all of that kind of thing.
if you know it, why waste the money?
For sure.
No, I myself, I felt like as one of the ring winners of last year, you have to come and defend your honor. It's obviously something that's not only very enjoyable, but
your name is on the steps?
Yes, so everyone's been walking all over me all week, you could say.
Get used to it, huh? That's the game's pretty tricky these days. How did you find the 555 field out of interest? Because that was an event where, when this kind of got started, it was, not, I wouldn't say soft, but it was, I'm looking across the field this time around, and I'm seeing some guys like Casimir Ser, and guys of that ilk, and you're like, hang on a second.
And I played with him on day 1, and I can tell you that it's always a pleasure, but solely because of the learning purposes. It's not a pleasure to be put in the spots that he puts you in.
Yeah, you are,
And today as well, when speaking of good players, I played today with Luka Sorainen for a lengthy time, and he was just 2 positions to my left. Lucky for me, the card distribution wasn't in his favor, especially when I picked up hands, so I didn't tangle with him properly a single time.
But he's very capable, and he's one of those guys that you could just tell from the beginning has what it takes. I've played with him a fair amount in these kind of buy-in level events, and just some of these guys that you can just tell from the way they compose themselves, the way they go about business, the sizings that they choose post-flop. You're like, this is a proper player.
Definitely. And I would absolutely put him up there as one of them. I don't find myself being intimidated by players much, but he's definitely one that makes me cautious, because the more I divert towards theory and out of my exploits, the more respect I give my opponents. Or rather the other way around, the more respect I give, the more I go for the theory. And he's definitely one where I try to just play quite straightforward.
Quite solid.
Avoid any major mishaps.
Becoming unexploitable rather than, taking the biscuit.
Yes, I think there's plenty of holes in the rest of the field to do that with. You don't have to exploit every single player. Some of them you just gotta make sure that you're ready to hold your own.
So a very political way of saying that you were quite happy with the field.
Definitely. I was happy with most of it, but I think that's the nature of these large tournaments. They do draw a field that is very welcoming to newer players, and like, even as someone who was just a few years ago a newer player, you do feel like the beauty of poker is that you really do have that hopeful optimism when you sit down, particularly in live games. I know in online it can be hard to break in, because even slightly weaker players play very ABC.
And they don't give much opportunities for giving their chips away. And you can come into these fields in live, and it can be slightly a bit of a different story.
And look at this.
Yeah, so we've got some spiciness here from Drea, electing to lean on this 2 Broadway combo. Going to get a lot of better hands to fold. Looking at the King 10 offsuits, looking at the Queen Jack offsuits as the immediate kind of targets, and then even these lower pairs are going to relinquish themselves as well. And Vita, maybe it's also a kind of subliminal message, as if to say, hey, you know, I am in the small blind here, and don't think that you can just start opening the reins. I'm going to be pouncing.
Yeah, based on my very limited 5 minutes, I would say that Vita is ready to open a lot, even though she's not the chip leader. And there it's really
problematic
nice
versus capable players on your left.
Exactly. And Drea does seem like one. When you asked earlier if I had played with any of the women in this field, I did play very briefly with Drea, and I cannot assess her play very much because I didn't see almost any hands. But what I can assess is that one of the beauties of playing with a player like Drea is she always seems to have a smile on her face.
That is good, isn't it? It's a positive table presence.
Yes.
But also someone that goes about business in a very methodical way, and we've seen her game from, you know, we see every hand in the commentary booth, which is a great insight, and she's been really, really strong. So Nadia is going to send it in with the suited jack here, 10 big blinds effective. Fair enough, with the big blind ante especially, 2 bigs out there.
Yeah, I think she's assuming her opponent might be overfolding here.
I think that's a fair assumption, and the King 6 is going to call for chips, but not for this stage of the tournament.
Yeah.
So fair play for both players, I think.
Yeah, it's a very understandable play for sure, even though it's not the standard approach. We can clearly see where she's coming from.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, there is another element of you don't want to fall below the threshold where you don't have fold equity against the opens, and playing this short-handed bout, you risk that happening, especially if Sara plans on continuing her hopping back and forth, then they're virtually playing four-handed.
Yeah, exactly. And that's going to be kind of advantageous and problematic at the same time, because then you're looking at that stack dwindling down thinking, well, you know, do I have to take the pay jump, or, you know, what's my role in this this kind of playbook here? So Nadia, a lovely hand to open jam, I think, the Jack 10 suited. And she does.
Yeah, the good thing about being wild and on one side is that you're very capable of finding these jams that other players on the tighter side are going to struggle with.
They shy away from, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you do see that, and especially with the bright lights of the feature table, the final table, and, you know, all of the glory that comes with the winning side of that, can lead to see some rather conservative play, but not from her. It's been a good final table showing, and we've got 5 of the stronger players we've seen making the last 5.
Would you say there's been any decisive hands that have really tipped the scales of the final table, or has the stack distribution been fairly similar to what we see right now?
So Drea was actually doing such a good job of maneuvering post-flop that when she lost almost all of her all-ins, right? So she had such a commanding stack and then would lose an all-in and build it back up again and lose another all-in, and she finally broke through with the queens versus Vita's ace-king, where she flopped a queen and then managed to then finally reach that kind of fabled land of the real sort of dominating chip lead. And since then, that has been, I think, the defining moment of the final table. That was around about an hour or so ago. And since then, it's been one-way traffic from the Norwegian lady, opening it up once again with the ace-9, and now Nadia with this lovely re-jam combo. Let's see if she finds it or not.
This is also a spot where a player might elect a flat. It looks so tempting because you think when 3 out of 5 community cards are out there, you have so much information, and this 2 over card situation is one that a lot of players fall into the temptation.
Yeah, of peeling, and we've seen that be, you know, even though you've only been in the booth for 20 minutes, that's actually been a theme of this final table. These kind of hands where, you know, if you're playing in an online tournament, even a $55, they are always taking these spots. And here, it's been a bit of a different story. Well, Cindy finds it. she's not backing it down from the king-queen suited, and that's going to get the job done. I don't think Drea is going to be looking to part with 15.5 bigs here on the off chance that she is ahead.
No, I think Drea is very aware of the fact that the other players understand that she could be opening very wide. But even so, just because you might be doing decently against the range doesn't mean this is something you want to do. Just continuing to have your stack and seeing as many hands as possible is actually very favorable for her. So I don't see a situation where she's going to put it in, but crazier things have happened. So
yeah, precisely. They are 5-handed. She might think that there could be some worse suited ace-x in there, maybe the occasional hyper-aggressive jam from the other types of hands that she dominates. You know, it's pretty speculative to assume that a king-9 suited or a 10-9 suited could be in there, but again, not outside of the realms of possibility. She does find the fold. I think it's a good one.
Definitely. There is another element, of course, that while we don't touch on, it's always very obvious in live, and it's the tells.
Yeah.
And one in particular from this hand that someone might have is a timing tell, because immediately after the fold, there was a move over the top with the king-queen. So some players might read into that a lot, for better or worse.
True, and it's very player dependent as well, because some players are, they've got aces there and they're really excited with the final table and they just want all the chips over the line, and then other players, it kind of actually takes away the stronger parts of their range that might think about a 3-bet non-all-in or some other way of maneuvering the hand.
Exactly, and like you said, I would say there's two kinds of players. There's a player that when they're at the top of the range, they just go with it and they avoid jamming a lot of the other ones. But the other one will never jam the top of the range immediately because they're afraid that it's going to look too strong.
Exactly.
And that is, ironically, largely because of the existence of the first player type mentioned.
Yeah.
They think that, well, hello. Apologies. I'm very interested to see how Sarah gets on, so this definitely catches my eye. And
yeah, absolutely. And we've got, 8 big blinds here with the ace-queen, and she's going to leave some chips behind.
Yeah, less even with the new level now.
Oh,
it's just over 6 big blinds, and wisely leave some behind because there are 2 pretty big stacks behind, and if they do collide massively, she could just be looking for the pay jump. But he's going to get this one through.
Yeah. In this particular format where they are playing for a $5,000 package for the Bahamas, it makes less sense to leave chips behind, I would say, because you've got to be, it's so top heavy that you've just got to kind of go for it. But it's something that you see through force of repetition. A lot of players are doing this, and sometimes it's easy just to do it kind of automatically in those situations anyway.
Absolutely. I must say that on a personal note, I do enjoy the live structures that are quite top heavy, for instance, with these packages.
Yeah.
Just because it does highlight some of the beauty of tournament poker, which is, at the end of the day, you do really enjoy the glory aspect of it, if you will.
Yeah, and the motivation to see people playing for the win. And just going for it.
From an entertainment point of view, it's extremely important that that you have a structure that rewards the winner, which is why many of these tournaments nowadays force you to leave a certain percentage when making deals.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that doesn't really happen online.
No, precisely. A lot of times there'll be, 2 regs in the morning fields that just kind of come up against each other, and they've both got 30 big blinds, ICM deal, onto the next tournament. It's not really the case in live, and that's why we are so drawn to it, because of the glory that is to be played for, and it forces you to get into uncomfortable situations and hone your craft.
Meanwhile, a very comfortable situation occurring at the tables, the ladies having a laugh among themselves about the very tight fold in the big blind of the 8-2 suited.
Yeah. Right on the edge.
Yeah.
So Nadia, Sarah and Vita, as well as Cindy really, all just basically forced to kind of battle, but you've got that added dynamic, as we've just been talking about, from that package, which means that these kind of couple of €100 pay jumps between these spots are so outweighed by the equity of just being able to have a chance to win that package.
Absolutely, and look at this, 3 in a row.
There we go.
And this is the biggest one by far. Now
Yeah.
this is interesting because she has a stack she can most definitely be open raising from, and I think that's what she will do.
I like it, yeah. The min
Definitely.
raise is the play here.
I think the only reason why you would jam is if you have 100% jams here, which you should not.
No.
And Sarah rightfully recognizes that she has some chips now.
Yeah, and this is the situation that she wants. 2 undercards that are going to come along from the big blind, hoping that they flop a top pair or some kind of decent holding to go up against and seek more value post-flop.
Oh.
Wow, that is almost too much on the board here. Top set. Looks like she's going to go for the 1 big blind c-bet, just praying that there's some kind of equity that her opponent can continue with, or even induce some kind of move, but not to be even the Queen 8 of diamonds. It's about a bigger swing and a miss as you could get with that type of hand.
Yeah, and some players will elect to check almost every time when they hit that kind of hand with this kind of stack, but I do prefer the 1 big blind over that strongly, because simply there's a little too much that can happen, and I don't see a reason why you shouldn't start charging some of the gut shots, open-enders, second pairs.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to be forced to come along anyway, so it puts them into a bit of an uncomfortable situation. You basically get called by any hand with any shred of equity. So why not take the 1 big blind if you can get it? And that's going to be great if she's got a hand like Ace-10 with the 10 of hearts there. You know, that's loving getting 2 live cards to fold. So why not balance that in with everything else? Drea with the Jack-8 now. She's just had a slight hit to the stack, nothing too serious. She was at about 1.2 million or so before. And Sarah eyeing up the board, looking at the lie of the land in terms of the blinds, average stack, all that kind of thing, adding to her decision. With the Queen 10, seems like a natural defend. Don't think we want to be jamming a hand this week, and folding was certainly out of the question.
And I would say this is a situation that Drea quite likes, getting to play these pretty small pots while many of the stacks are similar, so she can put on a ton of pressure. It really does favor her.
Yeah, for sure, in position.
As does the flop favor her.
Situation where she's flopped a pretty strong flush draw here on a board that, when our opponent only defends the big blind, they're going to, of course, they're going to have lots of flushes, but in terms of strong top pairs and the like, stripped.
Sarah does continue.
Yeah, that's quite a wide continue, I think, with just the bare gut shot, and expecting to see a lot of aggression on the turn regardless of the card.
Definitely, and the problem is that even though she rightfully recognizes that Drea can be very wide here, her actual holding realizes its equity quite poorly.
Yeah. Any heart on the turn, you know, any non... Oh, wow. So, well, it's 4 hearts on the board, but she does improve to a straight. Facing a check back. She could go for a block here to try and get called by a hand like Ace-9 with no heart. She does elect to check. And now it's going to be an uncomfortable situation for Sarah. She's going to probably face a fairly healthy sizing here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very interesting to see what sizing Drea does choose, because she is going to assume to have this on lock every time.
The majority of the stack is looking to be played for. I believe that was 175 or 200. Yep, so 2 stacks of 4 25k chips thrust into the middle, and Sarah now has to make up her mind. Am I facing a hand like 9-8 of clubs that has kind of given up on the turn and now wants to put my ace or king x into a tough spot? Or am I facing a hand like this, the flush checking back the turn, needing no protection?
And when she does find the fold.
Yeah.
Of course, we can see the cards, but
it's by no means an easy fold to make at that stage. There are a lot of hands in that wide range of Drea that could literally just have no equity whatsoever and just have to kind of be forced to, take a stab at the pot. But instead, the timing was on Sarah's side there. She does manage to get out the way when she was beat, even though she did improve. And as you mentioned, we just talked about on the flop that, difficulty in equity realization. She has improved there, and it's one of the boards where she improves and yet she still feels sick to her stomach about putting any more chips into the pot, which kind of, if anything, goes along with your viewpoint on how careful you have to be in these out-of-position defends versus players with the license to run you over.
Yes, and when I say that, I can tell you that I wholeheartedly speak from experience, because this is a mistake I have made countless times, where you know that you have the equity and you feel like you're being pushed around, and you are.
Yeah.
But just because someone is pushing you around doesn't mean you have the reason to push back.
Yeah. You just have to kind of allow it. It's just part of the game, and sometimes the ego can get in the way. You think, well, I'm getting this prize, and I'm too weak if I don't defend this part of my range, and the bigger picture could tell you otherwise.
I have a lot of imaginary friends, so yeah, I see. Who do you think I play poker with? My imaginary friends. With this one?
It's a very long and spirited final table so far. We had 9 ladies enter the fray, what must be 4 hours or so ago local time. And still 5 remaining as Nadia forced to go with the 7s, and absolutely a lovely hand to see in this situation with that daunting big blind and big blind ante needing to be paid in the next hand. 7s is a delightful pickup there.
I'm sure she was thrilled when she looked down at that.
Absolutely. The first 7, she's thinking, maybe a suited king, an off-suited ace, and instead pairing it up. Happy days. So still 5 remaining. You could just about see on the far right of the screen 6,500 euros or so up top. They have locked up around about 1,500 euros at this stage, and of course, as we've mentioned so many times, the additional value of the 5,000 USD package for the WSOP event in the Bahamas up for grabs for the ring winner.
And I know you've mentioned it several times, but I really do hope we see one of these shorter ladies start to fight for that win.
Yeah. And start to realize that, hey, you know what, at the end of the day, this specific structure of tournament is not rewarding the conventional nitty kind of ICM pay jump orientated approach. We haven't, to be fair, seen so many opportunities where you could see something that, or a play that could have been taken. So it's just been a question of the way the cards have fallen on their back so far. Drea with the gut shot in the middle pair is going to take a stab for 1 big blind.
And Nadia is going to continue in some form, because she's holding the exact same thing.
Yeah.
A gut shot and second pair, that is. She is not holding the same cards, and she is slightly behind, although chop opportunities are at large.
And backdoor diamonds as well, and looks like she's gone for a min raise here. Interesting.
Yeah, min raise in the limp pot.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're trying to achieve with this particular combo here. It's kind of seems a bit thin for value, and it seems a bit too strong to bluff, so I'm not particularly sure what the game plan is here. Maybe it's kind of designed to just make life a bit easier and kind of just pick up the pot, but
not only that, but if she does face further aggression here, I wonder if she has thought about her plan, because when she raises, she gives the opportunity, and here we go, for the draws to use a lot of equity. Meanwhile, if she sees the turn card for the one blind, a lot of those draws are going to lose a lot of their equity.
Yeah, there's a shift in her favor.
She does grab
Whoa,
chips.
whoa, that was a very quick grab of the chips. Yeah, let's.
I thought I heard something. I overheard something at the table, which is why I reacted that way. I thought she had said a call, but it does seem like she's just pondering it over, and rightfully so.
Yeah, and as you picked up on straight away, the slight surprise we had in the booth towards the min raise is because of this exact reason. If we do get jammed on, what's the play then? You know, we're just reopening the action with a hand that is a very comfortable hand that we can just take to the turn. If we had a hand such as, you know, a bear 9 or some kind of weaker part of our range that would not mind from knocking out some low equity hands, then sure, but this is kind of right in the middle of the road in this sort of wide range versus wide range situation. And now if we raise fold, we've raise folded a pair with a backdoor flush draw and a gut shot, which is an awful lot of hand to kind of turn into a bluff.
Definitely, and once again, banging on about the same topics, but they are ever prevalent. This incentive to go for the win is yet another reason why this is such an awkward position to be in, because she is going to have equity against almost every holding, but she is also not going to be dominating very often, if ever.
Yeah, the only hand she might do okay against, I guess, would be some kind of hand like 8-3, right? So that, I mean, that's 8-3 suited. I'm not even sure 8-3 offsuit would have chosen to limp. Might have just folded or raised itself. So yeah, we're really in the weeds here in terms of like thinking about great scenarios. And now it's kind of like if she could see the fact she has 36% equity, she would probably have to call, and here
she does.
Yeah, and she is not in the best of shape, but still has a fighting chance. Looking for a 4, looking for a 3, or looking for backdoor diamonds.
Also, a pairing of the board could be...
Oh, there's the 3.
Hello.
Oh my. So a 4 now chops it, an 8 for the win, or a 9. And there's a
wow.
There it is. What a run out. So the board makes a straight, and after all of that, so rather bizarre confrontation there. Not something you see every day, but did manage to chop it up in the end. And after the raise and the slightly unfortunate situation she was in, I'm sure Nadia would have taken that one.
Yeah, and just hearing the table talk, listening to them come to the similar realizations about the run-out, where we do see a situation where the lead changes multiple times. It's always interesting.
Yeah.
Especially if, or when you're sitting in these limelights. You can certainly feel your heart racing.
It's all happening so fast, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
I know that watching this, it can sometimes feel like they take forever to peel the next card while they make sure everything is running smoothly, but when you're sitting there, it really does feel like it goes by in an instant. Sarah now. She's playing just over 10 big blinds, and it is a very awkward stack. And sure enough, she is going to go for the jam this time. I think she's going to have very few, if any, opens at this stack size. Earlier, when she had just over 13 bigs and kings, it was a much clearer situation. But in this one, I like the jam. I would say I strongly prefer the jam as well.
Me too. Yeah, you run the risk of, when you open this type of hand, being shoved on by some, maybe let's say, sort of medium type pair type holdings that could fold to the jam, that might decide to rejam on you. So just kind of clearing out a load of equity. If she does get called and the cards are on their back, she doesn't really have many other choices at this stack depth. Going for the open jam can never be a bad situation or decision.
Once again, we are shown just how even it is. It is almost like they're trading blows here, just trying to stay in that second position and avoiding being the next one to have to make a move. But meanwhile, Drea is really enjoying this long, drawn-out, small pot play.
Absolutely. She's just kind of coasting, really.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Calling it small pot play when we just saw an all-in and a call might sound a little hypocritical, but the pots pre-flop do stay small, and when the action is this fragile, it does favor her heavily, and we are going to see another very comfortable open from Drea. Let's see if someone can find something this time.
She can also employ an open jam strategy, and I think this could be a hand that might want to fall into that. She's looking at south of 13 big blinds effective with the remaining players.
Definitely, and I think in online play that is something that you would see employed a lot here.
Yeah, a lot more often, yeah.
In live play it's much less common. On the bubble you do sometimes see it, but on final tables people don't always feel comfortable sticking it in like that.
Yeah, true. And this actually is a bit of an action board, right? We've got top pair versus the gut shot with the backdoor flush draw and the overcard. Surprised to see a check there. I thought Drea might have started loading up.
Once she can put a ton of pressure on this stack, she does also recognize that this is one of the board textures that is going to favor a big blind flatter. And though she is wider, so she does cover more of this board, it is somewhere where you can mix in. However, seeing her fold to one bet makes you question whether you should have just bet the flop, because bet folding to a jam is entirely okay. You don't have an outrageous amount of equity where folding would make you sick to the stomach.
Yeah. Turning a double gutter on the turn as well, right?
Yes, definitely. She got another redraw. She had the ace high as well going for her. It was a double flush board, which means that there are a lot of hands that Sara might stab that she feels are not going to do well at showdown, like a gut shot with a flush draw.
Yep.
Yeah, even against a pair, she's in a good position with position, and Sara being the one who's at threat of busting. I do think you should have seen a call there, but Drea opts to keep seeing more cards and keep this favorable situation.
Yeah, kind of going for a bit more of a small ball approach with the pre-flop open as well. Just, I mean, it's kind of a way that she doesn't want to run into the strong hands, although I think that the open jam strategy would be extremely valid, and that was a perfect spot in the tournament to start employing it. But again, as you mentioned, a bit of a difference between what we see in online play and what we see in kind of theory, and what feels more comfortable when you are in-game in the live tournament final table setting.
Yes. Meanwhile, we do see Sara in the blind against blind situation, flop one pair. She does opt to bet out and is going to take it down. I am curious, when Sara limps pre-flop and Vita looks down at a weak king, is she ever considering jamming this? It's 9 big blinds, and while it does look scary, she might want to look for jams there. I don't know if it's something you should do in theory, but in practice, in live, people often are going to just play their strong hands very face up this short.
So Nadia now with about 10.5 big blinds here, and King 5 suited. Looks interested. Is she going to use this as a min open into the big stacks big blind? I think there would be potentially better spots. Cindy with the 8-3, mulling over her options. I don't see too many with this type of hand.
Looks like she comes to the same conclusion.
Yep, and Sarah, of course, will be relinquishing, so could be seeing a blind versus blind battle. Vita now with Jack 9, 8 big blinds. I think we've just got to go, considering the top heavy structure. Not going to get too many better opportunities to send one in, and Drea actually has her opponent dominated here and does make the quick call. 8 big blinds effective, and is in a rather fortunate situation, looking to fade a jack or potentially some clubs, hearts, and potential straights, but 69% as we see it.
I doubt Vita is getting very much support from the rest of the table at this particular time, but she does find it anyway.
There is the jack and an ace, so we still need to see a king, and a king only, and it's the 6. So Vita, the short stack, now right back in the thick of it, and Drea's woes in terms of all-in confrontations, despite winning the big one versus Vita earlier, seeing some resurgence from the Latvian. So still 5 ladies remain.
I can't help but notice that Sarah's been sitting at this table now for quite some time. Perhaps...
you think she's busted the 5-5-5?
Well, that, or she has chipped up, because right before busting I was actually moved to her table. And she had a very awkward stack in that one as well, around that 14-15 big blind mark. As I say that, I do realize that they have actually gone on dinner break in that one, so...
so she might just be playing out her dinner break in this tournament.
I would say definitely so. And
kind of interesting to work out what your equity is in each tournament, because she left with the chip lead from this event to go and join that one, and she had, you know, maybe her stack was worth something around 1,500 to 2K, plus the added equity of the package as well. So kind of relinquishing that to focus on the other tournament, it seemed like a strange decision.
Yes, I actually saw that. I looked it up on the app because I was sitting, before I got moved to a table, I was sitting to the table next to her. And I mentioned this to her in person. I said that aren't you first in chips? And quickly mentioned that I do believe, while I have not done any proper calculations on the subject, that there was a value in. Meanwhile,
oh wow,
back to the action.
And an all-in and a call. Drea is coming undone here.
But perhaps this is just what she needs to break her bad luck. A situation where she's already behind.
To find a lady.
Yes.
It was the queen that helped her out last time around, and we've seen the queen rear her head in many situations. And now we've got some backdoor opportunities. Some straight draws, some backdoor spades. Of course, the queen remains a killer card.
And that is about as dry as it can get.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. Just the queen and the queen only for Drea, and she doesn't find it. And all of a sudden, that chip lead has gone into dust in just 2 hands. Now we have such an interesting final table dynamic where we had Drea sat with over 1.1 million not longer than 10 minutes ago, and now we have Nadia on 505k, Drea 585, and I believe Vita is sat there with over 450 also.
Yes, and this is where we will truly get to see who is willing to go for that
take
win.
The chances.
Because now there are several contenders for this trophy. I would say even the short stacks are more inclined to get involved now, simply because
Yeah, they don't mind this one bit, right? Because one double up or a couple of jams getting through, and all of a sudden they're in the reckoning. Whereas if Drea would have won one of those two all-ins, the writing was almost on the wall.
Yes. If the short stacks are still hoping and dreaming of winning this event, then that is a scenario where you would call them missing out on the pay jump a good thing.
Yeah, precisely. Just because of the kind of unique structure in this, where a 5K package in a tournament like the 555, that's going to be a small percentage of one of the pay jumps, right? Between first and third, let's say. Whereas here, it's almost doubling first place.
Yeah, and the jump between first and second in just pure cash in the 555 is actually 20,000.
Oh wow! Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it's safe to say that the package is far less relevant in that one, until a very likely deal is seen, because in these top-heavy structures that also have the package, it's quite common to see an agreement being struck.
And so what did Sarah say just before we saw that all in? You were about to say that you had kind of made a point which, you hadn't done the groundwork with the maths, but your intuition was telling you that her stack in the ladies tournament was worth a hell of a lot, especially because she had that chip lead situation where she was just going to naturally accrue chips anyway.
Well, she didn't comment much. She acknowledged my thought and didn't really go either way. I got the feeling that she herself hadn't really planned this far, because frankly it's a very positive problem to have, to be this successful in two events. And while I'm sure she was aware that this is possible, interesting hand developing while I'm talking.
Yeah, Vita asking for a count.
Yes, and still talking about Sarah. While I'm sure that she was aware that this is possible, I think she strongly assumed that either she would bust one of the events or she would have a very comfortable stack in one of them, making it easier for her to move away. As it stands, she has this semi-short stack in both of them.
In both, which is the most awkward situation to face, because you're at one table and you're thinking, have I missed out on a couple of double ups in the other tournament, and vice versa. There's really no winner at that stage. But I think that,
Getting back to the action here, I'm curious what you would do in Vita's shoes, because the price is oh so tempting.
Yeah.
But her hand is not going to be in good shape very often.
Yeah, in terms of for chips, you would be expecting to see a call, but in terms of this situation is almost kind of aligned with playing chip EV, because we're just playing for the win, right? So it's almost like lopsided in the other way, where we just kind of call there and just hope to see the Broadway, and if it's a hand like that, then we're not doing that badly anyway. Lots of chops.
Yeah, it's all coming full circle with the ICM in this one for sure.
Yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher.
Perhaps someone who has studied less of it is better off just sticking to their normal, comfortable play.
Just go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
ace-4 suited for Vita. Likely to see, we could even see an open jam here.
It's definitely a play she could make. She opts for the open. No.
She does go for it.
I have to say, I do prefer this over the open.
Me too.
Especially at this 13 big blind stack. I think it's perfect.
Yeah.
I'm very satisfied to see.
We get a lot of better ace-x hands from the field to fold, I think, and also we have decent playability with our hand, but kind of disincentivizing the big blind defend is not a bad option when the big blind and the big blind ante are so valuable in terms of just simply chips accrued at this stage. So I'm an advocate of the open jam in that spot. I think she's taken a nice option there.
Definitely. Showing us part of what we talked about earlier, that now we are going to see the ladies unleashed now that the stacks have evened out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile.
Ooh. Oh, Drea has
yeah,
folded.
she has folded. I was thinking,
no.
because she was playing with her chips, looking down, looking very focused.
And I was thinking now's not the time to get busy with the Jack 6. Maybe if we had 1.2 million, we could just be sending in any suited hand at that stage. But again, Nadia now electing to do the work for her. Sarah is going to have to get out the way. Let's see what Vita finds. King 10 suited, but it's a rather healthy jam, and it is actually for her entire stack. 430. It looks like she's made up her mind.
That was Vita asking for a count there, and realizing with the four pillars that she is in fact covered.
Yeah, exactly. So and
she goes back to thinking about the decision. She knows the reality and does opt to fold. I do think that is the thing you want to do here. Yeah,
I think I would have, in this structure, I would have probably called with King Queen suited in that spot. Maybe erroneously, I'm not sure. It's but I think we've got to draw the line at least at that. I don't think we can call with King Jack in this situation, but seeing as we're playing for the win and we know that our opponent is going to be capable when we have King Queen of shoving hands like Queen Jack, King 10, that could be enough.
Yes. I know some fans of the min race will find that jam overzealous, but between the few shorter stacks, meaning that it doesn't play for 15 big blinds effective against everyone, and the fact that she got hands exactly like King 10 to fold out the big blind, I do think that it's the only right play with pocket eights.
Agreed.
You can play, and you probably should play, a mixed strategy there, but it's going to be a lot of jams because of the stack distribution.
Agreed. So 8 deuce. Likely to hit the mark, and something's going right for Drea in the last orbit or two at least. She gets a walk.
Yeah, I think perhaps she's happy that she doesn't have to fight for that one, as the runouts have not favored her very much. Even if we go as far as to think about the 9-6 versus 6-3, it was quite even in distribution, but she was ahead in that one. It's easy to forget after seeing the turn and then feeling like she got lucky, but
yeah, exactly. And then the 2 all-ins in a row where she's got King 9 versus Jack 9, almost to have one hand on the trophy and, you know, one finger in the ring, we should say. But you know, instead then next she takes an aggressive jam blind versus blind with the Queen 6, runs into the goods, and all of a sudden it's just, you know, back to work. So what have we got here? King Queen. The effective stacks, I believe,
they're very even, but the effective stack is Nadia here, just barely, especially since she has just paid the blind. So she's going to be playing around 500,000 exactly.
So this small raise is going to get the job done on this occasion. Nadia with the King high, but just completely lacking in any playability and looking to surrender on that occasion. Could be the type of combo that you see the Brazilians online go for the click back with, or something like that. You know, with the one high, one low, but. Not seeing anything of that ilk so far on this final table, which is, I think, fair enough.
Yeah, I would say in general we have seen people stick to the more traditional lines.
Yeah.
Although, like you did mention earlier, there hasn't been a ton of opportunity for creativity, perhaps.
Yeah, the cards have not played themselves, but there's been it's been a bit more standardized. Vita here with the Ace King, and I think when we're playing for the win, this is a really nice one to go for the min raise call. Let's see what she goes with. She's reaching for a lot of chips there. She's just going to go for the shove.
And like you said, the min raise call does play the benefit that when you want to be playing for the win so heavily, getting it in with decent equity is more favorable than normally when we really like not having to risk our tournament life and avoiding the ladders.
Yeah, and just basically piling one through and taking the blinds and antes. It's less appetizing at this stage because, you know, if we do see one of our opponents there with an ace-9 suited that may have slung it in themselves, you know, we're missing out on that nice little favorable 65, 35 or whatever spot to try and play for the lot. Having said that, the jam is by no means a bad decision, and that's what she's gone for on this occasion. Let's see if any similar situations like that pop up, because we have tended to see a lean towards the more simple route.
Certainly. All I'm thinking is, I'm thinking about the hand that she opened earlier with ace-5 off and elected to fold later. If you do that, you need to protect your range, of course. The ladies won't be seeing the cards until after the tournament's over, but...
Yeah. Nadia again sticking with her open shoving strat, and looks like that they are about 10 big blinds effective with the blinds. So again, one way of doing it. I think a hand as strong as ace-jack is kind of similar to the ace-king for Vita in the previous spot, where we wouldn't mind the opportunity to profit some more in this situation, because look, anyone that doubles up now, even a player like Cindy, could potentially take the chip lead.
It is quite wild that with this extended, drawn-out final table, the fifth and final last stack in last place could go almost all the way to first with just one double. Really does show how everyone has to walk on their toes, and is much of the reason why all these ladies are choosing the more simple routes for play. It's perfectly reasonable. And just as I say that, we see Cindy jamming the button with 10-9 offsuit for 8 big blinds. George, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, Cindy has been a player that we've seen a rather eccentric style, not just in terms of hand selection, but in terms of table presence. She's really not backed down from much.
And I know Sara is going to hate having peeled this hand and been facing action just before. If she faced a min open or a fold, she has a very easy decision, but unfortunately she is going to have to let it go, because the ace-3 is a hand that never really dominates your opponent.
No, exactly. You'd much rather call with a hand like even king-jack offsuit is going to fare a bit better versus a 10 big blind button shove in terms of domination, which is what we're looking for, really. We want to be finding ways to have our opponents crushed. And ace-3, as you say, it's going to be 55% the majority of the time, or behind.
And looking at Cindy's body language after that hand, like the Joker perhaps would say, it's not about the cards, it's about sending a message, because she looked very decisive in stacking up those chips.
Yeah, no, she definitely has a lot of pep in her step. She's been a very welcome addition to this ladies' final table. And she hasn't been shy to chuck a couple of drinks down the gullet either. I think at least a couple of tequilas have hit the back of the neck.
I have to tell you this. Somebody told me a hilarious story in the 555 on the break about this older gentleman who had shots of Jägermeister, and instead of downing them the usual way, when he had a decision, he took out his glass and he started sipping on Jägermeister.
Right, okay.
You know, kind of tasting for a feel of the cards, if you will.
Yeah, like a modern day version of the Rounders Oreos.
And here we go.
Wow. Okay, so it's kind of the cards have gone in. The chips have gone in very quickly, but we've got this awkward situation where Sara has a big blind behind. So there's just a bit of semantics now as to, you know, are they going to see a flop or can we put the rest in? Anyway, we should be seeing the money fly in here.
Although I have to say, if the flop doesn't favor Sara at all, if it comes ace blank blank. She might fold because of the
Wow.
speed that Drea put it in.
That's a good point.
Because even with the one blind, you're still going to win the blind and the ante, no matter what the action is.
Yeah,
if
it
you do
comes
end up winning
ace
later.
deuce deuce.
Yeah, ace deuce deuce is a flop where I might see her.
Ooh,
This is not one of them.
that is certainly not one of them. Did she have a spade?
She did not.
No. Okay. So that's a flip. So we're another key situation for Drea here. She's looking to fade kings, jacks, nines, and aces, and any other card is decent for her. That's a great start. Equity shift solely in her favor.
And the way it's been going, you
Oh.
would have believed that.
Yeah, that she found a way to lose, but instead, Sarah, who had the rather unique spot where she was deep in 2 tournaments at the same time, the ladies event with the slightly more modest prize pool, but still a lot of money to be played for, she decided to leave on the back burner and chase the dream of the spin up in the 5-5-5. We do not have official confirmation as to whether she's still in that tournament. They were on dinner break last time we checked, but well, we do have a clock in here, but it does feel like we're in a bit of a time warp in the media room, just kind of locked into an endless procession of someone winning all-ins and someone losing all-ins for the last 5 hours.
I have to say that while her stack wasn't the healthiest, I do believe she is still in because they will be coming off the dinner break now. And
Okay.
when I busted in her table, she was alive and well.
Yeah.
In fact, she was the small blind in the final shuffle, or the button. I can't quite recall.
Right. And she decided to run back to this one.
Indeed. In fact, she had been gone long before I was moved, so
Okay.
she perhaps looked at the clock, realized there wasn't a lot of times, looked at her stack and realized that she will be coming back to at least 10 big blinds,
Yeah.
no matter what happens. Simply left.
Well, good luck to her in that one, but we still have 4 ladies remaining, and Drea is sending one in to Nadia's big blind here. 17 big blinds effective.
And this is truly putting on max pressure here.
Yeah.
Of course, it is a very natural hand to do it with, but this is a hand where we might see her call it off.
We really might. She's trying to figure out what the other stacks are.
I have to say, this is an agonizing spot for Nadia.
It really is. Chips we do have to call with the king jack, and it's kind of, from what we've deduced, somewhat close to that because we're just so top heavy, so you want to take every chance you can get. Drea, I believe, would shove hands like some suited jacks and kings. We saw her with queen 6 off for, I believe it was 11 bigs earlier, so certainly no reason to believe that she wasn't going to be taking a wider jam, although when you do get into the realms of north of 15 big blinds, people tend to be a little bit more honest, and you tend to see people kind of favor a lot of ace X's, a lot of weaker pairs as the starting point of that range.
Don't tell me that. I open jammed 32 bigs today
Yeah.
from the small blind. So
Oh yeah? Effective.
Yeah, effective.
And what did we have?
Well, I was the covering stack, and more importantly, it was on the bubble, so
Okay.
it was fairly natural. But actually, I can't recall. Oh yeah, king 10 offsuit is what I had. So
Fair enough.
I decided to just take the equity I had and run with it, and I think that's a spot where people will fold a ton.
Yep.
Drea now, do we go for the shove or do we go for the open? Nadia, of course, being the bigger stack in the small blind, is going to have much harder calling it off.
Yeah, I like the... Oh.
Hello.
And she's run into it once again. Can she find a way out of dodge this time?
Maybe it is really the case of she just needed the floodgates to open, and now that she has 1-1, perhaps she can get some run good. Doesn't look like it at this flop.
No, that's about as low morale as it gets, apart from the backdoor spades, and now that's GG on the turn.
Yeah. When you're hoping for a backdoor chop, it's really not your flop, is it?
5% to get half of it back. And an outburst of Spanish. language there. Not too sure. I'm doing Portuguese on Duolingo, not Spanish. So I mean, maybe I could pick up something, but it was a bit too quick for me.
Yes, Cindy being very happy with the outcome. Afterwards, she does seem to be making a note that she is in no way trying to send a needle. She is simply just happy to see the outcome, and Drea does look like she understands the very natural reaction come out, especially from someone who is this lively at the tables.
Yeah, it's not like it's out of character, that's for sure.
Yes, it's kind of like what, for those of us who watched the main event, saw with Michael Mizrachi. He was very lively presence, and when he celebrated winning that huge pot with Ace King against Kings, hitting the Barry Greenstein on the river, I think
felt like the stars were aligned at that stage in his favor, didn't they?
Yes, it did. And though I'm sure Woznak's world was rocked at the time, I think even he would have told you both immediately and afterwards that it is a very natural and understandable reaction, and he holds no ill will towards Mizrachi for that reaction.
When you're playing for 8 figures, I think there are very, very primal screams coming out from Mizrachi at that stage. So, what happened there?
What happened is, in fact, that it folds over to Cindy in the small blind, and pretty much as soon as Nadia lets go of her cards, she does jam. The camera wasn't on her because we're not quick enough to catch the action here, so it is unclear if she has jammed blind or if she had looked at her cards at an earlier time, but clearly her mind was made up.
Yeah, that's some Latino spirit right there.
And seeing...
going for the momentum shove.
Yeah, and seeing Vito fold the king there against this hyper-aggressive approach really does show that it does seem like it's very effective.
It does work, and that's why I was thinking earlier maybe Drea could start to move into the open jam game, and she had the chance too. The issue is if you play the min raises and then lose a small pot, then it's kind of that kind of stack dominance is lost somewhat.
And I have to cut you off here a little bit, George, because what a hand we just witnessed. It's a walk for Drea, and I cannot believe it because Nadia in the cutoff does peel King 10 offsuit and folds it quite quickly, and then Cindy, I don't know if she had looked at her cards or if our reader's wrong, but she snap folds Ace 10 off from the button after jamming Jack 4 blind against blind. So Drea might not realize just quite how fortunate she is to get that walk. Perhaps it is the case where no one really wants to take on Drea, but
but Cindy is maybe needing to tone down the emotions potentially, because it's all been a little bit all over the place for the last 45 seconds at least, and it's very natural to celebrate the wins, but if that's going to be changing the game plan over the next 2 hands in such a wild manner,
yes,
it might be better to take a little walk around the room and come back.
She really did surprise me very much, and I could feel it still, because when she peeled the Jack 5 suited here, something that you would consider to be a fairly natural fold, especially when you're not the chip leader, I could feel myself getting excited because I was just expecting something. The unpredictability of it all is beautiful to watch.
Ay caramba. So finally normality is restored. We're back into a limp pot after quite the show.
Drea with the not low here.
Yeah, and I think it's quite nice to just give up sometimes at least. And she does turn a deuce. So
when Nadia does check back this fast, I think we will see Drea stab small. She does just that.
She's gone for a small blind. We need to double that, so we get a big blind in there. Nadia now with the flush draw.
Yeah, she had me thinking I had the colors all wrong here.
Yeah, I think she thinks that she had Queen 5 of hearts, to be honest, when she double checked there. Maybe not, but an ace on the river shouldn't be too much of a scare card in this situation. I mean, 3-5 will complete now. Let's see if Nadia could find a healthy sized bet when check 2. It would be quite... Oh,
And I was
Wow.
almost going to cut you off, saying that this is a rare situation where we might see the best hand bluff.
Trying to get a 4 to fold.
Meanwhile, Nadia not holding the cards you'd like to hear her off with, but
Yeah.
she is at least taking the time, which is a smart thing to do, demonstrated by the earlier hand of wickedness that we witnessed. So she's thinking her options through, and while I believe both you and me strongly believe that she will reach that conclusion that we just witnessed, it is refreshing to see her slow down the pace a little bit.
Yeah. Lots of the hands that might have had to bluff would have likely stabbed the flop, right? All of the missed straight draws and all of the stuff that she's actually ahead of. You'd have thought might have taken a stab at it on a flop which has so many straight draws, and then all of a sudden the deuce on the turn. The story was not too great for the Queen 5 high, I think.
No.
Struggling to think of a hand that she would beat.
No, while we were on the flop talking about how you want to have some give-ups, I think that it is more natural for a hand with at least some showdown to find the check, and this is something that was in the back of her mind. I'm sure that even if Drea is bluffing, she might be bluffing with something like a king high, or in this case a deuce.
Yeah. So Vita now with the ace-queen suited. Struggling to find a point where I can catch my breath. It's all happening, isn't it, right now?
Yeah, sometimes these short-handed bouts can become very stale, but not in this case. And
No.
I think the short stackedness of the table, if you will, is
Adding to the intensity.
contributing heavily to this intensity.
Yeah.
That and some of the characters like Cindy that we do find in the mix.
Yeah.
Truly a breath of fresh air. And
Absolutely. And she's representing the No Filter brand that we had Lena in the booth earlier talking about how they are looking to go down their own route of revolutionizing the characters in the game and kind of amping it up a little bit, making it a bit more fun again. Anyway, Nadia with the aces. Perfect spot for a min raise here.
decent hand.
Yeah, and the only issue with this is that we've seen her open jam probably 10 of the last 10 candidates. And now we see, I think a min plus, is it?
It is just a min.
Oh, yeah.
Because they do end up stacking it in the 50s. Vita now, having seen what you just mentioned, does she just
fold?
To fold
yeah,
immediately?
It's alarm bells, isn't it? It's
definitely. I do not think she will ever jam, but the call is still very natural for the price. And even if she believes the range is exactly aces. Oof.
Yeah. Oh, and she donk jams the flop?
Yeah.
Aces, Jack 10. This is the quickest action I've ever seen on a final table. It's just all happening so fast. So we saw her flop top pair, and I really was liking the cut of her jib, but up until that moment, I don't see the value of the donk jam there.
The 7, terrible card for her, and sure enough, the deuce seals it.
Ouch. So Vita, she put up a really spirited effort. She was battling in terms of all-ins with Drea for hours on end, going to and fro. Does flop top pair, goes for the stop and go. She had quite a few chips remaining at that stage. Wouldn't have minded to see her try and eke out a c-bet from her opponent at least. And as we do go down to 3, that means that we're going to take a 20-minute break, and we'll be back for you with the remaining 3 of the ladies' queens final and the ring event coming to you shortly. Thanks very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome in many ways to Estonia. It is time for the 2025 World Series of Poker circuit events here in Tallinn. We're going to be for 10 days in the premises behind me, the Hilton Hotel and the Olympic Casino. Let's head inside and see as they're just about to get started. So now we step inside the beautiful Olympic Casino here at the Hilton. Behind me, they're playing the satellite for the first ring event. There will be a mini main event starting later tonight, Friday, and many players behind me hope to get a free seat into that one. But of course, a lot of action will be coming up through the week as well. You will have 10 days full packed of action, and we're also going to be upstairs, of course, in the big ballroom. This space down here will not be enough. So let's head up and see the preparations upstairs as well. So now we're headed upstairs in the Hilton Hotel. This is where the main action will happen, all the tournaments throughout the week, 10 days packed with action. We're bringing the heat from outside into the poker tables here in Hilton and Olympic Casino. To all our players joining, you can see the schedule at allibetevents.com and enjoy the week. Welcome back to the World Series of Poker circuit events in Tallinn 2025. We are on day 2, and behind me, of course, a lot of poker is already in full swing. We have the open face Chinese, and we have the day 1B of the mini main event. But I thought I would show you a little bit what else you can do besides play poker. Let's see what's offered in the Hilton Hotel. Right to the left of the entrance, when you come out, you have the Olibet food truck with burgers, tacos, and fries, whatnot. And you know, hardest part of this work, sometimes you just have to try things as well. So, okay guys, let's see. Could we have some tacos, please? Yeah. Oh, it's really quick too. Can't promise you that they will be this quick all the time, but surely you can get a nice food, a meal out here in your breaks. So make sure to check out the Olibet food wagon outside. And now then, once eaten, when you enter the Hilton, to your left you find the merchandise stand. Here you can find some nice t-shirts, caps, hats, sunglasses even, might be needed in this weather. We have one of the nice caps here, and we'll show you a bit more about what could be found here. And as you're heading upstairs to go to the big tournament ballroom, of course, you'll be using the stairs, not the elevators. And in these stairs, you'll find the ring winners from 2023 and 2024. All their names are on these steps. And once you've done those steps, you'll be upstairs in the lobby outside the ballrooms where the tournaments are played. And the first thing you will see is the cashier. Here you can register for all of the tournaments for the week. Now then, in the big ballroom, this is the main tournament area, and this room can fit over 300 players. This is where you'll be playing most of your tournaments before you might end up at the final table, might even be at the live TV table. So here we are now with that TV table in the background. This is where you want to end up, of course, and there will be live streams coming to you from Tuesday. So stay tuned to our socials, do not miss out on that, and of course watch all our streams, all our updates. Thank you for watching this walk around video, and I hope to see you soon. Joined now by Jason Glatzer, as you all know by now, the CEO of Poker.pro. And Jason, tell us, what is Poker.pro doing during these events?
Well, we're here to cover the event. We had a lot of pre-event coverage, but we're going to have a live blog starting tomorrow on Poker.pro. There'll be daily articles that will also be imported over to allibetevents.com, so check them out as well because they have the schedule and everything else. We have our hosts coming later in the week, so expect a lot of social media fun as well throughout the week. And maybe you'll see me at the table. I mean, it is the first ever Sweet and Special ring event later in the week. That is my main event. I have to be free, I have to try to play, and I have to try to win my first gold ring as well.
But you have some scores recently, haven't you? Some results.
The rumor has it I've won a trophy or two, maybe 3, 4, 5. But it's not about me. It's about all these amazing players.
I'll take the microphone away from him and we just stop it there. Poker.pro, there's where you find all the action. Christopher will be writing, Jason will be in the background, and I'm sure you can trust Glenn Brown when he arrives in a few days to give you some real nice content too. Jason?
Yes. And we have 810 and Maureen coming as well, playing the ladies ring event, so that should be quite interesting as well. But we have a group of 5 coming in total.
Perfect. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to the WSOP Tallinn 2025, and I'm joined by familiar face Scott Kenyon. How are you, sir?
Yeah, not bad, thanks. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. I'm looking forward to this week. It's now the 3rd WSOP circuit, I believe, in a row here that we've done, as well as many other events in Tallinn. What keeps bringing you back?
You know me, mixed games. Always the mixed games. It's a spicy array this time because obviously the buy-ins are a little bit juicier with it being a World Series event. Obviously the prestige of the ring plus the potential of the 5K added package to Bahamas.
Yeah.
Love the mixed games. And to see like a 1K 8-game tournament, 555 Svetlana as ring events.
That gives that extra level of intensity and prestige to the smaller sort of field events, which means that all of a sudden your onus completely shifts from the larger fields to now, let's get in there, let's get hunting. What's the strategy?
For me, I always play a sort of somewhat solid-ish game along the way, sort of build the stack as and when it can come. I made a bit of a mistake actually in one of the events. I feel a bit too late, I think, particularly for the mixed games events here. There's action from the start. It's not like the old days where you would start with like 200 big bets deep and you're passing basically nothing. The first levels are meaningful levels. So I made a bit of an error coming a bit late. I want to make sure that I'm here for the start of the tournaments. Yeah. Because there is blood from the start in these.
Yeah. So you want to be in there straight away. You want to maybe, without sounding a little bit too like a vulture, you want to seize some of the value that could be in there from people that maybe aren't so experienced in those formats, and they tend to bust out quite quicker as well.
For sure.
Especially when they're used to, let's say, pot limit or no limit formats, and they're just kind of in every hand, just spraying it about.
And equally, it's just helpful to get a sort of profile on the table. If you come late, you come in cold, you miss some of that information that a lot of the other people are going to have. So I think it's a benefit that you want to be there from the start. You want to be able to profile your players accordingly as to how you think they're playing and spot, like you say, not to be too much of a vulture, but to spot the value on the table. So I think that would be my top tip. You want to be there from the start.
Mm-hmm. And what are you looking forward to most? In which event?
8-game tomorrow. 1K 8 game. It's cool that they've upped the buy-in for that, because last time it was a 350. We know, of course, Franco won the ring in the 350 last time, defending champion. I know he will be coming back to defend his title. Big difference between 350 and 1K. Few people unhappy about that. I think a few people think it's a little bit too much, but it's WSOP.
Yeah, exactly. Under the brand of the big name. Also, you're still going to get over 100 runners.
For sure, right?
Yeah,
so I would think so. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nice. And have you been brushing up your 8-game skills? And how do you do that for people watching at home?
Not much, actually. So I play mostly Hold'em online. That's unfortunately the sort of what we have these days, barring
you can't
a
make
series.
a living playing 8-game, $5.50 tournaments, can you?
Barring a series, barring a big series. I mean, I did play Scoop. Got one final table there, got 3rd in a deuce to 7 triple draw. So that keeps the 8-game skills kind of fresh, the mixed game skills fresh. But yeah, on a week-to-week basis, there's very little in terms of, like you say, $5 tournaments, $10 tournaments, and just very small prize pools. It's not like the glory days we had in the past with full tilt and such.
Yeah, it's not worth getting your teeth stuck into, really, because no one's really making any money there.
Yeah, and it's a shame because I love the mixed games. But you even see, like Omaha tournaments, for example, a lot of the sites that used to have big guarantees, they've had to pull out of some markets, and so they're
getting smaller.
Yeah.
That was what I was grinding for a while, Omaha tournaments. It started quite fresh, quite exciting, and then all of a sudden it's just the same faces all over.
But I do see on GG and Olibet they're pretty good at the moment. They actually have an Omaholic series, I believe, this week. So good to see that a bit of a spotlight has been put onto the Omaha, and bigger prize pools, bigger possibilities.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed for that. But in terms of mixed games, you wouldn't really classify Omaha as a mixed game, I guess, anymore, right? It's
I
kind
kind
so
of
much
do,
standardized.
actually.
Do you?
I kind of do. So I've had this discussion with many mixed game savants, and a lot of them disagree with me. They think, no, it's not a mixed game. For me, I feel like the table chatability, it's kind of likening to the mixed games where you get a lot of friendliness, a lot of chatting with the Omaha. But equally, you see Omaha mixes these days. You see Omaha 4-5, Omaha 4-5-6. Surely that is a mix when you're having these different formats, these different variants of Omaha in a tournament.
That's why I'd call something like Svetlana, something like Triple Board, something like Big O. I would call them mixed games, but I would just call Pot Lim and Omaha. It's kind of such a standardized game now.
But what about 5-card PLO? What about 6-card PLO? Do you class those as...
that's just Pot Lim and Omaha with different amount of cards.
Just more cards.
Yeah. So I think once you're bringing in the high-low and you're bringing in multiple boards and you're bringing in kind of extra sort of facets of the game, that's when it becomes a mixed game. But I think that having played Omaha for years, it doesn't feel like mixed really, because in mixed games I think that, you know, as a recreational, as a player, just as a human being around the table, sometimes you feel inclined to help people out that clearly don't have a clue what's going on. Whereas in Omaha, that's kind of, you know, the line is a bit more blurry in that sense because the rules are so much easily defined. The games are running 10 times more. So it's kind of, you know, it's kind of, you know, in Hold'em and Omaha, it's like if you join to the cash game downstairs and you're clueless, that's kind of takes some accountability for that. But if you join an 8-game cash game table, right, and it's just 2-2 and people are having fun, then, you know, I've never really seen the people on those tables as the true vultures. You know, they're not there to just kind of, you know, rinse everybody.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. By the way, so do you ever play Raz? Have you ever played Raz before?
Very badly.
Someone gave me a very sick idea on how to make Raz a better game.
Yeah, because it's so dry and
it's quite dry in the sense that obviously just a lot of the information is there, and good hand is good hand, bad is.
It's kind of like, oh, I've got a bad board, so
yeah. So someone gave me this sick idea that you play Raz the same way you would normally play it, but you have a pitcher qualifier, which means your hand has to contain a jack or a queen or a king, or your hand is dead.
So then it incorporates a bit more skill, right? Because then you're like, well, what's he actually working with?
And there's some bluffing elements, because if you're showing a low only board, do you have the pitcher underneath? Your Raz hand can look fantastic, but do you have that pitcher that makes your hand live? Equally makes the bring in more attractive.
Yeah.
Because that way you have the pitcher. So if you have pitcher with 2 cards already, you've got a great start in hand.
You need the qualifier.
It allows a lot more playability of extra hands because you need this pitcher. I think it's a very interesting idea.
That does add a little bit of spice to it.
Yeah,
absolutely. In terms of streaming, how's things going?
So I streamed at the Chinese event. Got very tilted because for the first time ever I let my battery run out during the stream. So I had to wait 10-15 minutes for my phone to charge up enough to actually restart the stream. And then proceeded to make a plethora of mistakes, like huge mistakes on the hands that I would never normally make.
How much of that was from the stress and the kind of...
I think it was. I think it just,
I can resonate with that.
So I was in for 3 bullets. Miracle still managed to get 5th place and actually made a bit of money on that. But yeah, played appallingly. For what my standard normally is in the Chinese, I was pretty appalled with how bad I played.
Yeah,
like huge mistakes. I had one hand where I had full house at the back, and I made a bigger full house in the middle and busted myself.
Oh, yeah.
I had another one where I had a big full house at the back, could have made a full house valid in the middle, but left trips there.
Brain fogged it.
Just like I say, it was
not your proudest moment,
but it happens.
You know,
we're all humans. We all make mistakes. It happens.
You know, I'm listening to a lot of podcasts about sort of sportsmen in general, and you know, people miss the 3-pointers at the end of the game. People miss the putts to win the major championships. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah,
so I wouldn't be too hard on yourself.
No, I'm not. Just I reflect on it, look back on it, and just it's one of those things. It happens, but yeah. And then sadly for the rest of the events, not able to stream them, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and I get it.
That's WSOP rulings, to be fair, because it's kind of in the new age of the influencer and the Instagram.
Unfortunately,
it kind of gets a little bit out of line if everyone's on the phone. I think it's also because
there are a lot of people who abuse the electronics. We've had so many situations lately. GTO Wizards. There was one with someone with a phone on the table and an earpiece. and was getting information of what all the cards were.
Yeah, there was an infrared guy in Edinburgh
Yeah.
that was beating the local 1-2 game for like insane amounts of money. So yeah, I mean, fair enough, right?
Yeah.
It was kind of one rule for everything. We had that situation on the final table of the main event that kind of brought a huge controversy and a Twitter kind of debate. And I think, unfortunately, in terms of a subsector that kind of loses out, it's going to be streamers. It's going to be do-good poker influencers. But for every one of you, there's going to be 10 people that are going to be using that device for nefarious activities.
Yeah.
So,
no, I fully understand it. Game integrity obviously has to be number one from the organizer's point of view. I fully respect and appreciate that as well. It's frustrating for me because all I want to do is spread the word of the mixed games.
but we have to preserve the longevity of the game.
Of course, yeah. And yeah, very important to do.
And in terms of commentating, we always love to have you in here. Which one would be your pick for the week that you'd want to join in on? Is it going to be main event? Is it going to be 1K PLO 4-5?
So I'm actually playing the 1K PLO 4-5. I'm
Okay, so
registered
hopefully we're not
to
going to
start
see
that
you
an
in the
hour.
commentary booth.
Hopefully
for
you
that
just
one.
see me on the table.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. But in terms of what to jump in on, it really depends like what I'm playing. If I'm out of things and I have some free time, I will hop in the booth.
Yep.
Obviously, I hope that's not the case, and I hope I'm just busy playing things. But yeah, I'm sure at some point you'll get me in.
Absolutely. Well, thanks very much for joining us in the media room once again, Scott, and hopefully see you around this week.
Good to see you.
Hi guys, coming back to the WSOP Circuit events in Tallinn, now joined by Norwegian, always happy superstar Drea Carlson. Welcome to Tallinn, first of all.
Thank you so much.
And I was just standing by your table minutes ago to ask if you're okay to have the interview with us.
Yeah.
But I had to stand there for a few minutes because you're having such a nice chatter on the table and you're smiling, being happy. Do you always have fun on the tables?
Yeah, that's a big part of poker for me, being social, taking a drink, just be happy, meet new people and new friends, and play a lot of hands as well. So
Okay, that's part of your strategy.
It is.
Okay, don't tell anyone.
Kill them with kindness.
Yeah. So the series has just started. Do you have a plan what you're gonna play during this event?
Well, I'm staying till next Friday, so I'm going to play the mini main today. I first 1B. Hopefully tomorrow as well, day 2. I think so. I really believe I'm going to go through to day 2. Of course, the ladies events.
Yes.
I love the ladies events everywhere, so I'm here for that as well. And I just take everything else as it comes.
Yeah.
So that's
And
my 2 tournaments right now.
And a lady always love a ring, right?
Yeah, of course. I need a ring on that finger.
Yes. So hopefully we can make that happen during this series. And I know actually you talking about the ladies event. You won a ladies event just a couple of months ago, right?
Yeah, I won in Vilnius. So that's why I also going to Queens of Tallinn in August.
Yeah.
Because I won a ticket in that tournament. So yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's actually just a couple of weeks away for the ladies, the Queens tournament here in Tallinn.
I'm so looking forward to that event as well. A lot of ladies playing, and those events are so important to just bring up the women in poker, and we're so few compared to guys.
Yeah.
So we need more women in poker. These events helps so much, and I'm here to be happy and to meet other women, to greet them, to take them in with warm, good arms. So please join.
Yeah, exactly. Here you see what you can expect if you come here, either now during this series or the Queens of Tallinn. Then in
a lot of
August.
smiles and a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it is fun by the tables. Best of luck, Drea. We're going to send you back and hope to see you soon again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Back in the studio, time for more action from the ladies event, and George has surely been action on this final table.
Oh wow, yeah, it's been some of the quickest in terms of like the chips flying in and the action itself. It's been so fast and furious, and it's been a breath of fresh air. I've really enjoyed commentating on this one. It's been something new, and I think as I just spoke with Rasmus, who was commentating with me, and of course Lena before the break, there's just so much to love about this format.
Yeah, absolutely. And why wait? Let's get back to the table and see the final ladies, final three. Here we have the current chip count. As you can see, fairly even stacked, all these ladies. Cindy, Nadia, and Drea now battling for, of course, the top prize of 6,400 euros, but also the $5,000 package to Bahamas to go play the Mystery Bounty event. And, of course, some travel money and hotel and, well...
And just being in the Bahamas. That's
yeah.
That's kind of nice, right?
Absolutely. Is there a package for us too as well?
I don't think so. I think we're bottom of the list, to be honest.
Bummer.
Yep.
Well, one of these ladies are going to Bahamas because it is a personal package. You cannot sell or give it to someone, so you either go or you miss out.
And that's why there's been a certain intensity added to this particular tournament with the slightly more modest prize pool. It means that there's so much more to play for in terms of the dollar value compared to the pay jumps.
Absolutely. And now in picture, our current chip leader, Drea Carlson of Norway.
Oh, ace-king suited, gets a walk. That's a tough one.
Yep. Another bummer. And spirits are high. The rail, we can hear them in the background.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's mostly Cindy's rail. She's got her husband and the no-filter friends on the rail as well.
Cheering her on.
I saw some shots.
Oh, yeah, I bet
maybe.
That's the least of it, right? There's all sorts of drinks flying around out there, and here we go, the pocket eights, just sending it home. 9-8 for Drea. Anything for Nadia in the big blind? No. So another raise and take there for Cindy.
Yeah, and as we touched on earlier, Cindy only speaks Spanish and Swedish, so communicating with Drea between the hands in Swedish. And hopefully Nadia is okay with that. Seems like it. Of course, there's not allowed to speak anything other than English during the hands, but between the hands you're allowed to
speak in whatever tongue you fancy.
Yes.
Looks like it's been a bit of a liquid break as well.
Yeah, by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's starting to see a little bit of a struggle getting those blinds into the middle, and the stack there falling all over the place. And yeah, having been someone who's been guilty of that in the past,
yeah,
I know where that comes from.
Now the big blind is coming soon,
following.
any day now. Here we go.
That's another, a bit more.
I don't think that's enough, though.
Yeah, that's a
oh well,
blind.
that's a start.
Whatever.
Let's go. Drea, king deuce suited, three-handed.
Like she's got the business face on. I think she knows that there's going to be some interesting battles to contend with. But if she can keep her head on, she's very much in the driving seat right now. She's going to continue to go about her business in that kind of stoic. But also, she's one of those players that does have a good time at the same time with good energy at the table and a very positive influence. Nadia with the ace-8 could be a spot to take the jam versus the chip leader. Going to be a wide opening range here.
Yeah.
And she does miss that one. Interesting. So Cindy with the king-6. Chips flying around all over the place. She's going to shove with king-6 offsuit.
Wow.
And takes the chip lead. And this strategy, it looks pretty cool when it works, but she might have to be careful if she's going to continue with this rather overly aggressive style.
Absolutely, yeah. Might smell trouble, but
yeah, it could.
Gets away with it this time, and still three-handed. 74 players started. If you just joined us for these last few minutes or hours, we don't know how long this will take, but they started on 11 today, came back from yesterday's day 1 to day 2 today, and played it down to now then the final 3 players already locked up. 2,700 something euros for third place, all of them. But of course, that Bahamas package surely is something they all would like to. And we saw the interview with Drea Carlson in the break that was made like 3 days ago or so, I think, and I talked to her about she's going to play the ladies event, both of them here, and she's aiming for that nice ring on her finger, and now she has the chance.
Yep, certainly. Although the stacks have, again, kind of neutralized somewhat.
Yep.
That big chip lead is no longer. Cindy's had something to say about that with her rather ferociously aggressive style, and expecting if anything of the last few hands is going to give us an insight.
Oops.
Whoa!
What's
okay.
happening?
I've got no idea.
She put the sunglasses on. I don't know if she saw her hand or not.
Probably struggling.
Oh well.
But
Folded the king 10.
Yeah.
Drea stays active from the small blind.
Shoving king 6 versus an open, folding king 10 suited, unopened. It's all a bit of a guess at this stage. Nadia, however, with the 8-3, just going to check this one back. Interesting spot for her as she's the shortest stack, and she's kind of locked between Drea, who's got the game face on, playing really solid poker, and then Cindy's rather wild antics on her left. So it's very much of importance that she doesn't, allow herself to just get run over by each of these two players. We are playing for, of course, €6,500 plus the 5K package. Needs to keep in it, because with the three-handed bout, the blinds and antes coming around so fast. And when you've got one player that's kind of going all in every other hand, and the other player that's kind of leaning on you in some ways, that can be quite tricky to find spots to accrue chips.
Yes. Now then, dealer change.
So 21, 20, and 15 is the lie of the land here, and it's Drea with that ever so tiny chip lead.
Yep, and as you can see, the very international final table. Is it 8 nationalities? 7 nationalities actually on this final table. And now Norway, Sweden and Switzerland are battling it out for that Bahamas trip and some 6.4k euros as well. Good enough to buy you some nice swimwear as well before you go.
Well, absolutely. Plenty of time to get ready.
Yeah. What would be your choice? Like a leopard shorts
and the leopard print, kind of Borat style.
Yeah. The mankini. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. As hot as it is in this studio, maybe we'll all work in mankinis come the weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Don't need to spend any time in the hotel sauna this week, that's for sure.
That's for sure. Absolutely. All right, now then. Decent hand for Drea, three-handed on the button, of course, with the Queen Jack, expecting her to open this one. Sizing up some chips, and here we go with the raise. Is it 90? 80? All right, Nadia, 7-6 off. Not a customer.
No.
Probably not Cindy either, because this time the glasses are off, so she sees the 10-6 off, and
yeah, she's got a better look at it.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's a water, but
I doubt it.
I wouldn't put money on it.
A little bit too pink for a water, wasn't it?
Maybe a
maybe it's the lights. Sorry,
yeah, could be. You never know.
Could be the red lights. All right, shuffling for another hand. Still three-handed in the ladies only. €350 buy-in. 74 entrance yesterday. Now the final 3.
Nice to hone in some of the work from the dealers. That was a little bit of. I was thinking, how often do they get paper cuts?
Oh,
you know, never.
I've never seen it.
No,
you never see anyone with band-aids and
You'd
stuff.
have thought
right?
that their hands would be cut to pieces if they're dealing with new decks all the time. But
true.
Some slippery fingers. Drea getting another walk with the really strong three-handed.
Yeah.
Holding with the ace-9 suited, but every walk is one step closer to victory, so it can't be the worst thing.
Absolutely not.
There's one fan for Drea in the background. Come on. With a rather half-hearted, come on, Drea.
Almost see Cindy also. Yeah, come on, Drea.
Exactly. Give her a little bit of the limelight.
Yeah.
She's had enough of it.
Now then, on the button, Cindy, what do we find? Nothing to work with. Jack 5 off is folded. Drea looks interested though from the small blind.
Yeah, not seen those cards hit the reader so far. Oh, they have 10-3. Seems a bit too weak to limp. Could go for a small raise if we are thinking of getting really aggressive. I think Nadia has been putting up enough of a fight not to be so out of line there. And 8-2.
And another close-up.
Oh, yeah.
Now, see if you jinxed it, if there's a paper cut coming now.
Oh. Ah, no.
No blood on the dance floor.
No, absolutely not.
And I think this is waiting for Cindy's blinds kind of moment again,
right?
right?
It's taking the onus off of the slightly labored speed of the blinds hitting the middle of the table.
Now, close up of Drea Carlson.
Yeah.
Norway.
She won't mind the situation too much. That's certainly starting to play into her hands. With the chip lead, Nadia here with the 7-6 suited, 40k big blind, so could be a nice hand to send into action. Always quite difficult when you've got a player like Cindy, where she's so difficult to kind of predict what her reaction is going to be to all sorts of different moves. We've seen her just snap jam with random hands at times. We've seen her fold some quite strong hands. With the 6 deuce though, not looking to get involved.
And the updated chip count tells us that Cindy is now the shortest of the 3. 13 big blinds. No immediate stress, but surely blinds are coming around quick when we're playing 3-handed, so we'll expecting some action from her soon. Maybe Nadia will open this one though with the Queen 10.
You'd hope so.
Yeah.
You really can't shy away from these types of hands. Yes, when you're playing 9-handed, 8-handed, the value is low, but this is a strong hand, 2 Broadway holdings.
Yeah.
You just want to make sure that you don't get too conservative versus this eccentric style that we've seen from Cindy, where, yeah, sometimes you're just going to get jammed on and you can't really do too much, but she's going to have a lot of hands like this that just simply have to surrender the small blind.
Cindy asking for a count with the 7-3 off.
I can't really rule anything out, but you'd hope that she does find the fault, and she does. Drea with the ace-9 here, and this could be one that just goes in versus the button open. It's going to be pretty wide at this stage, shoving for value.
Focused game face from our chip leader.
Yeah, she's doing a nice job of.
Yeah, of course. This is also, these are the 2 big stacks, and they know Cindy. Maybe she's shortest of the 3 and also
the merriest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. You said it.
Yeah.
Girl.
Well, there's a time to maybe switch to the waters. That would be right now. So we do see the shove, and Nadia doesn't really have a decision here with the Queen 10. We're just not going to be doing that well for this amount of chips at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, and there's the fold, which makes Drea the first millionaire, maybe. Million in chips.
She did breach that earlier, but not for too long.
Yeah.
She struggled to kind of maintain the dominating chip lead, but she's done a good job of just sticking around and going about her business in a very sort of methodical manner. And that's been testament as to why we see her with the chip lead in the final 3. In terms of actual run good in all ins, she's not done that well, but just the strength of her game has been paramount to her surviving and staying with the head and shoulders slightly above the rest of the pack.
Cindy now then, not low. 3-2 goes into the muck. What about our 2 ladies in the blinds? King 4 for Drea.
Yeah, definitely want to V-pip this hand. Can limp, we can raise, put some pressure on the second in chips. Just going to go for the shove. It's quite a lot of big blinds, I think we're talking. Yeah, 15 effective.
Look at this one. Wow.
Oh, and she runs into it again. Jacks.
And we have the call.
That's the second time she's run into jacks, blind versus blind. King 4 offsuit. Can she find the overcard this time? She's really not had much luck in these situations.
Drea says a king is coming. We'll see about that.
We certainly will. All 3 hearts. There's 1. And an ace and a 6. Not too much to work with.
Backdoor straight.
Yeah, 7
as
an
well.
8, a 3, a deuce.
There's the deuce, adding some outs with the 3 for a straight. So king or deuce now for Drea to eliminate Nadia.
There it is!
Wow, there's the king. Wow, tough for Nadia, of course. She's put up a great show, played a great game all day. And unfortunately, the jacks are cracked to put her in the 3rd place then. And some 2,700 euros for her effort. 2,770 as we see in the background.
Which means that Cindy is locked up over 4,000 euros and Drea is looking highly likely to scoop the lot here.
Definitely. We're like an 8-1 or something, right, in the chip counts. Here we go. Almost at least. 1.7 versus 500,000. So, yeah, commanding chip lead for Drea as we go into the heads up. And I think they will have a little break before they start. Yes. We've been told that there will be a few minutes break, and we're back in the studio. We're not going to go on a break from here, so we're just going to enjoy our time in the sauna.
Certainly
from
are.
Here. This is a live sauna. Maybe that's a new thing. We can start streaming instead of poker.
Yeah, it could be a nice little new way of finding some content.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you planned your outfits for the rest of the week. Are you doing bathrobes or?
I think I'm just going to come in with Speedos tomorrow. Just to
There's a point for you to not miss the stream tomorrow because
for the PLO event as well.
Yes,
that
we are
the Speedos.
Doing a full day tomorrow. We might talk a little bit about that while we wait for the heads up to start. Tomorrow, preliminary around 12:30 local time. We are starting with the PLO 4-5 cards.
Yeah, so the second day, I believe that they are deep into the first days of action as we speak. Local time is around about 10 o'clock here.
Yeah.
So we're going to be joining you with that, and then we're going to be maneuvering onto the second event. We're on for the full stream, right?
Yes, we should. 12:30 the PLO, and then once that is concluded, we aim to also show you the conclusion of the 5K high roller that's being played tomorrow. That's a one-day event, so it might go quite long in the evening, depending on how many are putting up those 5K.
Yeah, we'll see how we go. Last time we were quite pleasantly surprised with the numbers on that one. There was a lot of people that kind of came out the woodwork for that higher buy-in level. I've seen a couple of familiar faces in the online high stakes arenas that have turned up for the 555 potentially as a warm up to that 5K.
Exactly. Yeah, so that'll be an interesting long day of streaming tomorrow. So you're in for a treat, and so are we. And now, talking about treats, let's finish the ladies event, right?
Yeah, let's see if Drea can get it done, or will it be a comeback for Cindy and her rather big party rail that she's got on the outside of the main stage, cheering her on, raising a couple of glasses to the sky, and she's going to shove
in
the first hand.
hand.
Drea with the Jack 10.
Quick fold. And we did not get to see the hand of Cindy. At least not yet. No. Remains a mystery, but at least she takes down the big 990 from Drea then. Edging a little bit closer in this heads up. So, remaining 2 players then. Cindy Igborn of Sweden and Drea Carlson of Norway. One of these 2 ladies will walk away with the ring and the added 5K package in all the ring events of this series. The winner will get the $5,000 worth package to go to Bahamas and play a $2,500 tournament and some travel, cash, and hotel. You ever been to Bahamas, George?
I haven't. No, that's one to tick off the list for me, for sure. Drea gets the raise through there with the ace-3.
And we're on to the next one. Loads of chips for Drea. And Cindy looking for that double up. Cindy looking at the board. We can see it in the background as well. We're playing 40,000 blinds with a 40k big blind ante. And still some minutes remaining of this level. So about 12 bigs for Cindy as she folds the bottom. Drea Carlson looking really focused, locked in on this one. She told George in a pre-interview as well that we had just before the final table started that she was going for the win and nothing else. Just a 5k package up top was the one that motivated her. She wanted the ring of course, but the Bahamas trip was surely on her list, and right now it's looking fairly good. 1.7 million versus the almost 500,000 of Cindy. And 10 deuce, the old suited Doyle Brunson. And Cindy shoves it from the big blind and then quickly fold from Drea, of course, with the 10 deuce. Not the hand you want to give Cindy the chance to double up against. So some more chips for Cindy. Now then, Cindy looking at the cards again. Will it be another shove? Trying to find that crucial double up. No, this time folding. We did not get to see the hand of Cindy, but Drea had the Jack 4 suited. Here we have the details. World Series of Poker Circuit events in Tallinn is what you're watching if you just happen to drop by the Olibet channels. And this is Drea Carlson, our chip leader, in the heads-up play in the ladies' event.
Looking to close it out. She's been quite aggressive with these types of hands in these short stack confrontations. Let's see if she changes her approach for the heads up. Cindy playing at a rapid speed here. I think, did Drea min raise there or?
Yeah, the graphic said she just called, but Cindy folded anyhow, so maybe it was a misunderstanding, or Drea actually raised, but
yeah,
we give her the benefit of the doubt, Cindy, and yeah, at least we're on to the next hand.
Absolutely.
Cindy looking at her rail. They're a bit more quiet now. I was expecting songs and stuff during the heads up.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, all right.
Commentator's curse.
Oh, wow. Here we go. Yeah, we're actually singing. It's her birthday in a couple of hours, I just heard,
Oh,
Cindy.
right.
So
the
she
party's
might
going to be going long into the night regardless of the outcome.
Regardless, I guess, yeah. She might get some really reasons to celebrate, maybe.
If she can get the ring as well back to the hotel room, that will be... the walls will be bouncing.
Yes, surely.
Now she might be getting a little bit of a telling off.
Yeah.
Not sure what for. I think I haven't seen anything too out of line.
Not really, no. And as we touched on earlier, she just speaks Swedish and Spanish. So, but she does know the English words all in, and now she's shoved. And
so does Drea with
from
the two
Drea,
sixes.
sixes. This might be it then. Drea, huge favorite. And Cindy needs that double up to stay in the tournament. Queen 4.
Shouting
for the queen in Swedish. Yes, she is. And in Spanish or Colombian. And yeah, that queen is needed now, or helping other ways. Maybe
diamonds,
some fours or diamonds. King does not help. Oh, there's 1-4. Few more outs. Still though, way behind. Needing help. 5 does not help, so now she's down to only 4s and queens to stay in the tournament. Oh, it does not happen. We have elimination of Cindy Ygborn, Sweden, and we have crowned our ladies event champion, Drea Carlson of Norway. And it's almost like we called it. I spoke to her 3-4 days ago, profiling her in front of this, and you spoke to her in the start of the final table, and now she'll have to do the winner interview as well.
Wow. And what a breakthrough. Getting it done, the field of 74 whittles down to 1, and the last remaining lady is Drea Carlson there, full of smiles and just exhilarated after a rather hot and sweaty but strung out final table there. Hours and hours of action. And we're looking at around 6 or so hours for her to claim the title and, of course, get one finger in the ring. Got Teddy there. Also representing Norway, he's going for a photo and giving his 2 cents.
Yes.
And smiles all around.
Yeah, absolutely. Well deserved and an all around nice.
Yeah, I think a well-deserved champion.
Winner.
She really grinded it out, and she didn't exactly get the best sort of run in terms of how the cards fell for her, but she just did such a good job of staying composed and, you know, getting along with the work and the task at hand. And a deserving champion. And
yeah,
Cindy
here's the second place
for the
finisher as well.
I thought she was going for a full-blooded kiss there at one point. I was thinking this is taking a bit of a turn, but
yeah. Yes, so Drea Carlson having a sip of that water.
Apple juice.
Yes, of course. And shortly we'll back in the studio. We are presenting Drea the ring, I think, just moments in the future. So, yeah, like we said, well deserved. And this was an action-packed day of female poker.
It certainly was. We saw the tensions high throughout the final table. It was a very emotional, a very exuberant final table. We saw a lot of great characters, such as Cindy, who did well to get second in the end.
Yeah.
And just so many great storylines. But I think the one that was prevalent was Drea, you know, not really doing too well in the all-ins. She came into the interview before the final table telling me, you know what, George, I feel like I've been a bit hard done by. I haven't been able to win these key flips.
Yeah.
She gets the queens versus the ace-king. Early on in the final table, finds the queen on the flop, and ever since then you felt like she was always in the reckoning and looking like the most likely in terms of her strategy, her table presence, her calculated approach to the game to come through with the win, and that's exactly what we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course also well done to all the ladies at the final table. I'm sure Cindy, who came second, will celebrate a lot during the evening. It's her birthday in a couple of hours, so I expect the rail that was going wild already, it's not going to be quieter. So if you're on the Hilton premises, watch out for the no filter crew. That's my tip for you.
They certainly have no filter.
Yeah,
the clue's in the name.
Or join them if you like. Don't say we didn't warn you.
People are going to be coming flocking from out of towns now,
But
you'll
now
know where to find them. Follow the noise.
I think we're ready to go over for the winner ceremony for Drea Carlson. So let's see. Let's the first ring be presented.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a women's ring event winner. Ring event number 4, World Series of Poker Circuit Tallinn 2025, and our women's ring event winner from Norway, Drea Carlson.
Thank you very much for coming.
Beautiful. Nice to have.
Have you stayed late?
Oh, yeah. I have looked better, but okay. Takes 5 minutes.
So there we have them, Teresa and Olivier, and Drea Carlson, and also the guy I like to call the man in the yellow tie.
The yellow tie guy. Yeah, I'm sure he'll take that.
That's it for the today's coverage. The first day of TV streams here from the World Series of Poker Circuits in Tallinn, Estonia. But as we just touched on earlier, there's going to be a long day of streams tomorrow, so make sure you get a good night's sleep and wake up early in terms of poker. Clock.
We're almost at midday. Yeah, midday is when the cards are in the air. We're going to be joining the action at past with the delay. So stay tuned for that. 2 big events, the 1K PLO 4-5, followed by the 5K High Roller.
Yes, and all the information about the full series is on olibetevents.com if you want to check out the schedule or just browse around, read the updates. There's a blog, of course, and much more. And me and George, should we just go sauna or take an ice bath?
Checking out, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Cold shower in the room, back for more tomorrow. Look forward to seeing you then.
Thank you.